time, right?
So I can go to bed early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start with you because I think Professor Erwin Wallace just wait for. Good morning, all. Thank you for joining in for day two of the ninth International Conference on Victim Assistance. We would be starting with our second session first, in terms of fourth session first, which would be on mental health and well-being in times of COVID-19. And first, I would like to introduce our chair. Our chair is Professor Dr. Saliha Bawa. She is an associate professor at the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Mercy College, USA. She has an immense publication and work in terms of psychology, behavioral sciences, and she has taken out time from a busy schedule and also from the very time zone to come here to address on leading disaster response, cellular to collective resiliency approach. So this is one of the topic which is new. It is something which haven't been discussed till now. So I'll request Professor Saliha Bawa to take up as a chair and address the audience in the respective time. And then we'll take it forward with our session 4 on mental health and well-being. Over to you, Ms. Saliha Bawa.
Thank you, Vipin. And I will request you to give me like a 3-minute warning. You can do whatever to tell me that. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. And I would like to share my slides, if that's, I have the right. Yes. Okay. And are you able to see the PowerPoint version or the showcase version?
I think we can see it, the entire full screen.
Okay, great. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening. And to the people in the US, time for bed. Thank you so much to Jindal University and the honor to be here, to be part of this tradition that you have been building. And thank you, Manju. She's a friend of mine, and this gives me the pleasure to be in India. As you can guess from my accent, I'm Indian. And I have missed out coming to India this summer because of COVID. So this is really dear to my heart. It's already making me emotional. So thank you. Today I want to speak about psychosocial resiliency during COVID to reduce risk and promote family and community well-being. Requires one to identify contextual and systemic dynamics that are at play. So I'll be talking about that. And I'll speak of how crisis not only evokes fear, Dr. Kumar and I were talking about that, but it also evokes our imagination. And so I want us to be thinking about resiliency from the both and perspective, yeah? And I'll offer some relational resources for that as a way to set our stage. I'm thrilled to be with such wonderful colleagues here who are going to take us in different directions for the rich conversation. I'm a researcher of play in terms of how we as adults play. And what I mean by that is, if you speak Hindi, you know this word, jugaad. How do we do jugaad? Jugaad is given that we are speaking in Indian context, I'm going to throw in a few Indian words, is this experimental notion of relating with one another, not only with objects, but improvising. And it's that idea that I want to bring forward. And how do we improvise? How do we figure this out? So as an Indian, I grew up, I went to Tata Institute of Social Sciences. I worked with the riots in the early 1990s. I was personally impacted. I was in there myself. And then I've done refugee resettlement work. I've done work in Hurricane Katrina. So I've done a lot of different kinds of community engagement and worked in the development sector in India as well, and in the global mental health. So I'll be drawing on all of those different ways of thinking and processing and bringing that as a way of discussion here into this context, but from a humble place that I'm sitting in a very Western context. So I don't want to assume that what I have now grown into, which is about 20 odd years here, makes sense there. So I would request my fellow colleagues here to let's push and pull on these ideas that I offer. Just quickly, sitting in the US, I'm in New York City, and as of a couple of days back, we've hit 9 million plus cases. And the death is, as you can see, over 228,000 people. And I think Dr. Kumar will be speaking to this notion of discrimination in its different forms. And one of the ways we see it that's playing out in the US that you may have heard is that minorities, and I think Dr. Viana spoke about this, people who are more vulnerable in terms of the occupation, in terms of pre-existing health conditions, in terms of living conditions, etc., are taking the bigger brunt of this pandemic. And it's local in its ways and how you see it, because more men are dying than women here, as opposed to what he was saying, that more women were dying in Mexico when he was quoting that data. So let's talk about what's trauma just very quickly, right? I am using Dr. Herman's definition. She's a psychiatrist at Harvard, and she says trauma is a force that disrupts, plain and simple. It disrupts our sense of control, our sense of connection, our meaning. And the force can be human, right? It can be like the riots I've been part of, or it can be natural, like the pandemic. What I would like to propose is that in every natural disaster, there is a human response. And that's one of the things that we're seeing with pandemic. As much as it's natural, it's also a human response, because the pandemic doesn't discriminate, but our response does. So we have to continue to think about what that means for us. So what kinds of traumas are at play? We are very comfortable understanding trauma as a single incident, like a car accident. Also as thinking persistent, like family abuse or child neglect as persistent abuse. But then there's also what we know as historical and intergenerational trauma. And that's like racism, poverty, caste system. All of these things have furthered the historical atrocities that Judith Herman talks about, right? So it's within this context that we are experiencing COVID. So trauma layered by trauma. I want to propose that COVID is not just trauma by itself. It is trauma inducing. But what we know from trauma literature and trauma research is most people bounce back. They do okay. It's the people, like I was saying, with vulnerabilities, and it can be you and me, it doesn't have, they look like us, who can land up being impacted.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
I don't know, when did I go on mute? I'm sorry. So I'll keep moving through, and we'll hopefully just let me know as soon as something happens. Okay. And Manju, I can see you on my screen, so I'll look at you for any directions around that, yeah. So moving through, based on my clinical and community work, and I've been doing a lot of organizational work as well as organizations that reached out to me during COVID. What I'm noticing is, of course, what I think most of us are feeling: uncertainty, grief, loss, fear, but also creativity. And so what as a person who works, I have my own clinical practice, I see clients, but I'm also a teacher and I teach. And one of the areas as a researcher and an academic and a practitioner, I'm a practitioner first at heart, is how do we relate with each other? How do we relate in a way that we create possibilities to move through this challenge, right? Because in the way we relate will affect how our mental health is impacted. So it's with that idea I want to introduce this notion of resiliency. Resiliency is basically the growth in response to the crisis and the challenge. And this is a definition from Landau and Walsh and Jack Saul, who's a colleague of mine that I'll mention in a minute. Often we think of resilience as individual, like it's my capacity, my hope, how faith-believing I am. But a big part of resiliency that we are finding out is, what are the community connectedness that is there? How are we connected to our community? How is the community resourceful? How is the community competent? So I'll be speaking about that as the underlying idea for resiliency, which is collective resiliency. And it can be understood in two ways. One is the community has its own capacity, or how does the community support its members? So this idea of langar, of having food distributed, that's a competency, resourcefulness of its community. So moving on. When we talk about resiliency, very quickly, this is the overview I'm going to give, because I have like 7 minutes, I think. And I'm going to talk about the collective, the body, play, language, family, and relational. very quickly. Let's try it. So what matters? Our bodies matter. We are all sitting here in front of the camera, in front of this little box in boxes. And we are kind of dissociating. We are kind of moving out of our body and moving in. And we're losing this space that when we are in physical space with each other, we kind of calibrate to. Our bodies chemically calibrate to each other. So I want to take 30 seconds, and I'm just going to take silence as connecting with our body. I'm going to ring a very familiar bell, and just in 30 seconds, connect with your breath. Notice and just see what thoughts come and go, but just let them go, no judgment. And then I'll ring the bell in 30 seconds and we'll come back. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to continue talking, but I want you to just notice, be in connection with your body as you're listening, be in connection with your breath, and just jot down on the chat window, what did you notice, what came up? There is no right or wrong in this. Whether you connected or not is not in judgment. What you felt is not in judgment. It's literally noticing. That's the first, and it starts with noticing our breath. Peter Levine does work in this field known as somatic experiencing. And he says that even the threat of trauma, not just the trauma, the threat of trauma can get our bodies to respond as if it's a traumatic event. So we are living in our bodies. COVID is happening in our bodies, and the uncertainty is all around us and in our bodies. So that's very cellular if you start thinking about it. And sounds, vibrations, touch are used to help. So a simple thing, when you're falling asleep and you can't fall asleep, just wrap yourself. Wrap yourself like this. You can do it right now. Just do this. It's a self-soothing, beautiful way by which we can keep moving through. You don't need a mental health practitioner for this. Just putting your hand on your heart and your hand on your tummy as you lay on your back and focus on your breath. Very small practices. Check out Peter Levine and you'll find more on him. Collective resiliency. So I'm going from the cellular to the collective, right? From here to there. And all the spaces in between. What matters is how we come together. Communities come together constantly all the time, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's pandemics, whether it is riots, man-made or natural. And the community's ability to identify resources and expertise and ask for it. Like this is a community full of experts, but we may still need some. So being able to map and find out where we are really good at and where do we need more help. It's that connectedness, even we as professionals need to be held up. It's not just because when we are doing this work, there's this compassion fatigue that can come. But guess what? We are not impacted personally. We have people in our lives who have COVID. We have people dying. We have people feeling the intensity of the uncertainty. So in this round of a disaster, we are both first responders as mental health professionals or as a leader who's organizing and a victim. So we have to hold those two ideas together as we respond, meaning care for our own emotional and physical wellness. And last but not least, create spaces like this, the conference and other spaces of public space where we can come together, share stories, share our experiences with each other and make sense. Remember, one of the things that we lose in trauma is how to make sense of it. So communities help us make sense, and it's really critical. Thank you again for organizing such a wonderful multidimensional conference, because sense making is not about one aspect. It's about learning to focus within our community and then focus outward to share different perspectives. And that helps us to become, again, these multidimensional creatures that we are. So what matters? Families matter. Families matter huge amounts. We know this. In India especially, we have always centered family at the cost of the individual. But more so this time, families matter because the work life, the schooling, depending which part of the world you're in, all is collapsing into where family life would happen. Pharma Walsh, who's a leader in the world of family therapy and writes a lot about resiliency, talks about what promotes resiliency. And this is very important even from an organizational perspective, because organizations are our second homes, they are second family. So you can extend these ideas, belief systems, organizational patterns, and how we communicate. So one of the most demanding things of this COVID is flexibility. I need the computer, my family needs the computer. Maybe the internet is not as strong. And so this notion of how do we organize and how do we communicate with clarity can be really challenging, because we're all feeling foggy or feeling lost or overwhelmed or even uncertain of how to organize, right? So communication can take a hit. So it's really important to notice, it's okay to be frustrated, but to notice the frustration as part of the response, right? And that comes back to using our belief systems. What new beliefs are coming up? Resiliency is all about new meaning, new beliefs, new ways of organizing. That means language matters. And what does that mean? People are going to speak in different ways. We all have different ways of expressing our grief, our loss, our sense of uncertainty. And in language, people tell us what's going on. If you listen very carefully, people will say what's going on in their body, even though they are not noticing. They'll just say, I feel like puking, or I feel like I have, butterflies in my stomach. We are talking about our body right there. What we also all need to listen for in language is, how is the person speaking? Are they asking for help? Are they unsure and giving meaning in the moment that they're talking with us? Let's not assume that when people talk, we have to fix. So that's what I mean by language matters. We have to engage their language, meaning their conversation, be in dialogue to co-create what matters to each one of us in our families, in our communities, in the globe. So moving on, what matters? Like I've been saying, we are part of the collective, but we're also unique. And noticing the uniqueness of each of our, am I at time, Manju?
No, actually for a minute, we couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah? Okay, take it.
Yeah.
Great. So what matters is the uniqueness. Each of us has a different way of looking at the world. Even if we belong in the same community, in the same family, we have different perspectives. I grew up in India. My sisters live in India, and we both, they're in areas where COVID is intense. I am living in New York City. It's gone up and down. But our ways of knowing the world are changed by the fact that even though the same parents raised us, but the fact that we took different pathways in life, our worldviews, our values have changed, and we all have to adapt. One of my sisters is essential personnel. She goes to work. She takes the bus, she wears a mask, and she says, chalega, sab theek hai abhi, fine. And she has to say that. And I'm like freaked out, right? I have the luxury of teaching from home. I can go on my computer and teach. I don't have to take the subway. So our positionality and where we are located, the context will shape how we deal with our adversities. There is no right or wrong way. It is a way that we have to engage and learn from each other. And this is where relational play comes in, jugaad. I love jugaad. We all have to be in the improvisational mindset. For me, I study how adults play, and we are always playing. Like we just flipped this conference presentation. We just decided to do it. That's an improvisation. That's adaptability. So play is this relational process of co-creating through the process of trial and error. Chalo ye try kar lete hain. Acha ye nahi, theek hai. Okay, let's try something else. This back and forth is what we do relationally as well. And when we're doing it, we're creating the world around us, we're creating our relationships, and we're creating our own identities, our own mental health. So in a recent paper that's literally come out this month, or it's in a chapter on the SAGE Handbook of Social Construction, I write about how play creates well-being. And what I say is, it is the play of imagination. It's the play of liberation, and it's the play of dialectics. Very quickly, one sentence each. The play of imagination is, I mean, you've seen so many examples of how people are like the hi and the hello with our elbows. We have gone, Indians are blessed. We are like, okay, namaste, thank gosh, we were not in the habit of shaking hands as much, right? But rest of the world had to come up with it. That's a small but very impressive example of how we stay in connection. The play of liberation is the fight for dignity. And the play of liberation lies in being able to perform our preferred selves, our preferred ways of being in the world while we coordinate, while we adjust with each other. It's a dance, right? But one man's liberation could be another man's imprisonment. So how do we as men and women do this dance so we are not standing on each other's shoulder while we do that, but not oppress each other? So I'm going to look forward to Dr. Kumar, what you have to say on discrimination, because it ties really closely to liberation. And the last but not the least is the play of dialectics, which is this interplay of what is and what is coming, what is emerging, and how to stay creative. So it's the contingency and the creativity, the tension of, this is how we do it. And yet this is not how we can do it anymore. So how do we shift that? How do we honor that? And the answer for me lies in relationality. It lies in how we relate to ourselves, how we relate to others, and how we relate to the world around us. It is the call of being inclusive. It is the call of connectedness. And in closing, what that means is a relational orientation is be curious, stay in the mindset of learning, notice our mental health symptoms, some of them anxiety, uncertainty, fear, are responses for organizing. Not something that we have just coped and managed, but literally we heard and responded to, acted with. And that's where imagination comes in. How do we relate to us as human beings? How do we relate to each other? How do we relate to our environment? And so this is the call for Jugaad. The collective trauma calls us to a collective response, to be participative, to be contextual, to be local, and to be in our bodies, with our bodies, and to grow our relational capacities of family, community, collaboration, and play. Thank you all, and I look forward to what questions come up and the wonderful conversation we'll be having.
Thank you, Dr. Bava, for your enriching and very calming session early in the morning. In the exercise that you put up in the beginning with the bell, we had some comments in the section. They stated how it was very relaxing and calming with the sound of the bell. I would take a moment to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Anant Kumar, who would be speaking on COVID-19, stigma, discrimination, and the blame game. Professor Dr. Anant Kumar is a Fulbright scholar and an associate professor in the Department of Rural Management at Xavier Institute of Social Service, Ranchi, Jharkhand, India. He offers courses in behavioral science, personality development, and public health. Dr. Kumar's area of work and research interest are human behavior, public health, and mental health. Welcome, Dr. Anant Kumar. We will request you to speak on your session now. I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to one and all. Thank you, Professor Saliha, and organizers of this conference, Professor Sahni, Professor Manju, and her team. It is indeed a pleasure to be here and share my thoughts on COVID-19, stigma, discrimination, and the blame game. Stigma, discrimination, and the blame game is not new. We all hear about it. Some of us may have experienced it also. It hurts. It is painful to go. It hurts even more when you or your family members or your community is stigmatized or discriminated. You become a victim because of others' ignorance, illiteracy, misinformation, and prejudices. Last few months have been difficult for all of us. It is a difficult time where we all are fearful of a virus, a coronavirus, COVID 19. The COVID 19 pandemic has its own manifestation. It has many manifestations that includes stigma against and associated with people and the pandemic. The stigma attached to the people and pandemic are not new and are historical. The previous pandemics have shown that the stigma and fear around communicable diseases, infectious diseases, negatively impact the containment and control measures and hamper the response in mitigating the pandemic. Nevertheless, we missed to learn a lesson from previous pandemics of HIV and AIDS and H1N1 swine flu. The stigmatization of people during COVID 19 has become a serious issue, dividing and discriminating people and communities across the globe. The COVID pandemic, as I mentioned, had social, psychological, and behavioral manifestation, influencing the individual as well as the group behavior. Due to this uncertainty and uncontrolled spread of the COVID 19 pandemic, people are anxious, stressed out, and fearful. This fear has led to the stigma attached to the people and the pandemic. This is a serious concern considering its long term negative consequences in fighting out its grave impact on the large population in India and across the world. Although stigmatization during the pandemic is common, some of the factors influencing the stigma are search of people to blame, to soothe their fear, and the newness of the disease like coronavirus. While there are many unknowns associated with this pandemic, it is a fight against the invisible. In the absence of effective medical intervention, scholars are scientists are still working on it. The social factors like stigma and discrimination attached to pandemics are major obstacles in the curtailment of the disease, requiring urgent action to contain confusion, anxiety, and fear among the public. Public writing and statements by the doctors and the health professionals have further stigmatized the pandemic, where they are writing and advocating to treat every individual you meet as an asymptomatic COVID carrier. They are saying treat every surface you touch as a potentially contaminated. COVID is not going to magically disappear. About 70% of us will have to get infected for the community to acquire herd immunity. Such statements by the professionals and the doctors creates a havoc and fear in the community and amongst the people. Such statements create panic and fear and become a hurdle in mitigating the impact of the pandemic. It is speculated that public health emergencies such as COVID 19 may lead to heightened fear and anxiety, leading to prejudice, social isolation, and stigma, which will have its own mental, physical, and social manifestations. The stigma attached to the COVID 19 pandemic has exacerbated the suffering, posing a threat to everyone. It has increased the human suffering, fear, and stigma that delay detection and treatment efforts, cooperation with contact tracing and isolation measures, and the effective distribution of resources for the prevention and control. Interestingly, we forget to learn the lesson from previous pandemics, such as plague epidemic in India in 1994, the West African Ebola epidemic, the Zika virus in 2015, and the H1N1 swine flu pandemic, which stigmatized the vulnerable population groups, impacting its containment, spread, and control. In the case of HIV pandemic, the myths and misconceptions related to the routes of transmission, and particularly an overemphasis on sexual transmission, led to the stigmatization of the disease. Research showed that stigma and misinformation were among the key factors that prevented people from seeking test and care until it was too late. The same is happening in case of COVID also. People avoided tests during the asymptomatic phase and continued infecting and transmitting the virus to others. In this process, millions got infected and lost their life. Those who survived struggled to conceal their identity, living under fear and guilt. There are various factors that played a vital role in stigmatizing the COVID 19 pandemic. The pandemic provided an opportunity for special interest groups to manipulate and overestimate the numbers. Even in many places, non COVID deaths are counted as the death due to COVID 19 pandemic in the absence of non-availability of the clear guidelines. It helped in exaggerating the number and its impact. Although it would be too early to conclude, the role of medical researchers who want more funding and the NGO who are looking at it as an opportunity cannot be denied. At the same time, in an attempt of being politically correct, political leaders, statesmen, bureaucrats, and many other key stakeholders kept mum and followed the Western prescription of mitigating the pandemic. Media was also not behind, competing for higher television rating points by creating havoc that everyone is at risk. Although they were not alone in creating that feeling of we all are at risk. In fact, for most people, the risk was not so high, but worrying about it caused more harm than good because of heightened anxiety, stress, and fear. Interestingly, in the beginning, we are repeated we repeated the same mistake by creating a stigmatized or ostracized those perceived to be a threat and stigmatizing the COVID-19 pandemic by concealing the names and identity of people infected with coronavirus and assigning group of people such as migrants and blaming them for the spread of the virus or community who are responsible for the spread of the disease. Even countries were not behind blaming each other for the spread of the pandemic. The British blamed the Chinese government. Nepal
Dr.
blamed
Anant Kumar, we can't hear for a fraction of a second. We lost you.
where I was.
It's okay. You can continue.
Anyway, good. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are repeating the same mistake by creating stigmata to ostracize people perceived to be a threat and stigmatizing the COVID-19 pandemic by concealing the names and identities of people infected with coronavirus and assigning a group of people such as migrants and blaming them for the spread of the virus or community who are responsible for the spread of the disease. Even countries were not behind blaming each other for the spread of the pandemic. The British blamed the Chinese government, Nepal blamed India, and the Chinese officials blamed the United States Army. In the case of COVID 19, China became an easy target due to two reasons. First, the outbreak first emerged in the country's Wuhan province, and the second, China was the first country to take drastic social distancing measures and go through an epidemic peak, which produced feeling of fear and uncertainty in the rest of the world. We need to understand that it is a form of an infection, a viral infection, although researchers are working on it, in which many people get cured by themselves. They don't need to go to the hospitals, where many lost their life due to weak immunity and the other comorbidities. We do not have medicine, still we are trying our best. We don't have vaccines or treatment protocols to date. No doubt people need medical help and assistance if they are symptomatic. The reason behind the fear and stigma, particularly in the low and middle income countries, was forced isolation in the beginning with poor infrastructure and facilities. People were scared and did not want to go away from their family, and that forced them to conceal their positive status. It is important to understand that when proper and right information is not available, stigma spreads fast. Researchers are still trying to understand the coronavirus pathogen behavior and the factors associated with it. Cases have been reported where COVID positive people and healthcare workers, sanitary workers, police, corona warriors, and those who have recovered are facing discrimination due to heightened fear and misinformation. Discrimination is related to perceived peril in which individuals feel physically, psychologically, or morally threatened and cast out themselves with those whose condition is perceived as risky for physical or their social well-being. People are scared and not coming forward for testing due to social stigma, social isolation, and due to the fear that they will be blamed, isolated, and will be taken away from their family members. Even in some areas, a specific community and religious group were targeted and labeled for spreading the pandemic. Stigma and discrimination occurs and escalates when people associate a disease such as COVID-19 with a particular group of people or religion, like in the case of Tablighi Jamaat, where 30% of COVID-19 cases were linked to the Jamaat event in Delhi. Besides this speculation and predictions, using mathematical models linking Jamaat event with the exponential rise in the number of COVID-19 cases led the further divide and discrimination. Even though not everyone in that population group is specifically at risk, it's important to understand or responsible for that spread of the disease. They were labeled, stigmatized, and discriminated due to the news channels reporting, social media, and media briefings by the government officials linking COVID-19 infections to the Marcus event. In this case, we forgot that blaming and shaming certain groups of people for a pandemic poses a threat to everyone. Such behavior towards a particular group of people or community isolate, exclude, or stun people, denying jobs, access to adequate housing, and health care, leading to depression, hurt, and anger. And we have plenty of cases reported in the vernacular media and the news channels. It's neat to understand that this is the time while friends and others in their community avoided them due to their fear of getting infected. Interestingly, people who even do not have the disease but share other characteristics with this group may also suffer from stigma, and in reality, they suffered. In this case, we again missed learning a lesson from HIV pandemic when men who are having sex with men, MSM, female sex workers, and the other marginalized communities were held responsible for the spread of the disease and got stigmatized and discriminated. The previous pandemics have shown that the stigma and fear around communicable or infectious diseases do hamper the response in mitigating the pandemic. In such scenario, it is a must to disseminate the right and timely information about the disease to the community and people to build trust and generate faith in the infection control measures and on health system to promote a positive social environment. It is very, very important.
Dr. Kumar,
yeah.
May I please interject? We have 15 minutes.
Oh, yes. I'm
Can
just
you
going
please
to,
wind up
yes,
in
yes.
1 or 2 minutes? Thank you.
Yeah, we need to understand that we are still fighting with this coronavirus. So in such a situation, it's very important, and we need to take care when people are anxious, stressed, and fearful, showing empathy with those affected, understanding the disease itself, and adopting effective practical measures may help people to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. The communication about the COVID 19 pandemic is critical in supporting people to take effective action and to combat the disease and to avoid fueling fear and stigma. An enabling environment needs to be built. Uh, we need to understand that the sky is not falling. We need to learn from previous pandemics and disseminate the right and timely information about the disease to the community and people to build trust and generate faith in the infection control measures and on health system to promote a positive social environment. A stigmatization of the people and pandemic requires immediate attention and actions by the government, communities, health professionals, and civil society to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to end here. Thank you and look forward to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. We'll be taking up questions at the end of the session. Let me just introduce our next speaker. Dr. Tanay Mehti is already here with us. Dr. Mehti will be speaking on COVID-19, a pandemic and lessons we learned. I'll take a moment to introduce Dr. Mehti. Dr. Mehti is a psychiatrist and mental health expert. Dr. Mehti's primary interest of work and research lies upon child and adolescent psychiatry, developmental psychology, and adolescent substance abuse. He has also been chosen for the prestigious fellowship from Dr. Ramachandra N. Murthy Foundation and also been recognized amongst the promising young psychiatrists and won a fellowship from World Psychiatric Association. Dr. Mehti, it's a pleasure and honor to have you here with us. I'll hand it over to you for your session. We would request you to please stick to the time limit so that we can have the session. Thank you.
Sure. Very good morning from Calcutta. And it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be with JIBS and OP Jindal University with all the beautiful memories. Am I audible properly?
Yes, Dr. Mehti, if you could just speak a little louder or come closer to your mic. Yeah.
Okay. So it's always a pleasure to talk and be with JIBS and excellent speeches and talks by Professor Bhabha, Professor Kumar, and other previous speakers. And I can see Dr. Manjushri, Dr. Sahani, and all the JIBS team is there. So thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Hi, Manjushri. Good to see you. So I'll be talking about COVID-19 and the learning. So as we are, I won't say popularly saying, rather it's such an infamously saying, the viral pandemic has turned into a, 1 minute. I think there is some background sound is happening. I'll just close it 1 minute.
Sure, okay, sir.
While we have Dr. Tanay Mehti working on the background sound, I'll request the speaker after that to adhere to time limit. We are a little bit going on board, so I'll just request all of you to adhere to time limit, and possibly we'll take the question answer and we'll direct it to the speaker. So we'll give the timing to the respective speakers to talk about it. Please go ahead, Dr. Tanay Mehti.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I was telling, a viral pandemic, the scare of the virus has suddenly turned also about a pandemic and the aftershock of the mental health effects. And a lot of talk has been happened over the mental health effects, about the consequences. So I'm not going into the today's talk in the given time. I'm not going into the details of how the mental health scenario is currently and how devastatingly pandemic has affected all of us. We all are seeing it. I'll be rather talking about the learning, what we learned as a holistic purpose, other than health, other than mental health as well. So that will primarily be focus of this talk and discussion, and I'll be happy to have questions at the end. So I think my screen is visible. So I declare no. So I have tagged this talk as a pandemic and lessons we have learned, and I declare no conflict of interest other than the academic and social discussion calls. So learning, classically psychology, behavioral psychology, learning, we have known to it's being classical conditioning, operant conditioning, and observational and social learning. All of three has been beautifully seen how important we learn from each other, how important we learn from the situation, and what we should learn at the so-called take-home message or as a bottom line of any scenario, and how learning enriches us, be it a good situation, be it a not so good situation, but definitely that gives us the learning for dealing it in future. So for the students, as you must be knowing, but I just wanted to show a picture, this classical conditioning, the Pavlov experiment, the operant conditioning of Skinner's experiment, and the observational learning or social learning, mostly Bandura has worked on it. So we learn from our reflexes, we learn from our experiences, and we learn from seeing. All of three has taken a role in the health, economy, survival, and self-realization in the last 1 year, and in our country probably for last 8 months. How a pandemic for our generation, it is the first time we're seeing something so serious, which is even been called as World War III. And I believe I'm changed. I'm a changed person, and I believe everybody, all of us are a changed person. We have grown up, we have matured, and we have learned, experienced a lot of things which should be discussed. So in the history of pandemics, as Professor Kumar just talked about the HIV, and he mentioned about the plague and the Ebola, other than that, the Ebola virus pandemic, SARS and MERS pandemic. So pandemics are nothing new, but a pandemic of this 2019 COVID virus, not a single pandemic except the 100-year back Spanish flu has devastated or has spread over all the world, all part of the world, every corner of the globe, this massively before. So coronavirus, what I have, I'm calling this as for our generation, a disaster never seen before. So the psychological reaction and or the psychological learning, how do psychology helps during an epidemic, or how do a mob psychology or the psychology of the people works? So that has been beautifully explained by contagion theory. A virus is a contagious live particle, but like the virus also, the behavior could be contagious, and that could be both emotional or behavioral. So we do follow people blindly when 10 out of 15 people are doing the same behavior, be it good or be it not so good. If everybody is wearing mask properly, very simple example, people learn or try to wear the mask other like them. But if all the masks are at the jaw or not at the proper places, that gives a message, or that gives the learning, social learning, probably this is not so important. Samely, the emotional contagion. It is a spread of the mood and the affect through the population by simple exposure. In your locality or in your community, if everybody is not so worried, if everybody is taking it very lightly, that probably affects us, and we automatically try to mimic and synchronize their expression and vocalization. So how to cope? This very nothing new I can offer. So the baselines are exercise to increase the positive feeling, and exercise to decrease the negative feeling, and exercise to increase the life satisfaction. The hardship, the difficulty, the challenges in life will do come, and it will keep coming. But we need to learn how to move forward and how to do better, and how to restrict our negative feeling, as negative feeling is unavoidable. We all are worried. If I say I don't fear COVID, I don't fear coronavirus, that probably won't be a very wise statement. So the basic principle, what I always say, and health is like a bank. So increase the reserve, both physical reserve and the emotional reserve. The more you have in your reserve, the more you have deposited, be it mutual fund or be it a proper deposition or properties, you will encash them at the time of your stress, at the time of your urgency or challenges. So similarly, if health reserve, both the physical health and emotional health is high, that will definitely give you proper incentive or feedback at the time of your problem. And we can also definitely use the contagion theory to increase the social contagion. The way the emotion and behavior has been contagious among the people, the same way we can contagiously spread the hope, optimism, happiness, and compassion as well, and avoid spreading doubt, pessimism, cynicism, shaming, and blaming, which already Professor Kumar has discussed. So points to remember, these are some healthy tips. I can't stop being a doctor at all the talks, even if that's not the primary motive here. So in adequate sleep and rest, balanced diet, relaxation, and definitely judicious use of screen. So stigma, Professor Kumar, I was listening very carefully to his talk and it was such a beautifully explained, but I just like to mention this rumor intensity formula, how stigma or rumor increases, which we have seen multiple times in the last 9 months. So this mathematical in the mathematical formulation, it has been described as R is equal to I into A. So where rumor is equal to importance and ambiguity. So more we provide importance, something we find this is very important, this is very serious, and the more it is ambiguous. We are not clear what is happening. So exactly the same thing has happened in the month of April and May. As you can remember, all were feared. We all were in a state of shock, denial, suspiciousness, and we were not clear what is happening. Even the doctors, it is nothing shameful to admit, even the doctors globally, not in our country, even the WHO and all the other world bodies were confused what exactly to follow, because it was so new, so novel to us. So the ambiguity was high and the importance was hugely heightened. So if we think for intervention, the rumor can be decreased with if we provide proper importance and if we clear the ambiguity. The more clear is the situation, the better we can deal the condition. And obviously the relationship in the time of COVID-19, I believe that is a huge learning. We have started revaluing, re-emphasizing our relationship, and the trust, care, and communication, the three pillars of any relationship, be it a romantic and non-romantic one. So definitely that has came into new shape and new dimension. So what have we learned? So more from the relationships, more value to our relationship, post-survival, stronger relationship. I can see endless families, endless friends, the coming together, the social bonding, the mutual bonding has increased massively, which probably we were losing for the last 1 or 2 decades in the run of our career, our life, our technology-based life. So, and also we need to understand the care for vulnerable groups. So it could be children, the migrant laborer, the elderly, the homeless people, and definitely not to forget the people with already with mental illnesses. So we saw a huge, massive precipitation of new cases and relapses. Those people who were managing well with the counseling, medication, and all the supportive measures, the relapses was huge due to this sudden stress, which was definitely highly impactful for them. If we think back to a little of economy, the health economy as a whole and the health economy, that we need to go forward about the multi-policy response. So health economy, statesmanship, or the leadership is no more a separate things. So as the same way we are looking to flatten the COVID curve, and we are trying to maintain the economy and flattening the curve of recession as well. And also we need to understand the demographic risk. The world is getting older, along with the COVID, so pertinently and so scarily involving or targeting the older people with such high mortality rate. We need to understand the world is getting older and we need to care for them and we need to think of them properly as well. And global coordination, as I just mentioned, the Spanish flu, it was nearly 100 million lives has been lost. But the reason could be the fragmented world, limited information sharing, and world was not so connected. But now the public health, trade, commerce, and the interdependency has gone, and all has come under a common umbrella which we need to think of. And this notable effect, I think time won't be there to explain this, but the intertrade, the free trading between the countries, all the countries are making previously making a relationship, the commercial relationship with others. So that has probably got so badly hampered due to the sudden stoppage of the world that this was the term was coined by the famous economist Jagdish Bharti. So what he predicted in 1990s, so that has come to an effect in the current pandemic. So technology support and individual and society, nothing more to share, discuss that. This is self-explanatory, how technology has made us survive. Be it if we would not have technologies, our life would have become even myself. So what I say to everybody, the difference between World War II and probably this World War III is that we are blessed to have a lot of technology, and definitely I'll give a lot of credit to social media. No doubt it takes a lot of time, and the gadget addiction and the screen addiction is illness by now, but imagine a world where no social media, no connectedness was there 50 years back, and you can think
Dr.
how
Mehti,
would have we.
May I please
Yeah.
request you to wind up your session? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just take 30 seconds more. So in the outer world where we are trying to control our health emergencies and the futures, and the inner world we are trying to manage our fear of contracting the infection, and we are trying to manage our attachment anxieties, what we need to take care of. So this, I just want to mention about the leadership, how leadership important and how credible leadership is important. So these two beautiful people, Dr. Fossey and Dr. Sarah Gilbert, how the science and I will say dedication and compassion has changed our life, and their leadership has come to such a beautiful, credible thing for all of us. So the take-home message is it's a worrisome message, but not to panic. So these are the health tips, but healthy learnings of public health and primary healthcare is very important, and we have now understood that corporate healthcare or big tertiary care hospitals probably won't solve the matter. And we also need to think about the collateral damage and after effect of any emergency, and definitely mental health, the unseen need to be seen. So the mental health lesson, the emergency mental health care, what I would like to say, when the pandemic hit us so badly, we were clueless, but emergency never comes saying, I will come, I'm about to come. So that's the most important part about the emergency, and our preparedness is very important, for which probably change in training and policy making is important. So some mental health tips. So what I say everywhere, if one can have a fractured leg, so can happen of mind as well. So nothing to shame, nothing to feel stigmatized, nothing to feel demarginalized. Treatments are available and treatments are many. The life lessons are patience makes it easy, safety, protection, and mindfulness is very important. Society, communities, socialization is the basic of our living, and hard time do come, but goes with time as well. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me the extra time.
Thank you, Dr. Mehti. Moving on to the last speaker of our session, and keeping in mind that we are running short of time, I would take a moment to introduce Professor Dr. Moshe Ben-Simon. Dr. Moshe Ben-Simon is an associate professor and head of the Rehabilitative Criminology MA program in the Department of Criminology, Bar Ilan University, Israel. He's an expert on trauma, music therapy, and criminology. Over to you, Dr. Moshe Ben-Simon, for your talk on victimization in light of self-compassion, development towards communal compassion. Welcome to our session, sir. Over to you.
Dr. Moshe, I think you are on mute. No, now you are. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope you see the slides.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My presentation will not deal directly with COVID-19, but I guess that the idea of self-compassion and especially communal compassion is relevant. So in the next following minutes, I will define the concept and the term of self-compassion. And I'll give details about the components of self-compassion and the components of lack of self-compassion. And then I'll try to describe my contribution, connecting the idea of lack of self-compassion with victimization and victimhood. And my second contribution is by introducing the concept of communal compassion, which I'm convinced is very relevant to COVID-19. So self-compassion is an orientation by which individuals see the world and the self realistically, but kindly, and in a contextualized manner as supportive of greater well-being. Self-compassion reflects a warm, accepting approach that is based on kindness, humanness, and a deliberate and reflective cognitive approach that emphasizes the present, the here and now experience. Kristy Neff, who did a whole career researching the concept of self-compassion, describes self-compassion as composed of 6 separate components: 3 compassionate, positive, and 3 uncompassionate, negative responses. So the first component of self-compassion is self-kindness. Self-kindness refers to treating yourself with care and understanding rather than harsh self-judgment, self-criticism, self-blaming, and self-harm in situations of pain and failure. It means that when you are kind to yourself, you really want to comfort yourself when you are suffering. You want to elevate your suffering. You want to soothe yourself rather than judging yourself. It is a very active stance where I can do whatever I can to help myself feel as good as possible in the moment. And in the next slides, I will try to convince you that self-judgment stands at the core, at the essence of the victimization victimization experience. And I'll show numerous research about each component, lack of compassion, that research deals with, and show that it exists. So for example, self-judgment exists among adolescent and adult sexual assault victims. And you can see in the bottom also reviews about it. Self-judgments also we can find among children victims of sexual assault, among refugees, and among terror victims. And self-harm and suicide, which is related to self-judgment, we can see among adolescents and adults victims of assault. And we can see also among children who experience bullying at school. And the next component of self-compassion is common humanity. Common humanity involves the ability to perceive one's experience as part of the large human condition and recognize that difficulties are a normal part of life. This component of self-compassion includes a sense of connection to the rest of humanity, as opposed from the other side, other polar of the spectrum to an experience of separation, loneliness, social alienation, and disconnection from the rest of the world. Self-compassionate people perceive their problems in a broad perspective that minimizes feelings of loneliness and separateness, or falling into egocentric fallacy that it's just me. It involves the recognition that we are all human, that our power is not infinite but limited, and that difficult experiences are an inevitable part of our being human. The men are but flesh and blood. Self-compassion involves treating suffering as a fairly natural and common human experience while giving legitimacy to difficult emotional experience. The person may say to him or herself things like, "I am allowed to feel this way." It is natural that I react the way I react. I am not unusual. This is instead of treating myself as a strange or deviating from the norm. The person in such situations say to him or herself things like, I'm psychic, I'm screwed. I exaggerate in my reaction. And in the next slide, I'll try to show how research relates to isolation and separateness when dealing with victims. So lack of sense of common humanity is manifested in loneliness and social alienation among Holocaust survivors, victims of war, battered women, pupils victims of bullying, kindergarten children victims of bullying, prisoners assaulted in prison, and refugees. The third component of self-compassion is mindfulness. And in the other side of the pole, in the other side of the spectrum, we can see over-identification with negative feelings. So mindfulness refers to being attentive to physical processes, thoughts, and feelings such as anger, fear, and anxiety without over-identifying with them. Mindful people have a balanced approach towards their cognition and emotions, neither over-identifying with nor avoiding their negative thoughts and feelings. You have to be aware of your suffering in order to give it compassion. Mindfulness allows you to be with your suffering as it is. The idea is to adopt an inner voice that says, I am having a hard time right now. I'm going through a difficult time, instead of tending to over-identify with a difficult experience through sentences like, I'm a failure, or my life is unbearable, or by avoiding encountering the difficult experience with words like, nothing happened, I don't want to think about it. So in the next slides, I'll try to show how victims over-identified with feelings such as fear, anger, guilt, and shame. We can find such negative feelings among combat veterans, victims of violent assault, victims of sexual assault, and prisoners of war. So my second contribution has to do with the concept of communal compassion. There are psychotherapeutic treatments for lack of self-compassion, such as what Christine Neff constructed, self-compassion break. But I would like to present a much wider and integrative healing process involving the community, which may be called communal compassion. This means recruiting the social environment to the healing process. And it seems that the Western world forgot what in earlier times people would do in situations of suffering and pain. Cultures practiced healing rituals that involve the entire community in music, in dance, drama, and performance. In such communal setting, fear, trauma, pain, and grief could be counterbalanced by the joy of performance, creation of beauty, and the healing power of dance, song, story, and poetry. In this way, the individual victim's experience of loneliness and threat was transformed into a shared communal reality. Nowadays, most treatment for victims of trauma is conducted one-on-one or in small groups in which all the members suffer from trauma. However, it seems reasonable to assume that in group therapy, in which all members share victimhood, many of them may suffer a lack of self-compassion, thereby limiting the community, limiting their ability to promote self-compassion in each other. Therefore, involvement of the community outside of the therapeutic setting may be of value. Society can increase kindness towards its victimized members by integrating them into the society instead of judging, stigmatizing, and blaming them. And this is relevant to the COVID-19 situation as in cases of victims of rape, COVID-19 situation, and domestic violence. This approach calls for going out of the four walls of the therapy room to an interaction with the community in the public space, for example, by having photography exhibition projects in which better women reflect their personal experiences. Another example is an annual event held in different countries with the purpose of strengthening the connection between today's society and the memories of the Holocaust, which was weakened significantly in the last decades. The project addresses the project addresses this subject by holding discussions among family, friends, and guests at private homes. In this unique and authentic activity, people from the community gather to open their hearts to the stories of the survivors. They sing, think, talk, and most importantly, they listen. It is evident that such projects may enable community to project compassion, acceptance, and acknowledgement of these victims. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. We have come to the end of the session, session 4 of the conference. I would like to thank the chair, Dr. Bava, and all the speakers, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Mehdi, and Dr. Benjamin. Over to you, Vipin, because we'll not be taking questions. We'll direct the questions later to the speakers and chair so that we can save time. Over to you, Vipin.
Thank you very much, Tanni. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the speakers, all the 4 speakers who have taken time. And I do agree that it is very difficult to manage from the respective time zone. And I'd like to thank each one of you again, and especially Professor Dr. Saliha Bava. She has joined from a different time zone for sure. So I want to thank her for being chair and taking care of the entire session. And then I would like to thank Professor Anant, Dr. Tanya Mehdi, and Professor Moshe Benson for talking about mental health and well-being. So thank you all. We'll, as Tanni mentioned, we'll direct all the question which has been pointed out in our chat room to respective speakers, and then we will direct it to our audience. Thank you very much all for joining in for the session 4. Now we'll not break, but we'll start with the plenary session. Again, just to point it out, I would like to thank Professor Erwin Wallace, because we did face a little technical glitch in between, and that's why we had to prepone session 4. So now we'll have our plenary address by Professor Dr. Erwin Wallace. I will take a little while to introduce him because he's a stalwart in the field of victimology and criminology. So I'll just take a little time to just introduce him. So Professor Erwin Wallace is an internationally recognized expert on crime prevention and victim rights. He was Director General in the Solicitor General of Canada, now Public Safety Canada. In 1970s, working on abolition of death penalty, gun control, victim rights, and crime prevention. His trailblazing work to get the United General Assembly to recognize rights of victims in 1985 earned him multiple awards internationally and shaped 30 years working to persuade governments to end violence in crime-ridden city and provide rights for victims. He was also founding executive director of International Center for Prevention of Crime, affiliated with United Nations. He has headed the World Society of Victimology and the International Organization of Victim Assistance, both in consultative status with ECOHOS. He's a member of World Health Organization Violence Prevention Alliance and participates in UNODC and Habitat Meeting of Violence Prevention. So we are happy to have Professor Erwin Wallace coming on board and giving us the plenary address. So I'll just share the topic of his address so that we'll all be aware what he would be working on. So he would be talking about empowering victimology in 2020 and how to make the welfare of victim matters across the world. So this is a topic which is very key for us to talk about in times of COVID and even without that too. So I will head it over to Professor Wallace. I'll share the screen, Professor Wallace, and then you can address, and you can just navigate me when to move on to next slide. So Professor Wallace, you can unmute yourself and you can go ahead. Yes, sir, we can hear you. I'll just share the screen.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can do that. Yeah, sure, not an issue.
Okay, it's quite a change from the previous subject. This year is the 75th anniversary of the UN. And I'd like to start with Shakira talking to the UN. I may have just, I'll do that again. Sorry.
We live in a world in which many of those who are born poor will die poor. And it is up to us to be the first society to eradicate poverty and bring justice and equality to the most disenfranchised people on earth. Our children have the right to equal opportunities, to thrive, to be happy and healthy and safe. Now is the time to not just imagine, but do. This is for Aylan Kurdi and Galip Kurdi. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, lonely sky. Imagine all for people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all for people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Perhaps someday you'll join us.
So I wanted to play that to you because I wanted you to imagine what we might do for victimology as we move through the COVID experience. And I think it's important to see her plea for us to think about not only ending poverty, but also getting justice, equality, and safety. And I'm going to talk about empowering victimology in 2020, how to make the welfare of victims matter across the world. And my challenge to all of you participating today is, do we dare to make the difference that we need for victims? One of my favorite quotes is, "This is your world. Shape it for victims or someone else will." Yesterday in the opening session, Professor Chockalingam referred to the UN General Assembly resolution from 1985, so-called Magna Carta for victims. I think it's very important to reflect on what it said. It said, we've got to think about the damages, the victims and their families, that justice is not just about a state action against offenders. However, we also have to think about victims and what they suffer when they collaborate with police and justice and criminal justice. In 1985, all the governments who were members of the United Nations at that time pleaded with other governments to implement those principles and to work to prevent victimization. And there are 5 very simple things in those principles. Things, by the way, that the Malimat Commission in India talked about. Information on criminal justice, assistance to access practical medical and social services, training police and providing guidelines for health and other services, making reparation to victims, whether it comes from the offender or the state, a priority, and particularly the right and access to justice and a voice in justice. These seem very simple things, but all the governments of the world agreed to them. Today, we have a lot more knowledge about what we can do about those principles. My latest book brings together the solid science of violence prevention. I'm going to say something about this in a moment. It talks about essentials for implementation, that in victimology, we don't pay attention to them. And a dimension that academics never pay attention to. How we actually get buy-in, how we actually get change, how we get recommendations from commissions like Malimat or the decisions of the United Nations put into practice. We're facing an annual epidemic, not just the COVID epidemic, 500,000 homicides, a minimum of 25 million women raped each year, something of the order of 1 billion children who are victims of violence. And all that we know costs the world economy $7 trillion US, unimaginable. The suffering is made worse by a flawed system. This cartoon tells us a lot. When somebody is a victim of crime and they actually turn for help, a system comes towards them. In affluent countries, and particularly a country like the United States, this is a very, very expensive system. But it pays no attention to the victims except possibly to get information on the accused. And that is what has to be changed. That has to be changed. The US has taken this to incredible lengths. They're spending over $90 billion for being the world's jailer. And yet, compared to other affluent countries, it has homicide rates of 2 to 3 times countries like Germany or like Canada. So what shapes the world for victim rights? We know from all the research about injury, about trauma, about loss, and some of us know that this is not just short term. The Center for Disease Control in the United States has done an amazing survey of both men and women called the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey. And this shows us that the trauma, the injuries lead to long-term consequences. And those long-term consequences that people are living 15 to 20 years later are basically diseases and pain that cannot be cured. It cannot be cured. Professor Rajkumar was one of the people who worked in 2011 to develop a model law a model law that actually went beyond what the Malimat Commission talked about, but it included the main elements of Malimat. It said we actually have to have a law that ensures the right to information, the right to assistance, the right to restitution, the right to participation. And yes, it added the right to effective policies to reduce victimization, but it added something very much missing from the original declaration. It added a right to implementation. It's not enough just to talk. We actually have to have ways to implement. Those ways include an office for victims of crime, standards and training, ombudspersons, like we have in Canada, or like the police, the victims commissioners in some Australian states, or in England. We need surveys, we need research and development, but we need legislation that includes all those elements. In my book, I've looked at the various initiatives that have taken place across the world, and including the International Criminal Court, that includes many of the elements from the declaration, the Japanese programs, the UK programs, the EU programs. India is very much behind, but actually not as much behind as we think, because many of those initiatives in these countries are relatively ineffective and relatively minor. They don't go to the vision of that Magna Carta. They don't go as far as the model law would take us. We need constitutional amendments, so the rights of victims to safety, as was mentioned by Shakira, to reparation and justice, as was mentioned by Shakira, so that Supreme Courts will actually balance the rights of accused and convicted persons with the rights of victims. I could talk a lot more about the specifics. In policing, we need to do things like the all-female police stations that have been spreading across India. And I was lucky enough to see Beulah Shaka introduced me to them when I was in Tamil Nadu, when Professor Shokalingam brought me there. We need to train police, to completely retrain police. There's a fantastic training program developed by the International Associations of Chiefs of Police, but we need to do these things. Services, it's clear that we need to fund them. So when Professor Sani has his dream of making services universal, we need to look at how that dream can be realized. We need to imagine what we need to do, and I will get to that. We need to deal with reparation. Not every offender can pay, but we need to make sure that the possibilities for restorative justice and, wherever possible, compensation. We need particularly representation. Malimat was very impressive in his recommendations as to how victims could be represented and heard whenever their personal interests were at stake. So let me turn to how we actually reduce the workload for those rights and services, and that is by reducing violence. It is amazing the science that we actually have available to us today, but people are not aware of it, and they don't make the decision makers aware. So we have a whole series of websites that any of you could reach today on your smartphone. And it seems like hard work, but I've actually brought all the information from those websites together in my book on ending violent crime. And the conclusion basically is that we could reduce violent crime across the planet by 50%. And that would include rape in India and violence against children in India, but it would include homicides in those African countries and Latin American countries, and in those US cities that are in many cases as bad in 2 years as COVID is in 1 year. We have to invest in early childhood, outreach services to youth, bring up men outside a culture of violence, gender actions so that there's respect and restorative justice. Yes, there's a role for police around alcohol and controlling weapons and others, but we need to do both. And we need particularly to invest in the effective upstream prevention. We need to look at the 7 essentials. And ECOSOC was mentioned by Vipin in his introduction of me, but the UN Office of Drugs and Crime and UN Habitat have agreed what we need to do to reduce violence. It's not just a question of raising awareness of demonstrations, it's actually doing the things that will make a difference. We need permanent offices of violence prevention. We need to be informed by that knowledge, that solid violence prevention knowledge that so few of us are aware of. We need to plan how we're going to implement the successful prevention. We need to mobilize the sectors who are able to tackle those causes. It's not just an issue of policing or of prisons. It's a question of health, public health, interestingly, very, very important in this area, not just for COVID. Schools, social services, family. We need to ensure that there's funding, sustained and adequate, not the token funding that we've been able to get so far. We need to imagine much more of what is needed. We need to do a lot more to develop training for the people who must implement the prevention, for the politicians who are not yet aware of what can be achieved, and for how the people like us on this international conference today who need to be able to learn how to influence policy so that we get it. Professor Chokalingam was a pioneer, but there is now much more of a science on how to do it. We need to engage the public. And I have been particularly moved by Shrishti Bakshi's walk from the tip of India to north of India and Crossbow as a way of engaging people. My kudos to her for what she achieved, but we have to help her and build on what she did to actually get people to look at what needs doing and realize that it is feasible. There have been huge reductions in violence in cities in high violence countries not like India, like Latin America or US cities. But in countries with lower levels of violence like India, there have also been dramatic successes like Glasgow in Scotland, something that the whole world can learn from. The province where I'm speaking to you from has actually mandated that every city have a community safety and well-being plan. These reductions are dramatic, 50% or more in Glasgow and Bogota. Very, very dramatic. We need to use these success stories. So how do we get the buy-in? And this is very important for my presentation today, very important. So justice is blind, but we have to start thinking of what we can do to advance justice and safety from victims. Yes, the way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. There are little things that we can do. There are also bigger things. It's important to know that victims want prevention. It is nonsense for presidential candidates in the United States to say law and order is what people want. What victims want and what the vast majority of the public want is prevention. They want victimization reduced and stopped. We can present budgets today. We have the knowledge. And the amount of money that is needed is surprisingly small, but it's a lot bigger than the money that's being put in up to now. For the equivalent of 10% of what countries are spending on that reactive system, we can implement those prevention programs that will reduce by 50% violence. We can implement the support services that Professor Sahni wants, reparation, the rights that Malimat wanted, and we can pay for the transformations that are needed. Now, to achieve a 50% reduction in violence and the victim rights agenda, we need to focus on a list of 5 or 6 things. At the top of the list is increasing awareness. It can be done through social media. It can be done through marches like Srishti Braksh's. The surprising thing about these is how cheap they are. But they have to be combined with not just a raising awareness of the problem, have to be a raising awareness of the solutions and how practical and popular those solutions would be. We have to train the human talent. I've already talked to this. We have to measure what we treasure using the SDG logic, and I'm going to say a little bit more about that in a moment. We have to sustain funding. We have to develop national legislation, like that model legislation that Professor Raj Kumar was involved in. We have to get action at the local level. Now, the good news is that we can join. Shakira talked about inviting people to join her. And I invite you to join the international movements. Yes, the international movements like the World Society of Victimology that has been a leader in moving from just science to science and action. But we need to get outside the circle of the people who know it, to the people who don't yet know it, but could benefit from it. 2015, when Shakira sang that song to the UN General Assembly, every government of the world adopted some sustainable development goals. One of those is SDG 16 that includes significant reductions in homicide and violence and significant reductions in violence against children. Another one is SDG 5, which talks about violence against women. So we need to raise awareness about those goals. The Indian government has committed to achieving those goals. Governments across the world have committed, but they need now to actually look at how they can take actions now to achieve it. I'm living in a world where street demonstrations, Black Lives Matter, are getting politicians to realize that victims matter. Not just Black victims, but victims matter. I've seen media coverage of demonstrations in India about violence against women. These demonstrations raise awareness, but they do not yet raise awareness of the solutions. And it's our job to help people know those solutions. And we can use social media, we can use petitions to raise awareness of those solutions. There are regional actions on what can be done. I'm involved in one in Latin America where the violence rates are so high, not just street violence, but violence against women. In Asia, there are other possibilities through UNIFE, and India alone can take on its own responsibility for action. There are also a growing movement of cities. Peace in Our Cities is the name of one, Global Parliament of Mayors. I'm not sure how many Indian cities have joined that movement. I know that Sri Lanka, the capital, has joined, and cities in many countries across the world. So we need to get cities to decide to commit to a 50% reduction by 2030. This is not an impossible task. This is a realizable task. This is something that we don't just need to dream about. It's a question of getting people to do it. We can also work with the major religions of the world. Michael O'Connor, I think, spoke yesterday. He and I are on a steering committee for a group that involves all major religions, including the major religions in India. These religions are very influential on their congregations, on national policy, and on doing things. So these are all actions that we can do. So my request to you is to join the victimology movement, to make it our world, to shape it for victims, to focus on raising awareness and sharing our knowledge, getting to know our knowledge, and sharing our knowledge with policymakers, with the press, with the people who must influence it, to include in university programs the training of the human talent, to persuade police colleges and others to train the policing talent, and to measure what we treasure. If we are going to achieve what victimologists want, then we have to get people to measure. And those SDGs, SDG 16 and 5, are about measuring. They're about measuring what we treasure. So my last question to you is, do you dare to? That is what Shakira said to us. Do you dare to take action? Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Wallace. And I truly believe, as you highlighted, the role of victims and the rights which needs to be enshrined over victims is key. And you have done a tremendous publication and work in terms of victimology and victim rights. And I believe it would have been really enlightening for our audience also. So I'll just request if we have a couple of more minutes where we can take a few questions. So if there are any questions directed to Professor Wallace, we'll be happy to take those questions. You can put it in the chat box if there is any question. Professor Wallace have been constantly working on victims' rights from the UN Declaration till today itself, I would say. So he has wide experience when you talk about victims' rights and victim of crime and abuse. So are there any questions which we can see in the chat box? So I'll just highlight if there are any questions. But I would like to pose a question to Professor Wallace, because being in the field of victimology, I would surely want to raise a question onto it. So Professor Wallace, in terms of your experience, and I would say like more than 30 to 40 years of experience in victim rights, how do you see the evolution of victim rights? Do you see that not just the multilateral organization working, but do you see the countries also working in terms of victim rights? May it be countries which are politically dominated, religiously dominated? How would you like to address that particular issue in terms of victim rights?
Well, a fantastic question. When we got the UN General Assembly to adopt that declaration in 1985, we thought the world would change the next year. There was an Attorney General in South Australia who acted on it. There was a Attorney General in Manitoba in Canada, and there was Professor Chockalingam in Tamil Nadu. But and later on, we saw the International Criminal Court that actually took paragraphs from the declaration. So that is now working, by the way, very much consistent with Malimat. What I think we've seen is a first stage across the world. So the US fines international companies who break their laws and uses that money to pay for victim services. You could do that in India. The European Union has come up with minimal standards. You could do that in India. England has a minister responsible for victims. It has a compensation program, and it has universal victim assistance. So you could do that in India. You could do what Japan did and have a commission that recommended and then acted. Now, what I'm really showing to you is that there's a patchwork of actions going on in different countries. And what these show is that it is possible to do to take these actions. And it's not a question of religion. It's not a question of affluence. It's a question of having advocates who know what they're talking about. Professor Chockalingam is a fantastic role model. he was working in a different age where there wasn't social media, where there weren't all these examples that there are today, where there wasn't the SDGs. And I've put here on that red icon is SDG 5, that's for violence against women and girls. And the blue one is about street violence and violence against children. So governments have committed. So you have to hold their feet to the fire. You have to go back to the Indian government. This means that we have to move out of our classrooms, out of our areas where we're just doing research. There's a role for people just doing research, but many of us have to move out and engage, write op-eds for newspapers, do press releases, do what Shrishti Bakshu did, take part in demonstrations. But what we have to bring to all those actions is solutions, and solutions that politicians can't reject. They can't reject that they're going to save lives by reducing victimization. They're going to stop women from being raped by taking the action, that they're going to save money by doing it, and that it's popular, and that other countries are doing it. And the same applies for the issues of victim rights. The Malimat Commission visited France, visited Germany, and came back with these ideas as practical ideas. But we can't give up. We have to keep putting these forward. Social media is free. You have to learn a few tricks about how you do it. You have to learn how to use the hashtag of the minister. You have to wait until there's an event and then move into it. But it's something that can be taught relatively easily and where we can see changes. And those demonstrations that take place are fantastic opportunities. And you don't quite know when they're going to happen, but when they happen, you have to be there, you have to become a partner. And I truly believe that in the decade through to 2030, that's the SDGs, if we start doing more now, a bite every time, that's how you eat an elephant, any of us can take simple actions on social media. To go and walk from the tip of India to the north of India, you have to be a very special person. So I'm not asking everybody to do that. What I am asking people to do is think about social media. Think about your comments with politicians. Think about what Professor Chockalingam achieved. Or for that matter, think what Professor Raj Kumar has achieved with setting up a university that has now got eminent status. So we're surrounded by people who dreamt, imagined, did, and succeeded. And we just have to be inspired by what they did. And my life career has persuaded me that we can make progress. You can't make progress in the next 24 hours, but you can take action in the next 24 hours, and you can take action in the next week, the next month, the next year. And if we work together, we can actually both reduce the levels of victimization, the suffering that comes from it. We can generate prosperity for the difficult areas. We can help eradicate poverty by doing that. And we can get the rights of victims that all of us in victimology believe in so strongly.
Thank you very much, Professor Wallace. It was insightful indeed, where you have expressed each and every front of how victimology would work. So I think we do not have any further questions. And if in case there are further questions, we'll surely be raising it to you directly, and then we'll post it to our audience. Again, I would like to thank you for taking time. And I do believe, I think it would be midnight at your time. So I really thank you for being here. Even after the technical glitch that we faced, you have made your time, and having you on board as a plenary address is honor for each one of us to even hear you because you are a stalwart in victimology. So I would like to thank you. Any concluding words that you would want to deliver to our audience and for our 9th International Conference?
Well, I want to thank Professor Rajkumar, Professor Chokalingam, and particularly Professor Sani for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my life passion. And to you, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I've been amazed at your patience with the technical glitches and your skill in making everything happen. And you're part of the generation that is going to realize the dream, who can imagine and who can do. And I am ready to work with you and any of your colleagues in any way that you need to make our dream a reality. And thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Wallace. Again, I would like to thank you for being here and address our audience. We'll surely be collaborating with you even in future. Thank you very much for your time. I would like to tell the audience that we'll start shortly with our next session. We are done with our plenary address and our session 4. So we'll start with session 5 in few minutes. We have our speakers here. We have our chair, Dr. PM Nair, and we'll have subsequent speakers. So with that time, we'll take few more minutes for our session to begin. I'll request your patience. I'll share the feedback form in a while. So please do not initiate any kind of conversation over that. Please request your patience. We'll start session 5 in 3 minutes. Please bear with us and be patient. Thank you very much all. I'll request Dr. PM Nair, if he has any PowerPoint, he can test that out. I will be handing over the session to Ms. Shweta Lakhani, and we'll have her as the moderator. And I will also want to express that we'll have a timer in place. And at every point before 2 minutes of the session, I will play 2 of the ring. And as soon as the session, your time would end, you will hear this buzzer sound so that we can have the adherence of time. I know it's not a debate, but just to adhering the time frame, we have to make sure that we work on this. So I'll just work around the session and then hand it over to Shweta for moderating the session. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, Shweta. I will hand it over the session to you.
Very good morning.
Yeah, so we will have our session 5, which would be on displacement and rehabilitation in times of COVID-19. So Shweta Lakhani would be moderating the session, and it would be chaired by Dr. PM Nair. And Shweta will start the session in a while, and I'll hand it over to Shweta to take over the session. Thank you very much, Shweta.
Thank you. I'll be starting in next 2 minutes, right?
Yes, we'll start there. Yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
Meanwhile, we'll be sharing the feedback form of the plenary address in half an hour. Because of the postponement of plenary session, we'll be sharing it in few minutes. So I'll request all of you to be patient over the feedback form. Thank you very much. Shweta, you can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Shweta Lakhani. I am a lecturer at Jindal Global Law School and a research scholar at Jindal Institute of Behavioral Science. This is one of the conference that I enjoy the most because the conversations are always interesting, and we have heard Dr. PM Nair before, so I am extremely excited to hear him today. I would just like to give you a brief bio before I hand it over to Sir, right? A very brief, sir, because we all know you very well, but I just want to introduce you to the forum. So Dr. PM Nair served Indian Police Service for 35 years and retired as National Head of National Disaster Response Force, carried out various and several prominent case investigations. He is a powerful voice in anti-human trafficking mission and child rights in the region. Dr. Nair is continuing his mission in empowering the vulnerable persons by undertaking skill building programs and thereby preventing human trafficking. And his today's topic is going to cover and discuss on the status of victims of trafficking in the times of COVID-19. I hand it over to you, sir, for the further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shraddha. How do you want me to sequence it? There are time till 12:30. So there are 1, 2, 3 speakers, isn't it?
Right, sir.
So how much time do you think each one will have? 15 minutes or less?
So you can have 15 to 20 minutes,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
subsequently we'll have 15 minutes for Miss Madhumita, Dr. Madhumita, and then we'll have 10 minutes for each speakers.
All right. So you want me to take 15 minutes first?
Yes, 15 to 20 minutes would be fine, sir.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vipin, and thank you, Ms. Shweta. It's a delight meeting you guys. Yeah, I appreciate that we've been handling it so well. The previous session was there. Fantastic. I really appreciate it. Very good. Now, I'm grateful to Dr. Professor Sani, Professor Rajkumar, Professor Chakkalingam. I understand all of this conference. We have been working with Professor Chakkalingam for maybe 30 years now. So great. Topic is very interesting. It's displacement and rehabilitation in times of COVID-19. Am I audible? It's good. Audibility is good. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine.
So, yeah. Now, when you speak about displacement rehabilitation times of COVID-19, first of all, we should understand the displacement of whom. Now, if you see the overall perspective from the Indian scenario, or maybe in the Asian context, we all say that we have been displaced and therefore we are safe at home. Now, the question is, are we really safe at home? When we think of the people who do not have a home, who live in slums, nothing but a home there, which home are they safe in? The labor, the migrant labor, the bonded labor, the child labor, the children of laborers, the families of laborers. We have seen people walking across the country, 4 million went to UP, 4 lakhs went to UP, 4 lakhs went to Bihar, 3 lakhs went to Assam, 3 lakhs.
Dr. Nair, we are not able to hear you.
I think we lost the connection.
I think he will join soon. So let's just wait for a couple of more seconds. I think he will be joining soon. If it gets delayed, we'll move on to Dr. Madhumita Pandey. So we'll just wait for a couple of more seconds.
There was some drop.
Yes. Yes, I think. Yeah, please continue, sir. Dr. Nair, we are still not able to hear you.
So we can see your hand gesture.
But you can't hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
So we can see your video, but I think
Can you hear me now?
now we can hear you, sir. I think there's some technical difficulties from Dr. Naya's end. So we'll just
Yeah,
wait.
can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now, sir. Yeah. I think so.
Oh, I'm so sorry, something went wrong.
Yes.
Apparently the connectivity is good, not bad. Well, the issue is about displacement. Now,
I think, Dr. Naya, what we can do is you can keep your video off. Like, I
it
think,
starts as a migrant, then he becomes bonded, then he becomes trafficked. The metamorphosis, I call it the metamorphosis in the criminologically speaking, it's a metamorphosis in the whole process. The victimization starts right from the beginning itself. The primary victimization is when the person is recruited. He is supposed to get the X amount of wages, but he is given X much less than X, much less than X, maybe 1/4 of X or 1/5 of X. Now, when he goes on the job, he is again deprived of his rights. Secondary victimization starts there. Then thereafter is victimization of the family, victimization of the children, victimization of people who are going with him. That is the third part. And fourth and most important part, he is the denial of even access to justice. Denial of access to justice. That is the unfortunate part. So the entire scenario, if you take in the transformation, I call it the metamorphosis from the migrant to the bonded and to the trafficked, is a very interesting process where nobody is bothered. And nobody is even considering this as a victimization. We don't, in the entire paraphernalia of our victimization book, we don't consider this migrant as, because they are migrants, they are going for a job, better opportunities. We go with these better opportunities, but study them carefully. Since I've worked very closely with them, not only as a law enforcement official, but also as a researcher. Recently, a study for World Bank in Assam and Mizoram, development versus trafficking. All of us, we think that development will take away all the human trafficking and everything will be hunky-dory. But I found the reverse. Development was the cause of trafficking. Vulnerable. So the point I'm trying to make is displacement is a very serious matter of critical case of our victimization of the person, primary, secondary, tertiary, and go on and on and on. Now, let's think of the people who are safe at home, so-called safe at home. Take the case of children. All schools are closed, all colleges are closed, adolescents and youngsters or teenagers are at home. Now, a recent study in Delhi by Indian Child Protection Fund shows that in a matter of 2 months' time, during the COVID time, 2 months' time, 5 million Indians from 100 cities have gone to the net looking for child sex and child pornography. I'm talking about 100 cities. There are something about 22,500 cities in India. The study was focused only on 100 cities. In 100 cities, if we people, Indians, not outsiders, I'm talking about our own Indians here, sitting at home, our 5 million fellows are looking for child pornography, child sex, teenage sex. They're looking for that. That's the word they use. Who are these fellows? What are the dimensions to that? Number one, there is high demand for child pornography. Number two, there is high supply of child pornography. When there is a demand, there is supply also. And number four, when the supply is being done, some child is being exploited somewhere. So many children are being exploited. Are they safe at home? So these photographs and pictures are not taken in a studio somewhere. They are taken at homes. So at home, we say stay safe. Are they safe? You may be safe, I may be safe, but we don't know how many of the children staying in their own home are safe. They are not. This study is a very interesting study because it shows that children staying at home are not safe. There is a complete displacement. Normally, we think of displacement from one place to another place. Here is the displacement within the community itself, within the home itself. You know, there's another amazing scenario in the entire criminological perspective. Now, these children, The point is, these fellows who are searching for the pornography, after the COVID is over, let's say presume 3 months time, 4 months time, COVID is over, they will be in the open. They are the one who are the human traffickers, human predators, because they are desperately looking for child sex. What will they do? They come out and again start violating people. So the children, the possibility of children getting displaced, the possibility of children being exploited, possibility of children being violated is very high, looming large. So that is another interesting feature which has come up now. Again, here also there is a victimization, primary victimization, secondary victimization, and the tertiary victimization. Tertiary I call it because these children are not able to get any justice, are not able to get any justice whatsoever. When the schools were functioning, they could share with a teacher, they could share with the peer groups, somebody will blow the whistle, something will come out, and many of them used to get some consolation. Today, they are not able to get that. So the entire issue of children being exploited at home has created of grievances that becomes a further victimization of the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take some solutions beyond this. We have to take some issues beyond this, including the issue of missing children. I mean, always harping on the issue of missing children. You will be surprised to know that during the COVID time also, Childline is functional, and their data shows that amazing number of children are being rescued from bus stands and railway stations and abandoned children and street children during the COVID times. We don't venture out in the open, but the children are there. Rescue has happening in so many places. So the children and women exploitation is continuing in a serious manner during the COVID times. Now, what can we do? There is no one shot fit all solution. We have to find solution for each of the problem and each of the place.
Dr. Nair, you were not okay.
All the displaced children, especially the missing children, their education is not happening. Great asset, we can do that. So therefore, we have started something.
Again,
To share that these youths are doing a great job in the villages and empowering the children, giving the education. I found institution. If you come to Kerala, the district panchayat president has got more powers than the district collector. That's
Dr. Nair, we would suggest if you can, I think, switch off the video because the voice is cracking in between. I'm not sure if it's a technical glitch or so, because we are only able to hear you in parts. So maybe if it's the video part, you can just keep the audio on, and I think you can then speak if that would work. I believe so.
Panchayat against the human trafficking. Panchayat against human trafficking, PAHC part. If anybody wants the SOP, I'll be too happy to share that. That is actually creating some important change, very quiet change, but quite a revolution in the village. Panchayats empowered, they empower the villagers, they empower the women, they empower the children, they empower the laborers, they empower the laborers' children. I think that also can make a big difference. Ladies and gentlemen, much more to do. Last but not the least, because of as a law enforcement official, I have seen enforcing law is very important. The law is not enforced, issues are there. Law enforcement is very important. All of us should work together to make the law enforcers deliver. The law cannot be in the textbooks. It has to become a rule of law. If the rule of law has to be enforced means, law has to be enforced. Wherever law is enforced, crimes are under control, victimization is under control, displacement is under control, and there are no victims. We can prevent that. So prevention is the best strategy for which we need to start working on, along with the youth empowerment and the anti-human trafficking club, along with the panchayat empowerment, panchayat against human trafficking. The police action has to be facilitated. We can make them work. If we converge, we can make the police deliver. Police needs the support. We need a police support. Let's work together and take it forward. Last but not the least, the international convention, very important. Since the international conference is going on, we have a transnational organized crime convention of 2000. We have a protocol on human trafficking in 2000. This is the time we have another international convention on online abuse. Online crimes are across the globe. It has no boundaries whatsoever. A serious issue in Tamil Nadu. They are not able to enforce the law because the international conventions is not there. They are linking of the people. The existing crime convention or transnational organization convention and the trafficking protocol is not adequate to handle the online abuse. Therefore, UN body should consider an online convention on online abuse of women and children and all types of exploitation. Thank you. Namaste. Jai.
Thank you,
Shweta.
sir. There is a little bit of disturbance from your end. There are many of the attendees who are asking you to please repeat the last portion where you were giving out the solution for this kind of a problem. May I please ask you to repeat that portion again?
Okay. I just spoke extempore.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no issues. In fact, I mentioned 3 solutions. Number 1, involving the youth by anti-human trafficking club in the colleges and schools, and empowering the youth to work for the society. Youth power is very important. Unless we channelize the youth power, we will not be able to do justice. That's 1. We have to go down the grassroots because of the COVID scenario. Migrants have gone back, people have gone back, they are suffering there. So in order to prevent exploitation, in order to prevent victimization, in order to prevent crimes there, panchayats have to empower.
So there's a disturbance. Okay.
I think much more can be done by empowering the
Dr. Nair, will suggest that I think we will write it down, all the 3 solutions as you suggested. I think because of the technical issue.
We are registered in Kaiko's Islands. Don't waste your time writing to us. That means they are not bound by the Indian laws, naturally so. But unless we have a UN convention bringing evidence in the electronic format and electronic methods and electronic
Vipin, are you still there?
Yeah, Dr. Nair. Yeah, Dr. Nair, what we'll do is we'll also, I think few of the points were missing, but I will personally write it in the chat box after interacting with you, all the 3 solutions. So they can just hear that out and they would be able to work around those 3 solutions, and maybe your anti-trafficking unit and other solution that you provided, that would be taken care of by the audience and other people who are interested. So thank you very much, Dr. P.M. Nair.
Maybe Vipin, we could also have his NGO's information as well out on the chat box.
Yes, I'll surely do that. Yeah. So over to you, Shweta. Shweta, you're on mute.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really nice hearing though there was a little disturbance, but all of us were quite excited. So we troubled you to repeat everything twice. We are sorry for that. Quickly moving on to our next speaker. We'll come back to you, sir, with more questions after as other speakers have spoken. So I would like you to please stay back for the question and answer round at the end. Thank you, sir. So moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Madhumita Pandey with us. She's a lecturer in Criminology, Department of Law and Criminology, College of Social Science and Arts, Sheffield Hallam University, UK. May I please ask Dr. Madhumita to take over the forum and discuss the topic with us?
Thank you so much, Shweta. Thank you, Vipin, for organizing and sending through all the links, and Dr. Nair for that really insightful opening for this session, which actually helps me make a lot of points as well. So what I'll do is I'll quickly share my screen so that I can share the presentation with you all. So just bear with me for a second and excuse my morning cough. Right, here we go. Could I get a thumbs up from Vipin if you're able to see my screen? Brilliant. All right, thanks, Shweta. Right, so hello, everybody. Welcome. A very good morning from cold and rainy UK. We have sunrise in about an hour. And for the first time, wearing this blazer is actually serving its purpose. So I think we have a great session ahead of us. I'm hoping the stimulating Q&A will warm all of us on this side of the world. It's the first time I'm presenting at the International Conference on Victim Assistance, and I'm very grateful. It's a really important topic, displacement and rehabilitation in the times of COVID. I'm not particularly presenting my research, which falls directly under this theme, but I would probably now assume that given the times that we find ourselves in, it has a lot of direct relevance. So today I will be sharing my work that I did with my colleague, Dr. Sunita Tur, also here at Sheffield Hallam University, wherein we did our research project on gender-based violence. And as Dr. Nair pointed out, one of the biggest challenges is access to justice. And that was also what the project was aptly called. It was headed by Dr. Sunita Tur. It's called Justice for Her, Access to Justice for Survivors of Gender-Based Violence in India. So it took place in two parts. I will predominantly be focusing on the second phase, which took place last year, wherein I interviewed survivors as well as staff members at India's first one-stop crisis center, Gorbi. So I think we can get started. Excuse me. So violence against women, it's a globally occurring phenomenon. We all know that. We have statistics to show that 35% of women, they experience violence throughout their lifetimes. We also know that the numbers are disproportionately close to 1 billion when it particularly comes to victims of sexual violence and violence against women and girls throughout the world. When we particularly look at India, we have studies that have shown that almost in a proportion of 10,000 women, 26% had experienced physical violence from their spouses during their lifetime. And when we particularly look at the geographical variation, sometimes this number can go as high as 45%, for states like Uttar Pradesh. We also know when we look at the Crime Records Bureau, from our country, that there are crimes that are recorded against women every 3 minutes. Every hour, at least 2 women are sexually assaulted. A young married woman is beaten to death, sometimes burned or driven to suicide. And these are all very, very prevalent issues that only magnify in the light of a lockdown or restrictions to movements. We also know that 28.4% of pregnant women suffer domestic violence. Now, to me, for the longest time, these have been just statistics because a lot of my work had focused on the perpetrator's perspective. My very first understanding of victimology probably came when I got the opportunity to speak to victims of sex trafficking, really young women who were trafficked as children, and then I got to speak to them when they were in their early 20s. Since then, I've focused my work predominantly on perpetrators of sexual violence and interviewed convicted rapists. So when I did this project, after sort of getting a perpetrator perspective for the last 5 years and then jumping back into victimology, it was a very refreshing change to hear this other side, and this really, really important side that counterbalances what the narratives of perpetrators have to say, and also has a lot of insight for policy development. So in terms of the research context, as I mentioned, this was a project for which we conducted 2 phases or traveled twice. We were in Bhopal in August 2018, and then again in May 2019. The idea was to collect narratives not only from victims and survivors of gender-based violence, but also try and understand what are the challenges, particularly those faced by on-ground workers every day, particularly people who also have the power to change policy, to even advocate for change. So this research was actually supported by the Global Challenges Research Fund, and the aim has been to promote gender equality and human rights. So this is a great opportunity for me to share some of the preliminary themes that have come about, because we're still in the process of formally writing our manuscript. And the research background for our work was basically that after the 2012 Delhi gang rape case that we all are aware about, the Nirbhaya Trust was set up by the government of India. And in particular, the Ministry of Women and Child Development, they formulated a centrally sponsored scheme through which they were able to set up one-stop centers across India, and these are funded by the Nirbhaya Fund. So, these one-stop crisis centers, they can be this sort of one-stop shop for victims and survivors, particularly when they are in a very, very distressed situation where families have no idea what to do. And there's sort of a bit of a distrust in terms of going to a police station, or sometimes even just taking that decision to come forward and talk to someone about it. The idea has always been that these centers will provide a number of different responses to the victims: emergency responses, rescue services, medical assistance provision, access to women in terms of reporting, complaining, psychological and social support. There's options for legal aid and counselings available. Sometimes shelter is also available. And in some cases where victims are too traumatized to come face-to-face and interact with the concerned authorities, they also provide access to a video conferencing facility. Now, I want to ask everybody a question. And I'm ashamed I did not know the answer to this for a very long time. Neither did my parents. I keep asking these questions to almost everyone I know is currently living in India. Do you know the name of the nearest one-stop center in Delhi, in NCR, or wherever you are joining us from? We have currently 170 operational one-stop centers across India. I say operational because I think there's a very big difference in terms of addresses being rolled out and knowing that there is one OSC probably for every state. Maybe bigger states have more than one. But the idea of being operational basically would mean that they are actually functional, resourceful, victims are able to access it, and they are actually able to provide the support that they promised to provide the victims. There's more details on the government website on the scheme itself, so please feel free to explore. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the scheme itself, and I'll move on to talking a little bit about the research setting. So Gauravi means bride in English, and it was the name of India's first one-stop crisis center, which opened in Bhopal. Gauravi Sakhi opened all the way back in 2014, and it was initially situated in JP Hospital in Bhopal. It was set up by the Madhya Pradesh State Health Department, and it is actually run in collaboration with ActionAid NGO. And they do some fantastic work. Over the years, of course, there's been slight changes. So here's a picture. And the slight change has been that initially the center was situated within the hospital itself. However, it was difficult to find and the space was really limited. And, there was not a lot of scope for providing shelter in terms of the space that was available. So if I don't know if my cursor is hovering over and you can see, so the building at the back now is the hospital. And this is just an extension of the compound and the complex area, wherein it almost becomes like a private and an independent sort of shelter, yet working very closely to the hospital, where a lot of the times, the support and assistance is required, where victims are taken, medical examinations take place, etc. So as I mentioned, we tried to sort of go about this in two phases. In the first phase, we tried to sort of get a broader understanding of what stakeholders have to say and those who are actually working on the ground. So we organized focus groups. So back in 2018 is when we had different NGO representatives, social workers, activists, a lot of representatives from the local Gram Panchayat and local villages who came and sort of shared whatever research they had done and the actual numbers that they had, and a lot of insightful case studies, the kind of programs that they are running. And whilst in this presentation, I'm not particularly going to focus on those themes because I'm going to elaborate slightly on the themes of the interviews that came from the interviews of the survivors. Dr. Nair said something which was also something that we saw in our work, this Panchayat for change. And I think it's a really, really strong concept, sir, that you've also highlighted in your introduction, because a lot of the women and a lot of the men, in fact, who were coming from directly the villages and were representing their people. Now, again, when I speak representing different groups, it's also important to be mindful of the fact that when we are dealing with gender-based violence or trafficking and other forms of violence and abuse within the area of Madhya Pradesh or central India, we're also sort of thinking about other added challenges, of there being conflict in the area, there being local riots, there being, the issue of violence against women, particularly in the indigenous or tribal populations of our country. And it was really interesting to see how this was a theme that got highlighted really well, because a lot of the survivors themselves were advocates in the villages. There were, I'll very quickly share this little incident that stays with me and gives me a lot of hope. So under the Gram Panchayat of one of the villages, where Bedia community from this area are trying to sort of do work to spread more awareness about violence against women, other forms of gender-based violence, access to justice, etc. So one of the gentlemen who was representing the community shared with us that the women have formed a little support group within this village, and any woman who's beaten by her husband, who is abused, before going to the police, she is able to find support in this women support group. And when they do share some of these problems, apparently a lot of the times the women just grab their jharus and their lathis and head straight to the home of this abuser. And this person is beaten and shamed and is given a warning that we are going to sort of lodge complaints. And a lot of the times the women have mobilized in support of each other. And it has been a lovely sort of story. And I thought that was really inspiring. So definitely, change, grassroots changes, mobilizing the youth, women supporting women, and Panchayat for change are really noble ideas, and ideas that probably will bring about some changes. Now, focusing on the interviews with survivors and the staff at Godvi, that is what phase 2 was about. So when I went back in 2019, I spent about a week once again, and this time the idea was to particularly focus on the work that center was doing, the Godvi Center was doing. So the procedure was that I visited every day the center over 5 days, normally in the morning around 9 o'clock, and I would stay around till the evening. It's difficult to sort of find the time to speak to staff members because they are so overburdened. There's limited resources and they work tirelessly around the clock. And it's fantastic. It is so commendable, their dedication. A lot of them are people who've had their own experiences. So there's this shared sense of empathy, a shared sense of wanting to do good and going about, inspiring change. And that's just wonderful to observe every day. So I tried to conduct interviews with survivors, particularly survivors who were at the time staying in the shelter. And I also tried to speak and get extensive interviews from the staff members, because they also assisted me in observing the processes that they undergo firsthand. Obviously, with any sensitive population, ethics is always crucial. So ethical clearance was sought from the university itself, a risk assessment was done, and then ethics were sought at the center as well. Written and verbal consent was sought, along with, with some of the women who were not able to write or sign. They had the provision to provide a thumb impression. I basically used an encrypted dictaphone. And in terms of the average length, I think for the staff members, the interviews were generally shorter because, like I said, they didn't always have time to spare, that 2 hours to spare on end. So the interviews in terms of stakeholders, the focus groups were really, really long and they were really useful. So were the interviews with the staff members, but they ranged between 40 minutes to 1 hour and 15 minutes, wherein with the survivors, the interviews were much more extensive and they ranged anywhere between 1 hour and a half to 3.5 hours. So in terms of the preliminary themes, and these are themes that we are further ironing out and trying to sort of look more in depth. We are currently using NVivo to put all of our transcripts together and to sort of qualitatively, thematically present them. So the very first thing is obviously lack of awareness and knowledge when it comes to what are their options to access to justice, whether it is even just reporting for that matter, picking up the phone, knowing the right helpline, knowing the location of the one-stop center, and then the accessibility in itself. How do you get there? How do you reach? Some of the interviews highlighted that there was lack of women police officers, and that is crucial. So one of the guidelines, when you look at the guidelines for the OSC, it says that it is mandatory to have a guard in front of every one-stop center. It's also mandatory for police officers to be involved, wherein there are cases involving women. And some of the victims also felt that when the female officers were present, they weren't as helpful or as supportive as they would have imagined. Because, when you particularly request a female police officer, the idea is that there'll be, empathy, there'll be understanding, and it'll be a less harrowing procedure as opposed to sort of reliving that trauma and giving all that information to a male police officer. However, they felt that more support was needed from the end of the authorities. They said that police can be more proactive, they can be quite creative and take initiatives, because sometimes they felt that even though an initial complaint was registered, there was no action or follow-up that was done. Sometimes evidence was given, but they never sort of heard back. And it was difficult to sort of place their trust in police. They also felt that the Mahila Ayog, the Women's Commission, it needed to provide more support and resources. A lot of stress on resources, perhaps, because again, the shelter is small. It can only accommodate a small number of women. People work there on very limited salaries, but extensive hours. So even support for them, if not just in terms of financial support, but other support that can maybe make their jobs and tasks easier, because their efforts and their time has to be prioritized, because these are the key workers. These are sometimes the first responders. They're the people who are sort of starting that justice process for a lot of these victims and survivors. Child marriages continue to be an issue. So a lot of the survivors at the shelter who were under the age of 18, they were either victims of trafficking, they were either displaced children, had left abusive homes, or had been victims of child marriages. And again, like I said, it's particularly difficult in the tribal belt. Once again, tribal norms, they act as a barrier to justice in certain communities, the Jati Panchayat and very, very sort of community-centered norms that also in some ways promote gender-based violence, some of the practices in itself. Then registering complaints also was an ordeal for the victim and their families. And again, the justice process in itself, even once the complaint has been registered, it is a nightmare to sort of chase justice and almost not to give up hope. Finally, one good and really interesting point to sort of really look at this in a more contemporary light is the use of technology. They all felt, both victims and authorities, the policing can be improved, access to justice as well as access to support for victims was greatly improved in cases where survivors had internet, had smartphones, when they were able to find information really quickly or connect with the right people really quickly, as opposed to those who probably didn't have the means, to access the internet. So based on looking at Gorvy, looking at their procedure, following a couple of cases, so obviously because I went, during these 5 days, there were times when I was able to witness a case from, the very inception of once the person comes in, registers a complaint, but also sometimes where someone is in the middle of their process, is well into 3 years of their complaint and is chasing a case. However, the information, when it was put together, the practice model that I was able to create was, and I'll quickly walk you through this. This is something that's unique to Gorvy. This is what they are doing. So the victim has 3 options. A lot of the times they said that either the victims are going directly to the police, sometimes they are going directly to the hospital, and then they sometimes come directly to Gorvy. But in most of the cases, because this is a great example also of collaborative working, multi-agency work coming together, the staff members, they said that irrespective of where the victim is going, at least for this region, the area of Bhopal, it is ensured that once the victim has even visited the police station or the hospital, eventually they will be directed back to Gorvy so that things can move on accordingly, the procedures can be followed, and the right authorities and the right stakeholders can be kept in the loop. So there's an entry in the visitor register that is made. It's an extensive form that they've created themselves. That's for their purposes. It's an existing format. It helps records all the data. It helps with the details of the victim, of the family, of the police complaint that has been made. So everybody maintains a file for each of their cases and for their clients. There's an initial counseling session. If there's a child victim that is involved, then immediately the Child Welfare Committee is informed along with the police, and it's ensured that the statement is then taken either in front of a guardian or, if absent, a representative, most likely a child counselor from the center itself. Medical examinations generally take place in JP Hospital, and this is particularly the case when someone is coming directly to Gorvy. And that is, again, one of the advantages of a center being placed within or close to a medical institution, which has been the idea around all of the OSCs, all 170 that the government has created. The idea has always been to sort of be close to a medical institution. Now, the victim is usually accompanied by a police officer, and generally, if there's limited women police officers available, it tends to be that a male police officer goes. However, there's always a female representative from the center that is also accompanied. So someone from the Gorvy team also goes. They also provide legal counseling, and basically there's quite a bit of stretch between the initial counseling and the legal counseling, because as we know, a lot of people choose not to pursue their cases. And a lot of the times, either they settle outside of the court, or they decide to just go back to their families, or the families, even in cases where, some of the children or the victims are reluctant. Another battle is when the families show up and say that, right, there's no problem, we want to take this person back home. Now, one way of sort of helping those victims who feel forced in going back or feel that they are not safe, as again, Dr. Nair very well pointed out, home is not quintessentially as we see it anymore. It is not always a safe place. It's not always a safe place for women and young girls and young children. So the victims do have an option to stay at the Gorby shelter. However, it's not always possible to accommodate everybody because it's a small space. And I think usually the preference is according to vulnerability, sometimes age. Generally, for the adult women who are going there, adult women victims, they spend around, on average, 2 to 3 days at the shelter before they are referred to a local women's shelter. However, there's continued court trial. There's simultaneously all the legalities that take place. People are continually in touch. And like I said, that the beauty of working collaboratively, multi-agency action can clearly be seen here, because there's continued contact with the police, there's continued contact with the counseling agencies, with the victim. And it's a really nice system. And the idea for us to do this research and the paper that we are working on is actually hoping to sort of present this as a good practice model, because there's a lot of information, not academically peer-reviewed information, but a lot of articles in the last 2 years that have highlighted how many one-stop crisis centers are either completely non-existent, they are just there on paper, or they are extremely hard to find, or they have such limited resources that they're as good as non-functional, and it's difficult for victims to access them and utilize any of the services. So I'll just conclude by touching upon a few points that come in line with the theme of our session. We know that even during previous pandemics, we've seen that there's generally an increase in violence. Because of COVID-related restrictions on movement, we've looked at hindered access to services and support for victims and survivors. This could be because some shelters are temporarily closed, or certain NGOs working more independently are probably not able to provide services anymore. We've also got a lot of studies now in the last 10 months itself showing that domestic violence has been on the rise. And it's immensely distressing to be under lockdown with one's abuser. I mean, it's particularly harder if that's a child or that's a vulnerable person. And then it is not only unpleasant, but it's extremely dangerous, when you take into account that victims of domestic violence anyway have very limited option when it comes to receiving help and support. And under lockdown, these issues only magnify. We also know that, perpetrators are known to victims in most cases. Again, as Dr. Nair said, we've got our own people, 5 million, across 100 cities, sitting around watching child pornography or searching for child pornography. A very, very clear link between, demand coming from within the nation, and then wondering why child sexual violence is on the rise. So thank you, Vipin. I'll just wrap up. So I think finally, in terms of steps forward, very much in line with what Dr. Nair said, we definitely need to improve access to justice. There has to be grassroots changes. It is useful for healthcare workers to be trained, because they can recognize signs of violence, and it can be really, really useful in tackling the issue of gender-based violence. We can also strengthen helpline services or anything that may, alternative services, tele-mental health services, etc. Because in the current situation, the face-to-face services or even movement in some cases is probably prohibited. And then we need to make sure that there's an increased awareness about the options that are available to people during pandemics, and also about all of these services, whether it is just a telephone line, child line is open, what are these support channels that are available to people if they want to sort of address these issues and get in touch with someone. So on that note, I'll conclude my session. Thank you very much. And I look forward to your Q&As at the very end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhumita. It was an insightful presentation.
Thank you. I'm just going to stop my screen share. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we'll take the questions at the end of the session. So I'll ask you to please hang on till the end. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next one very quickly, I would like to invite Dr. Amit Thackeray, who is an analyst at the Counter Trafficking Group, to present his work over here with us. Over to you, Dr. Amit. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Okay. Hi, Shweta. Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect.
A very good morning to the chairperson of the session, Dr. PM Nair, speakers of this session, respected academicians, practitioners, and dear friends. I would like to thank Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences within and his team for this timely initiative. My name is Amit, and I'm working with the Counter Trafficking Group. And before I dive into the findings of the study, to set the context, I would like to briefly mention our work. We primarily work in zones in India which are inflicted with the problem of trafficking. We follow a mechanism to gather information.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you please speak a little louder? Because some of us are facing some odd, yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better. It's better. Thank you.
So our organization primarily works in zones in India which are inflicted with the problem of trafficking. We follow a mechanism to gather information on the activities in high-risk zones and analyze the information to develop a clear understanding of target activities. We also work closely with law enforcement agencies and plan to initiate suitable and necessary action in the near future. Presently, we are in the research phase to get hold of ground situations. We have been working in various parts of India for a year now and have been able to capture the shift in the on-ground activities of organized networks involved in trafficking during COVID-19 situation. For confidentiality and security reasons, I may not be able to provide the identity of team members involved in data collection activities or any particular information linking to a specific individual, community, or personal details of the actors involved in the process. However, I shall be able to share information about major findings of the study and our research and analysis related processes and systems. Now, in connection with the theme of this session, which is displacement and rehabilitation in times of COVID-19, this observational study concentrates more on the modus operandi of criminal groups, their hierarchy, processes, and other related exploitative operations during COVID-19. And hence titled as an observational study on exploitation of vulnerable segment by predatory criminal groups during COVID-19 epidemic situation. The observations of the present study are based on primary data collection by the research, which was documented internally while operating on field during COVID-19 situation. The findings are based on triangulation of information coming from multiple sources and verification through various information gathering means operated by experienced researchers of the organization. So to begin with, COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted social dynamics, and this impact was felt by formal and informal sectors alike. And likewise, it forced both the sectors to adapt to this new pandemic situation, which is centered around need for social distancing and minimal physical forms of civilization. Our researchers, who act as our sensory receptors of first information sensed from ground, relay it in structured and unstructured format. And in this present study, the majority of observations are associated with our work in the area of commercial sexual exploitation by organized networks in cities of Maharashtra. The findings are generic and were found uniformly present in our scope of research and are not specific to any particular city. Over time, the researchers were able to develop an active network of contacts who provided us reliable information on network-related activities. So in a broader and general sense, it was reported that during COVID-19, one of the severely affected vulnerable groups targeted by the organized criminal networks falls under the domain of human trafficking. Recently, in May 2020, UNODC warned that the pandemic has also created new opportunities for organized group to profit. Mr. Chatterjee, who is Chief of Human Trafficking Section of UNODC, stated that traffickers may become more active and prey on people who are even more vulnerable than before because they have lost their income due to measures to control the virus. From our understanding, based on primary observation and data collection exercises from various respondents associated with trafficking chain operating in different cities of Maharashtra, I would like to now share some of the major findings during COVID-19 pandemic situation. First, relating to this spotting and recruitment related activities, we have observed that spotters and recruiters have become highly mobilized to aggressively target highly vulnerable groups through false pretext, promises, and deceitful measures. Network members are preparing to stock up human supply in hideouts to meet the high upsurge in demand that is likely to arise during post-lockdown situation. We have also observed that a majority of young girls targeted during the lockdown in the city by the networks were from low socioeconomic background, living in the underdeveloped pockets of the city. Once a spotting and recruitment happens, it leads to a ripple effect of snowballing more girls from the same zone into the network. The nature of economic activity of networks during COVID-19 was leading to this snowballing of new recruits which are entering into the supply chain. The process is mostly commission-based and runs on novelty factor. Hence, to gain greater share of commission through multiple engagements with a customer in a month and to provide novelty to the customer, this system automatically encourages existing victims to draw in more victims. Due to this snowballing effect, we have identified small and highly concentrated pockets of source areas which are emerging in the cities during COVID-19 epidemic. Now to go further and discuss about these hotspots of sourcing. During pre-lockdown, the proportion of source hotspots away from the destination points were higher as compared to during lockdown situation where we found that sourcing is happening more from near the destination areas within the cities. To understand this phenomena better, we try to look into the perception of various criminal network members, and through our elicitation and understanding of the information, we found that during pre-lockdown, it was an open market condition and there was competition among parallel network to provide novelty and variation to meet the demands of the customers. However, during lockdown, it has impacted the steady flow of interstate trafficking. Hence, dwindling of recruitment activity at the conventional source areas, and eventually it has led to increase in the proportion of new emerging source areas near destination zones. And due to cross-border movement restriction, there has been a significant reduction in interstate trafficking lately. However, the intra-city activities gained significant momentum. The emergence of new network activity within the city is also due to low police visibility in hotspots of trafficking related activities. And we all know that the shift in police priorities from trafficking preventive policing to COVID-19 regulation and adherence of government guidelines on safety norms of COVID-19 has allowed the networks to operate with a greater degree of confidence. This has led to a higher coordination and exchange of information between parallel network groups operating within the jurisdiction of city. And despite lockdown, networks are operating in clandestine mode to meet the demands of regular staff. Now to briefly talk about another major theme that came out of our observation, which is vulnerability of criminal networks. Now on the positive side that we can capitalize on, that we have also observed that the COVID-19 pandemic situation has not only made vulnerable segment more vulnerable to be targeted by the potential networks, but even the members of criminal networks are found to be vulnerable because of the financial crisis and related challenges. The vulnerability of foot soldiers of these networks or the information gatekeeper has also increased during COVID-19 lockdown, and they are more likely to share information about current status of network activity and how they are coping with COVID-19 situation in terms of the network's adaptation to the pandemic situation. The information gathering process the information gathering process needs to be changed because of trimmed hierarchical structure network. So earlier we needed to find information on the target person and their activities by going through foot soldiers, managers and core members. However, during COVID-19, the multiple layers of role players in the network vanished significantly, and it has brought the target closer to the information gatekeepers. So this has also affected our approach of information gathering and made it little comparatively easier to gain access to what is internally happening in terms of the activities and process of the network. When we talk about the linkages between sources and destination areas, we have found that the stable linkages, which were there for many years, they remain intact. And it is only the intensity of their activities that has come down. It is assumed that post-lockdown, these connections would live again and reactivate the supply or transportation would resume. This is specifically for the family-based commercial sexual exploitation activities where girls from a certain communities are sent voluntarily by family members for monetary gains to destination areas on contract basis. However, when we look at the situation in new emerging hotspots of criminal activities in the city, we may not find family system involved in supply chain. It is the network here that spot and recruit girls by targeting their vulnerability. Most of the girls in private establishments scattered across the city are involved without any information about their activity known to the family members. A common justification I found of girls was that they are in it temporarily and would lead a sex trade post regaining their financial stability. However, in our observation of more than 100 girls so far, we haven't come across any who left as per their plan. Mostly the girls remain intact in network, or it requires a series of resistive incidences or interventions like a rescue operation to disengage them completely. In the majority of situations, girls are not in a decision-making position to decide when they want to leave. They are under complete control of the network. COVID-19 has created conditions to further strengthen the grip of exploitative networks on financially vulnerable victims. There are other two risk factors which are involved in the exploitation of these victims. One is the amount of loans that act as a binding force for the networks to keep exploiting the victims on a regular basis. Existing victims who are sucked into the network are forced to borrow loans on exorbitantly high interest rate, despite not being able to clear previously taken loan amounts from predatory money lenders. Recent news reports in India have also stated that the interest rates charged by the predatory money lenders in destinations spiked during COVID-19 situation, which is eventually going to force many of lives to work as bonded laborer for their lifetime to clear the debt amount. And the other risk factors for victim is obviously of the health concerns. Since victims are made to engage with customers during COVID-19 epidemic situation, once infected, the possibility of victims' recovery is highly unlikely due to criminal network restriction on their movement and poor access to even basic healthcare services. I would like to conclude this brief talk by sharing two factors that actually drives this criminal networks based on our observation. We believe that there are two primary factors which are responsible for decision making of various networks to operate on field. One is high profitability and second is low risk. So if we all collaboratively work towards creating conditions that increase risk for the exploitative practices of these networks, and on parallelly reduce their ability to make huge profits, then we would be able to achieve the end results of countering trafficking activities and save many lives that are targeted by these predatory networks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was quite an impactful talk. In fact, there are a few questions for you which are already posted, but I'll hold on to those till we have our next speaker. Right. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'll quickly move on to our last speaker for this session. I would also like to request Vipin to please share the screen so that the presentation can be seen for the speaker.
Yes, I will just share the screen. Do we have him online? I think he just left the meeting, not sure. He was there for a while, I'm not sure if he's here.
Mr. Laurie, am I audible to you? Can you hear us?
No, I think he has left because we can't see him. So I think we can prepone the question answer round for these three speakers. And if in case he joins in between, then we can proceed with his presentation and specific question for him. So I would request you to work around the question answer session for the three speakers, and then we'll proceed. So I think we can dedicate 15 minutes for question answer. And then if we have time and our speaker is here, we'll dedicate it to him.
Sure. So I'll quickly start with, we have all the three speakers who have spoken till now, right? So we have Dr. PM Nair in the forum, Dr. Madhumita and Dr. Amit Thackeray, right? So we'll start with Dr. PM Nair. Sir, thank you so much for posting your solution bit in a chat box so that everybody can actually go through it who were not able to hear you quite clearly then. Thank you for that. There's a question for you from the forum, which has been asked by our own Mr. Vipin Nair. He is asking that what are your views in legal framework and the effectiveness of Ujjwala scheme? Am I audible to you, sir? So can you unmute yourself?
Hello? Legal framework I could get. After that I could understand.
Your views in legal framework and the effectiveness of Ujjwala scheme. Am I audible to you now, sir?
Shweta, I think we have Ayodhya here. So I think we can give him the chance.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you able to hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Nair, we have our final speaker. So what we could do is we will let him present first, and then we will take it as scheduled. We'll take it at the end of the session.
So is that okay with you?
Okay.
Hello, I'm here. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, please, Ayodhya, you can take it forward. I will share your.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Yes. You're audible.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to attend virtually this conference. This is my first international conference, and I'm grateful to be part of people speaking here on displacement and rehabilitation in times of COVID-19. My topic goes thus: self-policing, COVID-19, and civic responsibility in Lagos Metropolis, Nigeria. The topic is born out of the pandemic that affected everybody, every country, every community, every family, every individual, every group. And the topic implies that how was the readiness of people in Lagos State? How are they ready in Lagos Metropolis, which is a hub city, a commercial hub in Nigeria? How ready are they? How are people ready to contain the spread of the virus? There another question I will ask is that, are they aware? Are the people aware? Are the people aware of what to do to solve the issue of the COVID-19, the community-wide spread and individual infection. Then are they ready? Are they aware? Are they ready? Are they ready to make sure that they comply with government regulation, with WHO regulation, with Nigeria Center for Disease and Control regulation to stem the spread of the virus? Then another question is, what should government do? What should government do to make people comply, to make people self-police, and to make people understand that stemming the widespread of the virus, which will be here with us for a very longer time, are people ready to accept it as their civic responsibilities? And if you look at the definition of terms, you understand what I mean about self-policing. All of us know COVID-19, civic responsibility, and Lagos Metropolitan Nigeria. And in Nigeria, the seriousness of the disease made the government to give regulations to make people be aware of the virus, which is first restriction of movement, physical social distancing, ban of public gatherings, self-isolation, and a 14-day quarantine period for people that come from abroad to Nigeria, washing of hands with soap under running water, use of alcohol-based hand sanitizer, aggressive awareness campaign, and closures of school companies and other public gatherings. If you look at all these regulations in Nigeria, if you look at it in Nigeria, people are only ready when they are enforced to make sure that they comply with regulation. But the uniqueness of COVID-19 makes sure that outside external authority enforcing those regulations, people who are ready to make sure that they comply with the regulation, to make sure that they self-police COVID-19, not to become though already it's an epidemic, it's a pandemic, it's an epidemic in Nigeria, but to reduce the spread of the virus. I would say maybe it's because of death. Maybe people are fearing to death, or maybe people don't have the resources. Maybe people are scared of the limited resources in Nigeria to take care of people that were affected with COVID-19 pandemic. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're
Hello?
audible.
Yeah, you can. Okay, I'm audible.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
maybe it's because of that people complied and people self-policed COVID-19. The research was carried out during the initial 14-day lockdown by President Buhari on the March 29, 2020. It was an online study, online interview, because the issue of ban in movement, closure of places could not allow me as an independent researcher to go out and collect data. So I carried the study online to know the readiness of people to contain the spread of the virus. And the theoretical background I used for the study is Health Belief model. Health Belief model, I use the key construct, which are passive susceptibility. How do people understand the virus? Do they believe that it will affect them? Because at the initial stage of the virus, many people believe that it cannot affect them. Many people believe that if they are not someone that travel often, maybe they go to abroad, that it's a diaspora diseases, that is a diaspora infection, that it cannot affect them. And many people believe that when they take some certain, maybe concoction or alcohol and so on and so forth, it will affect them. So the level of susceptibility among people was a debate during the pandemic initial crisis. Then passive severity. Passive severity was like, how do people understand how serious it was to people, and how serious it is right now to people? Do people take COVID-19 serious? Do they take it serious as malaria or typhoid or any infectious diseases? And the passive benefit, do they understand that if they adhere to the NCDC and WHO safety regulation, will it prevent them from getting infected with the diseases? And passive barrier, the passive barrier is very serious in Nigeria, because during the lockdown, many people walk from hand to mouth. During the lockdown, many people were on hunger strike. So it's in that situation, it made it very difficult for people to live during the lockdown, whereby there were situations whereby people find the means, they maneuver their way to go out and have their daily bread. And the issue of hunger was a major problem during that time, that there was, the palliatives were not on ground, and the government continued to reiterate that we have to follow the COVID-19 regulation, which to some were very difficult to follow because of hunger. You know, when you don't go out to make your daily ends, then hunger settings. Then cues to action. The palliative provided by the government, were there enough? Were there enough? The distribution, does it cost across every individual that are susceptible to the virus? And self-efficacy. The self-efficacy under our HBA model is that how do the COVID-19 regulations and your own safety regulations, how effective it is to reduce the spread of the virus. Overall, in analyzing the HBA model to COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, the level of lowering of individual or group of people to contain the widespread of COVID-19 was substantial enough, but there was issue of hunger that could not, if it is not quickly taken care of, in future circumstance, in future infectious diseases, it might be very difficult for people to follow the regulations of the government to curtail the virus. And the research setting was mainly in Lagos Metropolis, Nigeria. The online interview was sent to people that are in Lagos Metropolis, and it was fueled by people in Lagos Metropolis. And the rationale behind me selecting Lagos is because the first case of COVID-19 in Nigeria was discovered in Lagos on the 7th of February 2020. And currently Lagos has the highest index case of COVID-19 in the country. Reason being that Lagos State is a port, is an exchange from Nigeria. It's a port of entry and port of going out from Nigeria to other countries in the world. If you are coming from India, if you are coming from UK, you first land in Lagos State. And Lagos State Metropolis consists of 16 local governments and so on and so forth. And Lagos Metropolis, the population in Lagos Metropolis makes up 85% of the state total population. And my method, I use exploratory. My research design is exploratory and cross-sectional design. It's exploratory in the sense that research on COVID-19 is new. So that makes it exploratory. I'm trying to discover how ready people are to curtail the virus, and do people see it as their civic responsibility, civic duties. Then I use online interview, like I said. Out of the 96 responded I got, I could only attend to 50 randomly selected responses. The analysis was content analysis, and I followed the research ethics, whereby your filling of the online interview was consensual, was voluntary, and it was anonymous. And there was no risk to participants. And to the findings, I discovered that people are aware of COVID-19 due to the awareness effort of the government, health authorities, individual, and corporate body. It now became, on the long run, especially when the government now use mobile courts to try victims, I discovered that it later became a collective consciousness, and the ethics, the COVID-19 safety regulations then was internalized by people to make sure that, okay, they stem the community widespread and individual widespread of the disease. That's the knowledge. My findings capture the knowledge of COVID-19. People are aware, and up to now, people are still aware of COVID-19, and people are trying as much as possible to make sure that they don't get infected with the virus. And prevention and control of COVID-19, which another thing I discovered from my finding. I discovered that the residents of Lagos Metropolis, in accordance with the government directives, are ready to prevent and control the widespread. But the issue of palliative is a problem. Recently, there's an uprising in Nigeria whereby many of those palliatives were stored, were not adequately distributed to people. So the effect of lockdown, the effect of hunger during the lockdown was an obstacle, was a barrier to adequate prevention and widespread of the disease. Although there are availability of face masks, some people could have access to water, but the issue of hunger was a serious issue during the COVID-19 pandemic, which there was no support system from the, there were little support system from the government. And if you look at many people working in Nigeria, they live from hand to mouth. And many people even that are even working in Nigeria that are collecting salary, many of them don't have savings because of family responsibilities and personal responsibility. And the last thing that I discovered is COVID-19 civic obligations. Do people understand that preventing COVID-19 is a civic obligation? According to the NCDC Act, at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic on May 30, the government, President Buhari, signed the NCDC Act for people to make it a civic duty to control the spread of the disease. What I could discover that people understand that the federal government and state government lockdown and other civic responsibility and other COVID-19 safety regulations is a civic obligation. It's a civic obligation because of the act, because of the Nigeria Center for Disease and Control Act. Hadn't been, there was nothing like act to make sure that people adhere to the safety regulations, people will not see it as COVID-19. But with the institutionalization of the act, people already understand that COVID-19 regulations is a civic responsibility, which people are still following up to now. However, the action of government and health authority should further build self-efficacy. For example, the government should provide more palliatives, and the health authorities should make sure that they compel government to provide enough health resources to make sure that, okay, people believe in the safety regulation to control and prevent the spread of the virus in Lagos metropolis. My conclusion, however, is that the study has shown that COVID-19 is generally known among Lagosians. Another one is that the emphasis spread and health damages that could submerge the capacity of the public health care system have encouraged the people to comply with federal and safety government regulations and directives in Lagos metropolis. People already know the amount of damages they could encounter if they don't safeguard themselves against the virus. Another conclusion is that the study therefore suggests that as residents of Lagos metropolis, Nigeria, they should comply with the directive in accordance to the NCDC Act. And the government should avoid a rebel of sorts by providing necessary support to the people. The government should make sure that in this perilous time, in these unusual times of COVID-19, people need palliative to make sure that they comply with the safety regulations of COVID-19. In absence of palliative, we always have escalation of the virus, whereby people will have no choice to go out, especially in Lagos State, that is a commercial hub, that people are always in close contact with each other. People will not have choice than to go outside and have their daily needs, especially we are in the second wave of the pandemic now. So the government should make sure that they are palliative for people. And lastly, to minimally reduce the widespread of COVID-19, Lagos State government should increase capacity to meet the yearnings of people in providing more palliative to tackle hunger and invest more in traditional lifts of immediate basic needs, which in Nigeria is food especially. It's food, running water, shelter, and electricity. One of the basic regulations of COVID-19 is running water and soap. If you come to Nigeria, if you come to so many neighborhoods in Nigeria, people don't have access to running water. And in a situation whereby you don't have access to running water, there's no food, to comply with the NCDC Act would be very, very difficult. But overall, people in Lagos State already know that COVID-19, controlling the widespread and prevention of COVID-19 is their civic responsibility, and they are ready to make sure that they control the spread of the disease, which makes it a self-policing responsibility for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your informative presentation. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I would actually like to thank the entire forum for raising such important topics and giving us so much of understanding more on each and every topic that we have covered in this forum so nicely. There are a few questions to all of the speakers, but I would again like to go back to Dr. PM Nair with the question that we had already started. If he's still there and if he's audible.
Am I audible now?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
There are two questions from Mr. Vipin. One is about the law. The present law is good, but at the same time, the present law needs additional amendment. We have been doing that amendment for quite some time. I was privileged to draft the new bill in 2016, which went to the parliament after some 10% cut they made. I personally drafted that. 10% cut they made, but Lok Sabha passed and unfortunately did not go through Rajya Sabha. I hope it comes through. If the present dispensation thinks it has to be redone, maybe they will do that. So we need a comprehensive law. As of today, the law is good, but doesn't have much teeth in respect of the issue of welfare, issue of rehabilitation. The rehabilitation cannot be a welfare act anymore. Rehabilitation has to be a matter of right. So in the new law, I put that as a clause. Rehabilitation is a matter of right. That's why there was a lot of discussion in the government. How can do that? We are making people responsible and accountable. Nobody wants to be accountable in the government. I also was part of government for 35 years. So we try to put that clause into that. And then a new investigating body like Narcotics Bureau. I hope it comes through. It is a requirement at the time. Then all human trafficking together, all types of human trafficking together means sexual exploitation, labor exploitation, organ trade, all this together combined to one law. We made a draft law, and I only hope it comes through. Mr. Vipin, that's the point. I think people like you should canvas. We want the law. We bring it out. I'm sure your voice in the academics will be heard much better. Number two, your question was on Ujjwala. Ujjwala, the name is very nice, very nice sounding name. And I don't know, many of you may not know the background of Ujjwala. I was privileged to work in a national research on human trafficking, national research on human trafficking, 2002-2004 for the National Human Rights Commission. Not as a police officer, because of my PhD in sociology, they asked me to do that. All India research. It's a big book published now. 2005, NHRC, National Human Rights Commission, gave to Minister Shivraj Patil, Home Minister, and Renuka Chaudhary, Women Child Minister, go and implement and come back to me after 1 year. NHRC chairperson could do that. They did. Ujjwala came out of that. Then they found, okay, one scheme has to be made. All this, so many things changed. That Ujjwala came out of that. Well conceived, well drafted. Unfortunately, the gaps are there, bureaucratic gaps. An NGO gives an application to the local officer, district collector. District collector does the verification, sends the state government. State government does the verification, sends the government of India. They do for the verification and gets the money back. This entire layer after layer is a big bottleneck. Therefore, my assessment is that Ujjwala scheme has performed around 30-40% only. Otherwise, 60% non-functional or dysfunctional. We need to take it forward. We will surprised to know the entire budget of Ujjwala, which was something around 600 plus crores, they could spend only less than half of that. And the rest of the money, 300 crores, they have given now to Ministry of Home Affairs to set up anti-human trafficking units in all the districts. Anti-human trafficking units. We had set up anti-human trafficking unit. I set up rather in 2007 when I was working with the UNODC. We set up 9 AHTUs. Evaluation was done. They found it is very good. Then Government of India replicated into 300 districts. Now this money is being given to Ministry of Home Affairs to set up anti-human trafficking units, all the districts in the country. All 729 districts are going to get. Money has already been given. They have issued orders also. So that is the fate of Ujjwala. Now we're going on to a police special unit. Well, less said the better. So I think the message is very clear about the Ujjwala assessment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There's one last question that I would like to take up for Dr. Madhumita. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a question from the forum that has been asked to you. that what is your opinion on One Stop Center, where we had a lapse in utilization of Nirbhaya funding?
My opinion is that it is a very, very novel idea. And in some cases, we can see directly, multi-agency action. And that is the way forward, collaborative action. Not only do we want to see the masses, the public mobilized, we also want authorities and different agencies to come together and support victims in a collaborative manner. Gorvi is not the only center that is thriving or doing well. There are many number of centers. I think the issue comes when we talk about that gap in policy and implementation. Some implementation has actually yielded great results. We know a lot of women who are accessing these one-stop centers. We know that a lot more funding is going into certain centers because while it's a national scheme under which these centers are opened, state governments also have the authority to sort of, take their own autonomous actions. So for instance, in Uttar Pradesh, you've also got this Asha Jyoti program. So, a lot of these have been coupled together with the OSC schemes. And I think they've called now in collaboration what they've done. They've started in 17 districts in UP. They call it Aapki Sakhi Asha Jyoti Kendra. And so these are sort of another variation of the collaborative work that is going on. So I do feel that this is something that is an absolute need of the hour. It's great to see that the government has given the provision and has made that access to justice possible from the very beginning by making sure that more people come out, report this case, victim assistance is provided. But I think the sheer lack of our awareness or ignorance, I feel, is something that we have to take responsibility for, right? So definitely what's required is for people to know their rights, because for people to know what provisions are available for them, because only then they will be able to access them. And like Dr. Nair said, it's a matter of also holding people accountable. Once you know that you have provisions, you have rights, only then you can hold someone accountable and say, right, this is something that I have a right to, I need access to, and this needs to be given to me, So that is extremely, extremely important. And that is why I think one way forward is a more sort of mobilized national level public awareness around various schemes on sexual violence and even victim assistance,
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhumita. I think that answers the question that was raised in the forum. I would, so we are up with the time. I would request all of you, if you have more questions, please put it in the chat, or you can also contact each of the speakers if you want to discuss more about their research work. I'm very sure all the speakers would definitely, we will be happy to answer all your questions. I am putting a link for the feedback as well for all of you. Please feel free to find that in the chat box. And with that, thank you so much for having me as well. So Vipin, thank you for having me included in this session. It was indeed a very good learning experience for me and for all the information that I have gained out of this. I'm handing it over to Vipin.
Let me have a 1 second for thanking my distinguished panelists, Dr. Madhumita. Wonderful presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Amit, I really like the presentation. Your very poise is really good. You take it forward. Mr. Agustin, I would use only that much name. Wonderful. I learned a lot from you. And the moderator, Shweta, thank you so much. Mr. Bipin, thank you so much. It was a pleasure working with you. If the university is interested, we are planning to organize, the Indian Police Foundation is planning to organize a national level conference on anti-human trafficking with the police stakeholders. Well, if you are there, I'll have a separate chat with you and you are most welcome. Thank you. Namaste to all the distinguished panelists and all those who are across the globe. Thank you. Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, all the speakers. And I also want to thank our chair, Dr. P.M. Nair. He has always been very supportive to Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences and OP Jindal Global University. And we have had at numerous times him speaking on the issue of human trafficking, and we'll be happy to collaborate with him Again, I would like to thank all the three speakers, Dr. Madhumita Pandey, Dr. Amit Thakre, and Yudomi, who I think he had joined us from a place where he didn't have much of technological assistance, and still he was there, and I appreciate that particular effort also. Thank you very much, all of you. I do believe that because of the time difference, all of you have made separate time for this particular conference, and our audience would be really enlightened for all the efforts that you have done and all the research work that you have shared. Thank you very much, all of you. And the feedback form is shared by Shweta in the chat section. It would be respective to each speakers, and we'll surely share the feedbacks which has been shared by an audience member to each speaker in the respective week. So thank you very much, all of you, to be here and take out time to share with us your insightful details. Thank you very much. So
thank you, Dr. Sara.
Take care.
For the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all. For the audience, I would like to share that we'll shortly begin with our sixth session, which would be chaired by Professor Mark. We have all our speakers on board, and I would like to request, I first want to introduce what the session would be, and I will hand it over to Ms. Bhavya, who will be moderating the session. So we'll start with session 6, which would be on empowerment toward victim assistance in times of COVID-19. Again, if you would just view the sessions that we had talked about criminal justice system, we have talked about mental health and well-being. So the last 2 sessions would be dedicated towards the victim assistance and the need of it. And we have Professor Mark would be chairing it, and subsequently it would be followed by 3 presenters who would be sharing their research work and their paperwork in terms of what they have completed or what they have worked on in terms of victim assistance. So the first speaker, or I will say the chair, would be Professor Dr. Mark Goenhuysen. Then we'll have Dr. Usman, Dr. Marisport, and then Mr. Zareen, Ms. Zareen, who would be taking care of the entire session. I'll hand it over to Ms. Bhavya. But before that, I just want to mention that because we want to keep our time precise and we want to limit the session timing in terms of the program schedule, I will ring this bell twice if you have 2 minutes left, and I will ring it a little more time where your session or your time has ended. So I'll request all of you to adhere to that. We don't want to interrupt you in between. So if you hear this bell, so first, please bear that you have 2 minutes left, and the last one would be that your time is over. So that is it. I will hand it over to Ms. Bhavya. I'll share Professor Mark's slide. So please go and introduce Professor Mark as our chair.
Thank you, Vipin. And I'd like to first congratulate each and every one of you all for joining in today for this wonderful international conference on victim assistance. I'm aware that we are all from different time zones. So a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to each and every one of you. Extending my warm wishes, my warm welcome, and thanking you all. Today's session is on empowerment towards victim assistance in times of COVID-19. And I am Bhavya Chhabra, working as a senior research fellow at Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. Without any further ado, I'd like to now start with introducing our very first speaker who will be chairing our session, Dr. Mark. Dr. Mark is a professor of criminal law and criminal procedure and victimology at Tilburg University, Netherlands. He is the founder and director of International Victimology Institute Tilburg and a member of Dutch Royal Academy of Science. His research interests include victim rights and restorative justice, criminal procedure, and victimology. Today, he will be presenting on in which ways and to what extent did COVID-19 affect the work of victim assistance organizations. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to have you here, sir. We welcome you. Just a little note before I actually hand over the session to you. We will be taking every speaker's questions towards the end of this session, not forgetting that we need to adhere to the time limit. Over to you, sir. And thank you so much, Vipin, for carrying out this procedure in a timely manner with the little ring that we have. Thanks a lot. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this extremely generous introduction. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Jindal Global University for organizing this wonderful event. in which participants from all over the world are taking place. It's a wonderful means of communication and sharing ideas between experts from all over the globe. I also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sanjeev Sahni for inviting me to this particular event in the role in this extremely interesting session. Okay, let's not waste any more time. First of all, I'd like to, maybe you can set the slides up, Vivian. First of all, I'd like to mention that this is about victim assistance. And victim assistance is, and I have to emphasize that, generally regarded as a human right for victims. It's not just a right within the obtaining laws of various countries, but it is a generally shared human right. And this is confirmed and evidenced by many international legal instruments, which have been adopted throughout the past 35 years. First of which, of course, was the UN Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, adopted by the General Assembly of the UN in 1985. But in the UN Declaration, the right to victim assistance was framed in a very limited and concise way. It only read in Article 14, victims should receive the necessary material, medical, psychological, and social assistance through governmental, voluntary, community-based, and indigenous means. That's it. So 16 years later, there was a second international instrument adopted by the European Forum for Victim Services, which was later renamed as Victim Support Europe. That was called the Statement of Victims' Rights to Standards of Service, and it was adopted in 2001. And you can clearly see that some quality standards were added to the basic provision that victims should have the right to access victim support services. It was emphasized that the access should be equal, so there was a non-discrimination clause. The support should be provided by professional, trained and selected staff members. Support services had to be free of charge, so no charges could be levied. The services should be confidential, and the victim should retain personal autonomy over every decision that was taken in the process. And of course, and this is rather controversial, victim support services ought to be independent, independent from the government. They should be in a position where they could criticize the government if the victim support agencies felt that victim support was administered or criminal justice was administered in a way that was not conducive to the best interests of victims. Next came a very sophisticated instrument which was adopted by the Council of Europe in 2006. It was a recommendation, and for the first time, the objectives of victim support were explicit. And that was the objective to alleviate the negative effects of crime, to minimize secondary victimization, and to reduce repeat victimization. And then it went on to repeat or echo the minimum standards that were already elaborated by the Victim Support Europe. So easy access to victim support, free emotional, social, and material support before, during, and after the trial, trained, competent staff, provision of information on rights and services, and in the cases that were beyond the competence of victim assistance organizations, referrals were mandated to other more specialized services, and the principle of confidentiality had to be respected, of course. And then finally, in the provisions on victim assistance in this particular recommendation by the Council of Europe, it was also called for specialized centers. And then you need to think of shelters for victims of domestic violence. The importance of national helplines, telephone helplines was emphasized, the call was made to have one specific agency who could coordinate the services which were supplied in different agencies. Finally, in 2005 and 2008, there were two different drafts. Experts in the field of victimology drew up a draft UN Convention on Justice and Support for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power. That was a very interesting experience to be part of it. And I'm happy to report here that Sam Garkawi, my good friend and colleague from Australia, called my attention to the work we had jointly done on this draft UN Convention, because it introduced a different element on victim assistance, because it made a distinction between immediate assistance, which was, of course, emotional and practical support and supplying information, but it also included medical attention and crisis intervention, and it provided for protection against media intrusion, which can be very damaging for victims. And separate from immediate assistance in the immediate aftermath of crime, it called for medium-term assistance and long-term assistance. And that was a step forward, I think. And medium-term assistance includes help in absolving financial needs and financial claims, and participation in alternative justice forums. And the long-term assistance included all of the above, and it was added that it should aim to re-establish the victim's place in the community and in the workplace. So in a way, these are the preliminaries. And then I come to the COVID situation. And surprisingly, there's a big positive in the Netherlands, because after COVID broke loose, service provision went on undisturbed to a very large extent. And that is, I think, kind of exceptional. And I wondered why it was possible to maintain the working order of victim support in my country. And that one of the reasons that I found is that online victim support already existed for 3 years in my country. And to be more precise, on a massive scale, in 2019, we had 280,000 online contacts between victims and victim support organization. And that was a 49% increase compared to the year before. So it is really mushrooming, it's blossoming, online victim support. And the victim support organization was really equipped to deal with this kind of situation. We already had an online case allocation system in place. All staff, and that means paid staff and volunteer visitors, were already equipped with cell phones and laptops before the COVID crisis broke out. And they introduced a buddy system to increase the IT skills of all the staff members involved. And that's very important, because most of the volunteer visitors are of an advanced age. Most of them are seniors with limited IT skills. So we assigned younger staff members as a buddy to these elderly volunteer visitors in order to increase their IT skills and hence be able to perform in a better way. Finally, I would recommend lessons learned. In a time of crisis, do not change your entire victim support organization. Build on your existing strength, and crisis is never the time to fundamentally change your operating system. Then this is not a success story. Of course, in the Netherlands, we also faced many problems. First of all, there was the initial shutdown of the court system. All court buildings were closed in March, and they only reopened in May. That led not only to major delays But it even led to a situation where 80,000 cases were shelved. They were just put on shelf, and it is actually very doubtful whether these 80,000 cases will ever be dealt with in a proper way. After the reopening in May, fewer people were allowed to enter the courtroom because of the social distancing, of course. And then something strange happened. The victims were the first to be banned from the courtrooms. Even when journalists were still allowed to enter the courtroom, victims were expelled from the courtroom. And this is very, I think it's a sign that victim emancipation is still not the new normal. It's still not really between the ears and in the mindset of the people who run the victims, who run the court system. That's also reflected in the architecture of courtrooms. We now have protective shields between judges, between the defense counsel and the judges, between the prosecutor and the judges, but there's no protective means for victims. So that is very sad to notice. And so when victims were banned from the courtrooms and their lawyers could also not attend the proceedings, we found a solution, which is a second best solution, of course. And that is that now one victim support staff member will be present during the entire day. And that in my country is that we deal with 8 cases in a single day. And one staff member of victim support will be present all day as a representative of the entire victim population. I think that is a second best, but it's much better than nothing. Then we have a second problem that I would like to briefly address, which is that more cases are dealt with out of court. So many cases that are not the most severe cases will no longer be decided by a court, but the prosecutor will impose a punishment. So the prosecutor himself, it's not an agreement, it's not a settlement, but it's an imposition of a penalty by the prosecutor. Now, of course, that involves a lack of victim participation because the victim is not present there in that procedure, in that mini procedure. And even there, we found a second best solution by compensating it in allowing a victim support staff member to supply written advice to the prosecutor on victims' interests, which can be taken into account before deciding on the case and imposing a punishment. And then finally, one of the main problems was that, and that's separate from the architecture of courtrooms, victims also suffered from the pandemic because of lack of monitoring of compliance with restraining orders in the post-sentencing stage, because the police and other criminal justice authorities had other things on their mind. Finally, I'd like to point out to one or two general issues. Of course, there's much more corona-related violent crime, like domestic crime, and I understand that Ms. Zarian will deal with that more extensively in a later presentation during this session, and she even refers to it as a shadow pandemic, which I think is very illuminating and convincing. And then I would like to point out the limited access to justice, which has traditionally existed and was exemplified by the extremely low reporting rates all over the globe, with an average of less than 25% of crimes committed actually being reported to the authorities. And that is now compounded by limited access to ICT systems, because of limited access in many parts of the globe to hardware and software systems. So now we have been faced with a new kind of literacy problem, adding to the unequal distribution of justice. And I think as victimologists, we should take this very seriously. Then there's a final piece of good news. We have, as a victim support organization, discovered a new client group, which consists of the family members of people who died in the ICU because of Corona, because of COVID. And it turns out that these people were very traumatized, and they suffered from what we refer to as post-ICU syndrome. And that turns out that people who are surviving, people who have died in an intensive care unit, suffer from a syndrome which is very close, which is very akin to PTSD. And as you know, the victim support organizations have lots of experience with PTSD complaints and symptoms. So we can deal with these people, we can actually effectively assist them. And if the symptoms are too deep, too profound, then we can refer these victims to more specialized agencies. So this is a balanced view. We have made lots of progress. We have been able to deal with the COVID crisis much more efficiently than we expected. Most of victim support operations have continued virtually without interruption because of the measures that I've outlined, but still we are faced with major challenges. And it is so fortunate that we have conferences like this in which we can share ideas on best practices in order to improve the situation of victims in these terrible times. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Mark, for that lovely opening and a truly insightful presentation on how the pandemic has really affected the work of victim assistance organizations. Moving on, we have our second speaker of the session, who is Dr. Usman. He is a lecturer at the Department of Sociology, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. His major area of specialization is criminology. His research interests cover the areas of crime prevention and law enforcement. Today, Dr. Usman will be presenting on the status of victims of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria during the COVID-19 emergency. We are very pleased to welcome you, sir. Questions towards the end of the session whilst we take care of the time for the smooth functioning of this session. Over to you, Dr. Usman.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Good morning, everyone. I am Usman Ojedoko. I'm speaking to you from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Let me start by appreciating OP Jindal Global University for giving me the opportunity to feature at this forum. The title of my presentation is The Status of Victims of Superstition-Driven Violent Crimes in Nigeria during the COVID-19 emergency. Introduction. Nigeria recorded its first index case of COVID-19 on February 27, 2020. By March 38, 2020, the federal government of Nigeria introduced different restriction measures in form of movement and social restriction. However, the eruption of COVID-19 pandemic has further aggravated the status of, has further aggravated the situation of victims of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. Despite the increasing influence of our Western education, science and technology, and the increasing popularity of Christianity and Islam in Nigeria, superstitious belief still plays important role in the everyday behavior, life choices, and decision-making process of many individuals in Nigeria. Although superstition-induced crime are a universal phenomenon occurring in different parts of the world, however, its increasing frequency and intensity in Nigeria makes it a major cause for concern in some communities. This form of crime is increasingly threatening human security as it typically causes victims to suffer life-threatening injuries, and at times, it makes the victim lose his or her life. I'll move on by discussing the theoretical framework that actually guided my discourse. But before moving on, let me point out that I actually intended to make this presentation, to make my research evidence-based or empirical, as the case may be. However, my inability to get ethical approval due to the ravaging pandemic has actually made me decide to actually make it theoretical at this moment, and I hope to share my field result with you as soon as I'm able to actually go to the field. Social disorganization theory actually provided the conceptual framework for the discourse. The theory is actually rooted in the process of social change. It views rapid social change as damaging. Rapid social change as damaging the organized society webs of normative social control, and thus it brings about a social disorganization situation in which normative consensus is actually replaced by normative dissensus. According to the basic logic of the theory, social disorganization is likely to be followed by personal disorganization. Hence, a breakdown in normative control increases the likelihood that individuals will also experience a similar breakdown in the moral constraint that regulates everyday behavior. Because social disorganization will have actually disrupted socialization, the process through which a generation passes its values, beliefs, and normative constraints onto the other. Yes, now I'll be discussing crimes that are commonly induced by superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. A wide range of violent and non-violent crimes are often induced by superstitious beliefs in Nigeria. And one of the most prominent ones among them is the issue of organ harvesting. Of course, organ harvesting is one of the most common forms of superstition-driven violent crime in most Nigerian communities. It typically involves the removal of vital human organs from a victim or victims, as it were, for the purpose of being used as a part of our ritual exercise. This kind of crime is typically organized in nature. Specifically, the crime include victim's head, the arms of the victim, the hands, the fingers, the eyes, and if the victim were to be a female, the breast and possibly the vagina of the person. Another type of superstition-driven violent crime is also child rape. Child rape is often perpetrated by individuals that have been indoctrinated into believing that having carnal knowledge of a minor, particularly a virgin, is capable of attracting some form of wealth and fortune, or it is capable of helping to cure certain illnesses, certain serious illnesses and diseases such as HIV/AIDS and hepatitis, amongst others. Also, perpetrators of this kind of superstition-driven violent crime, they believe that having knowledge of a minor is capable of endowing them with a form of spiritual fortification, and it is also capable of helping them to achieve a desired political ascendancy. Therefore, girl child is often the target, and they are often raped, while male child is occasionally sodomized. Witch killing is another dimension to the problem of superstition-driven violent crime in Nigeria. Witch killing essentially involves the public lynching of an individual by a group of people on the suspicion that the victim is actually invoking supernatural power of witchcraft to harm some other members of the community. Essentially, victims are often stoned or clubbed to death through serious dangerous objects like sticks and even broken bottles. In this particular case, victims are usually elderly males and females, but I must point out that elderly females are more affected by this form of crime than their male counterpart. Indeed, religious leaders and charismatic preachers have been widely indicted for contributing to the increasing occurrence of this crime or this type of superstition violent crime in Nigeria. Another crime that is common that is driven by superstitious belief is the issue of theft. Although this can be violent, this is not necessarily violent, but at times it has it has a tendency of escalating into violence in the course of perpetration. Perpetrators of this particular crime, they are often motivated to steal certain rare objects because of the belief that those objects are actually embedded with some form of spiritual power. Some of the items that are usually targeted by perpetrators of this crime include fresh human placenta, I mean baby placentas now, women panties and braziers, then clothes that were used to wrap a corpse, and at times blind men's staffs, or at times they do still use menstruation pads, and in some other cases use babies' diapers. These objects are often used in the course of performing some kind of contagious magic. Now I'll be discussing the major factors promoting superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. Multiple factors are at play in the occurrence of superstition-driven violent crimes in the country. But the first one and the most prominent one among them is actually the issue of poverty. Poverty is highly endemic in Nigeria. And in fact, Nigeria is currently the world poverty capital in the world now. So it is clear that a lot of people are actually finding it difficult to eke out livelihood. And due to this poverty problem, many people are looking for different options to keep body and soul together. And one of the options that people usually key into is the performance or involvement in money-making rituals. The money-making rituals involves carrying out of certain form of rituals for the purpose of actually attracting wealth. And some of the crimes that are often perpetrated in the course of making money rituals is murder, organ harvesting, rape, and incest. Also, religious dogmatism is equally fueling the occurrence of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. It is widely known that adherents of all the three major religions in Nigeria, the religions are African traditional religion, Christianity, and Islam. They are routinely dogmatic in their religious practices, and due to their dogmatism, they hardly interrogate or question the directives given to them by their spiritual heads. Whatever they tell them is usually what they normally do. Therefore, some vulnerable congregation members that are seeking for spiritual solution to their problem usually engage in different antisocial behaviors because they have been so commanded by their religious leaders. Pop culture is also a contributing factor to the phenomenon of superstition-driven violent crime in Nigeria. Many movies and musical lyrics in Nigeria that are produced by Nigerian artists are often quick to draw a connection between poverty and being bewitched, and between being wealthy and money-making rituals. Consequently, individuals with low self-esteem and individuals with low self-control, they are usually easily influenced by what they see in movies and what they hear through musical lyrics, thereby engaging in form of superstition-driven violent crimes. And in this particular context, some of the crimes that are often common are witch killing, rape, incest, organ harvesting, amongst others. Finally, the quest for political power is also has a hand in the increasing occurrence of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. There's a very wide belief or popular belief in Nigeria that engaging in some of ritual exercise is capable of attracting favor and love from the gods. Therefore, people are usually encouraged to perform rituals for the purpose of achieving their political desire. This particular belief is so pervasive in Nigeria to the extent that rituals, kidnapping for rituals and organ harvesting are usually recorded during periods of general elections in Nigeria. I will be running off by discussing the strategies for assisting victims of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria. Although anyone could be a victim of superstition-driven violent crimes in Nigeria, nonetheless, young females, pregnant women, the elderly, children, and people living with disabilities are the group of individuals that are more particularly vulnerable to this type of crime. Indeed, superstition-driven violent crimes are typically community-based. Therefore, a bottom-top approach is strongly advocated as a veritable means of actually addressing this problem. In this wise, my first recommendation would be that there should be community-based orientation in Nigeria, a community-based orientation and public campaign against this menace. This responsibility should be championed by traditional leaders and religious leaders in Nigerian communities. They should create awareness about the evil that is associated with the occurrence of superstition-driven violent crime. Also, relevant government agencies, such as the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking Persons and the Ministry of Women Affairs, Community Development and Social Welfare, they should provide necessary social support and protection for victims of superstition-driven violent crimes. These victims should be provided with adequate shelter for those of them that are looking that want to move away from their aggressors or their victimizers, and also they should assist them to seek medical and psychological intervention for the purpose of cushioning the effect of post-traumatic stress disorder that may emanate as a result of their precarious experience. Also, the National Orientation Agency should partner with media outlets, particularly the electronic one, radio and television, for the purpose of launching massive public campaign against the problem. Also, non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations need to provide assistance to the victim to help them access justice and to help them seek legal redress. Because experience has shown that the victim of this particular kind of crime are usually lower class individuals that often find it difficult to access justice. Finally, detected culprits should be punished by the informal and formal agencies of social control. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Usman. It was a really eye-opening session on the status of victims in Nigeria and how you shed light on, on this factor, especially during the global pandemic. Thanks again. Moving on, we have our third speaker of the session, who is Dr. A. Maris Fort, who is working as an assistant professor at Gujarat National Law University. He teaches criminology, victimology, and alternate dispute resolution subjects. He is currently heading the Gujarat National Law University Center for Disability Studies. Today, Dr. Maris Fort will be presenting on need for inclusive policies for dealing with victims of women with disabilities. We are very pleased to welcome you here, sir. We will be taking questions towards the end of the session whilst we take care of the time. Over to you, Dr. Maris Fort.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay, I have shared the slide. Have you received it? Okay, so what I do whenever next slide, I will say next. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank JIPS for giving me this opportunity to present this paper, and respected chair and my fellow panel members and dear participants. I really welcome and thank for giving me this opportunity. Here, this title which I have chosen for twofold reasons. One is these women victims are unique, especially women with disabilities victims are very, very unique. Other than that, these victims often sidelined. So that's these two reasons made me to deal with this. Let me get into this the discussion. Here, the title which I have put it is "Sign Up, Please." This sign up means I'm not talking about generally a kind of petition which we are going to apply. Sign the language. Please accept the needs or individual based approaches for dealing with the cases about victims of disabled women. So that's the reason I put the title "Sign Up, Please." Because some women with disabilities are having hearing impairment, and some women with disabilities are having intellectual impairment, and some are having visual impairment. So according to their needs, please do provide such kind of facilities. So that is the idea behind the phrase which I have put it, "Sign Up, Please." Now please go to next slide. Here, this is an interesting thing. If you look at how these women with disabilities are victimized, there are two illustrations I would like to highlight here. First one, look at it. Mendelssohn and other even Van Handek, they discussed about victimization of vulnerables. They simply said that there is a cordial relationship between the victim and perpetrators because of the vulnerability, especially disabilities being a most vulnerable community. So they have been victimized. So they simply have a notion there is a cordial relationship, and the vulnerability of the victim provoked the perpetrator to commit the crime. It's a kind of restrictive notion on the victims. Then they stopped that. After that, there is no concrete explanations about disabled victims, right? Then later, if you look at it, some feminist scholars and Marxist scholars, they told that no, you should not say that because of vulnerability, victims have been, perpetrators have been provoked to commit crime. You should look at other way. You have to prevent or protect these victims of being victimized. So if you indirectly take it that yes, there is a requirement of special policies for the protection of disabled victims, in particular women with disabilities. Now, there are some issues which I am highlighting here. Please remember, these issues are tip of the iceberg. On August 28, I'm during COVID, I'm telling, in Haryana, a deaf woman got raped, and then her body got mutilated. Similar incidents actually happened in Gujarat, in the state of Gujarat. In fact, similar incidents also found in Tamil Nadu and other states, but I haven't highlighted here. But please remember, these incidents actually questioning, rather posing a question, like Shampa Shen Gupta, she is a disabled rights activist. She posed a question. In fact, this question also come from actually pondering my mind. You are giving attention to Nirbhaya rape or Kathua rape and other rape, but what about the molestation or offenses against or violence against these indigenous and disabled women? Why these issues are not coming to the mainstream? What happened? In which preventing? Where the sensitization is lacking? Why it is lacking rather? So these questions actually posed by Shampa Shen Gupta, and I also subscribe to this question. So my entire this presentation is on this particular aspect. Now, I'm just going to discuss how next slide, how the disabled women are facing violences and which kind of violences or abuses they are facing. In fact, the women with disabilities are facing two sets of violences. First one is violences direct in general, that whatever the offenses committed against women, the same offenses also committed against disabled women. That is one category. Second category, there are some specific violences or abuses actually committed against women with disability because of their disability. And especially if you look at the women with disability, they don't have any other option, because they have to be in the domestication unless they have that accessible means or some other assistive means. Even if they are having assistive means also, still domestication is inevitable. So that's where their victimization is also very high. Just look at UN report, because in UN report, this report actually come on the discussion about UNCPD, that is United Nations Convention on Protection of Rights of Disabilities. There is a working group. So 72nd meeting, UN General has prepared a report on this particular laws relating to disabilities, and which highlighted that disabled women are vulnerable, or rather women with disabilities are vulnerable because of their nature. And it actually highlighted that general abuses and specific abuses women with disabilities are facing, and specific abuses include not providing the medication or not providing the accessible means, and even the caretaking facilities. These facilities may be stopped. So I feel like David Denham's book on victimology, he highlighted how elderly victims are subjected to financial and that is economic violence or abuses, and then other general violences. So I feel similar to elderly victims, but I haven't told same. Similarly, similar to elderly victims, women with disabilities also facing economical abuses as well as sexual abuses and other abuses. Next. As a study, comprehensive study, actually I have reviewed a lot of literature, except few in Indian level, 2 or 3, and even that Indian report is not entire India, but very few cases. But in US, a Michigan-based study was a comprehensive one. This study actually revealed that how these women with disabilities have been victimized. Just it revealed that 85% women with disabilities have faced physical violence. 66% women faced sexual abuses, and then if you look at it, the caretakers also played a role in committing the crime against these women with disabilities. And if you look at it, 15%, and if you look at strangers, the strangers who have been or who are perpetrating the crimes are very less, 8%. But most of the cases, the strangers who commit offenses, it got reported, but the caretakers are the near ones who commits violence, often unreported. And look at it victimization pattern. 85% of survey respondents were faced repeat victimization, meaning thereby victimization of women with disabilities is a common phenomenon in their life. Now look at the perpetrators. That Michigan study says their husbands and male counterpart, and please remember this male counterpart be maybe men with disabilities or non-disabled men, it depends, and then family members. And if you look at strangers are very less, and caretakers. Now you look at it, why the perpetrators are like this? Because in case of elderly people, even you may say the perpetrators are like some percentage of strangers. Otherwise, what happened, that the economic abuse is mostly done by their relatives because of their dependency. So similarly, since women with disabilities supposed to depend their caretakers or depend their shelter homes for their survival, because of that, these people actually abusing them. Now already I highlighted these women with disability related cases often underreported, especially the offenses committed by the known people. The following reasons are the causes of underreported. The first and foremost is criminal justice system is not accessible. In fact, I will be highlighting this point with some of the Indian illustration. Accessible in a sense, please look at it. If any blind or woman with blindness, any woman with blindness, if she would like to highlight, she could say narrate her story with vision, because there is a judgment in India which says that a woman with blindness, that witness should not be directly considered, it should be corroborated with other evidence. So that way, because she can't able to highlight who, that is identity parade cannot be done with this person. Okay, she can't able to highlight. Similarly, intellectual disabled woman, she can't even realize what actually happened to her. Right? So those things, so in such a cases, how the justice is, because first time if she is going to meet a police officer, then he will ask what happened, everything. Then she may not be able to narrate, first of all. Second, can you tell who is the perpetrator? She may not be able to give the answer. And then again, she is supposed to go to the court. Then in the trial process, she has to undergo the repeat victimization. Right? So this is the biggest hurdle. Even forgot about these things. Even most of the courtrooms are not accessible. If any wheelchair user is as a victim, then she cannot go to the court for giving the witness. Of course, the Criminal Amendment Act 2013 say that you can take the statement from the victim's home, but still, how far it is accessible? So that's a big issue, which led to the unreported. And second thing, if you look at the women with disabilities, in fact, some articles which used to highlight, rather some scholars also highlight that if you look at the disparities between offenses against men with disabilities and women with disabilities are twice. Okay, even if you compare to the offenses against non-disabled women and women with disabilities, it's twice or sometimes thrice a time higher. Here, the reason is the dependency of women with disabilities and their family members who are abusing. Here, what actually taking place? Now, she can't go out. Otherwise, what happened? She may not get this kind of whatever she is getting now as a kind of shelter, as a kind of caretaking. That's one thing. Second thing, she may not have the formal sign language, or she may not have the formal communication. Even some mentally ill women, because their communication codes may be known to the family members. It may not be known to outsiders. So that's a biggest hurdle. And third, already I explained, still further again explain it here. Identification of witness, intellectual disabled woman and woman with blindness are unable to identify their witness. So as a result, police often say that, okay, instead of proceeding with the case, we will close this. We no need to take this case. And negative stereotyping and stigmatization, like Von Hendek and Mendelssohn used to say that if you are disabled, why you are going out? They used to stigmatize, and we were allowing these people to come. And no other shelter and homes are not available. Here, there are various secondary victimization actually there. Here, that police and law enforcement agencies forgot, even medical officers, because some of the medical practitioners, they may not be able to know how to deal with that. Here, Human Rights Watch report 2018, which highlighted various problems faced by the women with disabilities, even some of the elderly disabled. Here she highlighted upon the, especially Nidhi Goyal was a dominant author in that report. She highlighted that the police officers or police station, even courts are not accessible to the disabled women. Even some of the police officers reluctant to take their cases. Furthermore, some women with disabilities are not having disability certificate. As a result, there is no mentioning of her disability in the FIR itself. So that's where they are suffering vulnerability. So finally, I would like to highlight here, there is no lack of statistics. So NHRC and UN Working Committee also urge, especially India, to have a special data on violence against women with disability. And my conclusion, I as an academician urge that we should have a special topic in the victimology about nature and extent of victimization of disabilities, including male as well as women, and special focus supposed to be given on violence against women with disability. That's one. And more research to be conducted, and so that we can give a specific policies. And last slide, actually it has been given by some World Bank based study group. So it shows that make the criminal justice, that is court and police system, accessible, and provide a sensitization training to the stakeholders, including medical practitioners and others, and even provide the training to the disabled women and empower them to know about their rights. So these are all the things they suggested. So finally, I would like to say that during the COVID-19 also, women with disabilities have faced a lot of domestic violence abuses. Except disabled scholars, no other people spoken about their abuses. Okay, even police officers also stopped some of the hearing impaired people for going up, but it was not at all coming out except few medias. So these things supposed to be sensitized. Even we should give much attention. Offenses against women with disabilities supposed to be come to the mainstream, and victimology academia is supposed to discuss about these abuses, so that we will come up with a proper policy and framework for protection of these women with disabilities. With this, I thanking you for all for giving me this opportunity and patient hearing, and I am eagerly waiting for your feedback and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marsport, for that enlightening presentation. And I must compliment you for highlighting the importance of women with disabilities and how these cases are absolutely underrated. The audience were really enjoying your session. They especially said that even, people with mental health disorders, even they are not well recognized. So thank you so much for that enlightening session. I'd like to now move on to our fourth speaker, who is Ms. Zareen Akhtar. She is an independent research professional, and she has completed her MSS degree from Department of Criminology, University of Dhaka. She has presented many research papers in a number of international conferences and seminars. Today, Ms. Zareen will be presenting on domestic violence, the shadow pandemic, exploring the contributors and future protective measures for victims. Welcome you, Ms. Zareen. The questions will be taken towards the end of this session, and whilst we also will be circulating the feedback form towards the end of her presentation. Over to you, Ms. Zareen.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. This is Zareen from University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, and I'm going to discuss about a very important topic, which is domestic violence. I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So today I'm going to talk about the topic, which is domestic violence. As UN reported this violence as shadow pandemic, and exploring the contributors and future protective measures for the victim. This is a joint paper written by me and my co-author Nuzhat Jahan, who is also a researcher and a criminology graduate. So we all know that since the outbreak of COVID-19, different kinds of violence against women, especially domestic violence, has intensified and it has become a worldwide problem, but it needs more attention. That's why today I'm going to talk about this topic. There are three objectives of my paper. I'd like to share it as a slideshow. Okay. So there are mainly three objectives of this paper, which is understanding domestic violence. In this part, I'd like to show you the relationship between COVID-19 pandemic and the domestic violence, which comes along with the changing patterns of violence, with new and increased challenges for the victims. Also, what is the situation worldwide with some global statistics and the Bangladesh scenario of domestic violence during this pandemic. The second objective of this paper is exploring the contributors, where I'd like to talk about the prominent causes and contributors, why this problem is intensifying during this pandemic situation. And I'd like to discuss it from two perspectives. One is the deep-rooted causes, which is chronologically with some theoretical background, which is power control, masculinity, and neutralization theory. And the other perspective is the practical reasons why this situation is happening in this world, which includes social isolation, economic crisis, lack of safety, and a lot of other important factors as contributors. The third objective of my paper is how to respond to the violence. It's also important, along with addressing the problems, that how we can prevent and protect the victims. So in this part, I'll talk about some long-term approaches and prevention models, programs, how they can be effectively implemented for the victims and their help. So coming to the first objective, which is understanding the relationship between COVID-19 and domestic violence. We all know that because of the COVID-19 situation, there's been lockdown for several months. And in this lockdown, and because of the movement restrictions, the abusers have got increased opportunities, because the women victims, they cannot get help whenever they want, because they're always trapped with the abusers and they cannot seek help. So this is the increased risk and challenge for the victims, that they cannot report to the crime to the concerned authority, and the abuser can always keep an eye on the victim so that they cannot get any kind of help. So this is the increased risk which is happening, and it has influenced the domestic violence during this pandemic because of these challenges and risks. The second one is we can see that the form and patterns of violence has also been changed during this pandemic. Basically, when we talk about domestic violence, we only focus on the physical injury and physical violence. But in this part, in this COVID-19 and lockdown period, we've also seen that financial abuse, emotional abuse, sexual and verbal abuse have also increased to a high extent. In fact, to some countries, for some victims, financial restricted related abuse and emotional abuse has occurred for the first time in their life in this lockdown period. So we can see that not only physical violence but also some other forms of domestic violence have increased because of this pandemic and its contributing situation. Also, we have seen that the perpetrators, the abusers, they are using social media to spread the terror, to influence and to gather large audience, to get the attention that that whatever they're doing, to reach to the larger audience. So also in extreme form, homicide and murder and brutal killing are also taking places during this pandemic situation. The victims and its impact on the victims is severe and dangerous to some extent. It's not that only the women are the victims of domestic violence. I've also seen that children, older people are also becoming the victims of domestic violence to some countries. In fact, they are at high risk of domestic violence during and after the pandemic. If we see the global situation of domestic violence, we can see that almost in every country, the rate of domestic violence is increased to some sort of extent. In France, it has increased to 30%, in Cyprus and Singapore, 30 to 33%. In fact, in most of the countries globally, it has been a rise of 40 to 50% of domestic violence increase as per report. Now, if I look at the situation of Bangladesh, it's even more severe and dangerous. According to the Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, 54.2% of married women face physical and sexual intimate partner violence. If I show you only the report of 2 months, which is April and May, you can understand the situation, what's happening right now. So there's a organization which is called Manushik Jono Foundation, MJF, who did a survey, and the result of the survey came out as 4,249 women and 456 children were subjected to domestic violence in 27 out of 64 districts. Also, according to their survey report, among 17,000 women and children, 848 women are tortured physically, 2,008 were mentally, 85 sexually, and 1,308 faced financial restrictions from their husbands. So you can see the overall situation, how severe and acute this problem is in my country. Also, in the month of May, the rate of domestic violence increased to 31%, adding 97.4% women as victims of domestic violence. To better understand the situation, I would like to share two cases, which is the most interesting and most brutal cases that took place during the lockdown. One is Facebook Live murder case. So this is the perpetrator who came on Facebook Live and he killed his wife Tahmina Akhtar with a sharp weapon. And he made her spot dead. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
Zareen.
Thank you so much. So he murdered his wife during a Facebook Live, and this live was shared by so many people, and it influenced some potential vulnerable abusers to commit such type of crime and then share it and then coming to the Facebook Live. So you can see the horrifying situation that's taking place in my country. Also, I would like to say that I have never seen such type of honor killing in my country. But during this lockdown, it's so unfortunate that a case it took place in Brahmanbaria. It was a girl, 16-year-old, who was killed by her own father, her maternal uncle, and brother on the night of June 2023 because of they saw her with some other guy. So you can see that the domestic violence victims are not only the women, not only the children, but also they can be abused by their own family members, and it's really unbelievable. Now just look at the contributors, why this is happening in my country. Which is the second objective of my research paper. So if I look at the practical causes why this COVID-19 situation is influencing domestic violence, the first one is isolation. So due to the lockdown and movement restrictions, we see that victims are socially isolated, and social isolation is one of the most prominent tactics used by the abusers to distance the victims from his friends, families, and support networks. So when he's isolated, he cannot seek for help. So that results into unavailability of help and support from the concerned authority, which eventually increases the violence. The second cause is economic crisis, which is very common, that because of the lockdown, it led to unemployment and joblessness for a lot of people, which creates financial stress and aggression, and the abusers, they like to direct their frustration and aggression of economic crisis towards their wives through using different kinds of violence, whether it's sexual abuse, physical abuse, or mental abuse. Lack of social interaction. Because of the movement restrictions, people are spending more time at their home and they cannot have the regular social interaction. So there's a sudden change in their lifestyle, which results into psychotic behavior, mental health problems, and research says that when families tend to spend more time together for a prolonged period, violence can occur even without any reason. So we can say that COVID-19 is not only the direct cause of violence, also indirectly it can affect the situation of contributing domestic violence. The fourth contributor is a social stigma, especially when a crime is occurred, when a violence is occurred. The victims, they ignore that they have been victimized. Even at some cases, they do not even realize that they have been victimized. So there's a social stigma that this is very normal and you do not have to talk about it. It happens to everywhere. It happens to every family, and even if the contributor, even if the victim says to someone, then he gets blamed. So there are some other causes. One of the interesting causes is disrupted legal response because of the movement restrictions. The legal authority cannot take steps to report the crime and help the victims. There are also some deep-rooted causes which happens before and during the violence, and which is masculinity theory. I'd not like to go in detail because I have shortage of time. So basically, in this case, it happens before and during the occurrence. The abuser, he gets influenced by male superiority complex and there is a superior belief system in our patriarchal society which influence, and also there is a dominant and power relationship between the women and between the husband and the wife, so that they can control their wife through using violence. The consequences of violence is severe. In long term, it can affect the victim's physical, sexual, and emotional health. And the children who witness violence, they have 10 times higher risk of become more violent in their adulthood or indulge in criminal activities. Overall, when this type of domestic violence occurs, it hampers the economic and social development of a country. Here's some cases you can see. Violence. So now I'd like to draw your attention to the responses to violence, how we can prevent and protect when a violence is occurred. So the main focus, the identified individuals should not be only the victims but also the victims' peer group and community, and also different institutions have certain roles of each to play, such as institutions, hospitals, schools, community, local government. Everybody should play their role, and this should be mutually reinforcing to protect the victims, and the motto should be mutually eradicating violence from the society. Prevention strategies should be taken by local police, because when a crime occurs, local police is the first one who takes the authority, who can complain, who can take the complaint of from the victims. Also, the hotline is very important. In Bangladesh, we have seen that there is an online case filing system has been operated, and it has been very effective. When a situation occurs, they do not have to go directly to the police. They can file a case online. I'd like to have 1 more minute, if it's possible. And also thank you so much. Also, the NGO level, they are doing a great job in kind of prevention strategies. They are going to the root level, villages, and the domestic violence is being reduced by these NGOs. They're arranging seminars and webinars to address the problem. Speaking up is the most important preventive measure that should be taken. The victims, they have to break the norm. We have to educate and aware the victim about the negative consequences, so that they become aware and they become conscious about reporting a crime. There should be public health model which can take place before the occurrence, during the occurrence, and after the occurrence through various preventive measures. There is art therapy which I'd like to talk about. There is this art therapy can basically it's a use of creative activities to help the victim and develop their spiritual well-being, mental and emotional well-being. It lowers the stress level. It reduces the negative thinking. Here, as you can see some pictures that the victims have done this type of painting and art by themselves to share their pain with the other, and to as a process of healing for themselves. This is the case in Bangladesh where there's a makeup campaign used it's developed by some university students who actually used makeup as a tool of increasing awareness of domestic violence, where they have makeup did this type of makeup to show the world that this happens when a girl is getting married. He is just getting restricted, and his life is getting trapped with an abuser. So you can see it. Another last preventive measure that we can take is using a code word, which is very applicable when if abuse is happening, you cannot tell directly to anyone because always the abuser has an eye on the victim. So what they can do is they can use code word. They can tell their children a word, a particular certain word, which would mean that they're getting trying to get help and in emergency purpose. So this code word can be applicable. This is a model which has been used by an Australian center. They do different kinds of prevention models. So I'm focusing on the individual level, organizational level, societal level of the contributors and how they can help from overall as a system. Now would like to conclude my presentation with this last slide, which is October has been regarded as the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So in this month, different organizations, different NGOs, and different countries have organized certain seminars, programs, prevention programs to address this problem, how severe and dangerous this problem is, and how we should tackle the problem, how we should be mutually reinforcing, and we should take part in reducing this domestic violence from our country, addressing the physical abuse, psychological abuse, especially focusing on the emotional abuse, because during this lockdown period, along with physical sexual abuse, emotional abuse has been increased to a high rate. So thank you. Now I'd like to conclude my session.
Thank you, Ms. Zareen, for that
Thank
eye-opening
you so
session
much.
on domestic violence in the backdrop of COVID-19 and for outlining all the objectives so immaculately. I can see that the attendees thoroughly enjoyed the session. Due to the paucity of time, we will be directing the questions to the speakers and we will be sending back the answers to our audience. We thank our speakers for continuously engaging with the audience in the chat room, extending my undying gratitude to all the speakers. Professor Mark, I now request you to give in your concluding remark. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session. There's no way of avoiding that conclusion. As you said, all the speakers did a magnificent job. I really admired all presentations. Dr. Usman introduced us to the topic of superstition-driven violent crime, a topic which is virtually unknown to most of us before this presentation. So thank you very much. Dr. Maraspoort was very convincing in his argument to provide for more protection of women with disabilities as victims, and comparing it to an area where we have much more experience, which is victimization of the elderly. So that's an interesting combination of frames of reference. And finally, I was much impressed by the presentation by Ms. Zerrin Akhtarani about domestic violence in this era of pandemics. It is shocking to see the levels of increase of domestic violence, and it's a major challenge for all societies to fight it. Finally, I also like to pay my compliments, respect, and gratitude to Ms. Bhavya Chabra for moderating this session in an exemplary way. And I could not conclude without mentioning Vipin, who has played such a magnificent role in making all technical and being the strong force in the background, making all this possible. Thank you very much. And I also like to express my gratitude to the participants in this audience from all time zones. And I wish you all a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night. Thank you very much. And I really enjoyed this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mark. It indeed was really grateful for us to hear you at this point. And as you mentioned, we all are here from different time zones and different countries. So thank you very much, all of you, all the 4 presenters and speakers who have given their time for this particular conference. We thank you all for joining in. And as Bhavya mentioned, we'll take all the questions which are not answered. We'll direct it to our speakers and then we'll send it back. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll start with our last session very soon. So thank you very much all.
Vipin, can I take 1 minute to personally thank my very dear friend, Mark?
Sure, sir.
Because I want to tell you that today we have reached to this position where we are organizing this 9th International Seminar, it could have not been possible without the blessings of Mark. Mark is not only a good friend, but Mark is a friend of the university. Mark is the friend of Jindal Institute of Behavior Sciences. Mark is also supervising 2 PhD dissertation, and every time when he was the president of World Society of Victimology, as well as at his personal level, he's always there to help us. We owe a lot to you, Mark, and thank you very much for joining and conducting. We know that this is not the time, but we thought that, you know, we must conduct, because every time, yesterday Bajpai was mentioning that every time October comes, it becomes a synonym that we have to have a victim assistance international workshop. But thanks to you, our gratitude to you, what you have given a lot of advices while establishing the Center for Victimology and Psychological Studies. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for these kind words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mark. Thank you very much, Professor Sani. So we'll start with our last session, session 7 in 2 minutes. So
if you have 2 minutes, then I would just want to say, because there are quite a lot budding young researchers and they are presenting, and believe me, I could not imagine at this age the way you people are presenting. I used to be so nervous, even when I was like 30-35 years of age. The only thing which a small piece of advice is that we in every conference, whether it's related to psychology, victimology, criminology, we talk about problems, which is fine, because unless we know in depth about the problems, we will not be having a right kind of a solution. But there are, especially to the younger lot, I want to say that there's something that you say, oh, we devise a model, we devise a system, we tried this particular thing and it helped. So those kind of researches are required. Like, just to let you know, like Zareen presented an excellent paper. She must have put in a lot of effort. But when you have shown a Australian model, it doesn't fit into Bangladesh as well as India, as well as our neighboring countries. Because, when you say that individual is the core, but in our country, individual is not the core. Society, most of the time, I don't like certain things doing, but because of our culture, we have to do certain things because of the society. So personally, I would say that, can you develop a system that how, the society has to be educated? Now, when you talk about the domestic violence, let me tell you, there's a very important correlation that if the children have seen domestic abuse at home, there's a high probability they will also indulge when they will get married and they will have their own house. So this may not be possible abroad, but in Indian setting, it's very much prevalent, and there are high correlation on this. So my only request to the younger budding researchers, that come up with solution, educate us. Now, Professor Mark gets a lot of time to read and do research, but a person like me, sometimes we are engaged in administration. I want to be educated from younger lot. So that's what our aim is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sani, for your enlightening word. I truly believe that budding researchers and young researchers would be inspired, and they will be taking up research in these specific fields. So thank you very much, Dr. Sani, over to it. So I would like to invite the speakers for next session. This is our last session, which is on impact on victim assistance in times of COVID-19. I'll just introduce the speakers who are here and who would be speaking in this particular session. The session would be moderated by Kriti Ranjan, and I would be taking care of the adherence of time. So at times you will hear all the speakers who would be speaking So in last 2 minutes, I will just ring this bell, and as soon as the time would get over, you will hear multiple rings. So I will request all of you to adhere by the time so that we have a smooth functioning of our session. So the session would be chaired by Professor Robert Peacock. We have him on board, and there will be 3 speakers after Professor Robert Peacock. We'll have Dr. Charles Kamala, then we'll have Miss Camila, and then we'll have Miss Unmana Datta, who would be talking about their respective research. So I will hand it over to Kriti, who would be moderating the session. So I will ask Kriti to introduce Professor Robert Peacock, and then we'll begin with the respective session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bipin. Greetings and welcome to the 9th International Conference on Victim Assistance. On behalf of Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences, I, Kriti Ranjan, would like to warmly invite and welcome our chair, Professor Robert Peacock, who is currently serving as President of the World Society of Victimology. Professor Peacock has written tremendously about victimology, particularly on institutional victimization identity and the legacies of colonial post-apartheid South Africa. He is devoted to the Department of Criminology at the University of the Free State, South Africa. He also serves regularly on scientific committees and board. So today's title of his discussion is The Role of Victim Assistance in Times of COVID-19. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Thank you so much for this time slot and affording me the opportunity.
I can't see you.
Yes, sir, we can't see you.
I would love
Can't
to
see me.
Professor Peacock.
Can you see me now?
No, sir, we could see only for a slight moment.
Yes, no, again, Don.
Is it good?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. We saw you for a second twice. Yes, you came and then again went.
All right, am I back?
No, sir.
No.
I am sharing my video. This is
You are
unusual.
doing something, then you are coming for a fraction of a second. We would love to see a handsome person, Peacock. Yes, you are coming for a fraction of a second. My very
Yes.
dear friend Charles Kamala is already there.
All right. Can you see me now?
No.
Not. This is unusual.
Yes, now we can see you.
Yes,
Don't
there.
change yourself now. Don't change anything. Keep sitting at that particular place. Don't touch your gadgets and don't move.
Thank you, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And also to be chairing this workshop. The topic of my introduction is the role of victim assistance in times of COVID-19. As you are acutely aware, COVID-19 is affecting all aspects of society, and therefore also the role of victim assistance. Now, this pandemic is widening social divides and economic divides, but these divides make also the virus deadlier, a self-reinforcing cycle that worsens its spread. Now, we've heard this morning from Professor Irvin Waller, in order to act effectively, we need strong data to guide us. So measuring the many impacts of COVID-19 should be a key building block of the recovery that the world needs, and in contributing thereby to a better understanding of the new realities which our societies are facing, but also new victimization patterns, and to help our decision makers to pursue evidence-based solutions in this crisis, but also for future pandemics, world catastrophes, and humanitarian crises and disasters. Now, already some time ago in a pre-COVID world, FATA maintained that internationally most victim programs and services remain in essence low-budget enterprises. that rely considerably on volunteers and grassroots organizations for its survival, and with very little consideration for the real needs of the injured parties. Compensation programs are also difficult to access, and with the burden of proof on the aggrieved party, and eligibility is usually restricted to the so-called peer victims, if I can use the terminology of Niels Christie. Now, so if we look at the small numbers and small figures involved in compensation in comparison to the vast amounts generally made available to injuries due to accidents, medical malpractice, it does not surprise that these programs do not really get a lot of publicity, and also, of course, for us in victimology, are aware of the bureaucratic processes that are involved that render these programs often to a mere symbolic gesture, and which can be manipulated by the political agenda and in order to appease society's conscience, rather than to deal really with the distress of interpersonal and broader conflict in society. Recent research in the more resourceful context of the global north by Professor Mark Groenhuizen on the EU directive seeking to establish minimum standards on the rights and support and protection of victims of crime shows that victim support systems and access to justice also fall short for all types of victims amongst the member states. Now, that is the global north. If we look at the global south, which is marked by the so-called resource curse and the aftermath of colonization and its associated structural and institutional violence, victimization continues to play out. Now in the format of manifest multiple deprivations, recurrent indignities, elite politics, socio-political instability, state corporate crime and corruption with very little access to state resources, and a meager regard for so-called disposable or marginalized victim groupings. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has unexpectedly put governments in a situation where they need to procure large amounts of medical equipment to meet the growing demand by hospitals and public. We see that the stress actually created the situation where governments have not devised proper contingency plans for this type of scenario, and this makes them very vulnerable to organized crime and corruption. Now, the victimologists can play a critical role in the development and close monitoring and evaluation of intervention strategies, programs, and policies. Many of us can testify to this. But this would also refer to the empirical evidence that is needed to deal effectively with the violent legacies of colonization on the colonial, post-colonial continuum, and at the same time to reconstruct societies in all of their counterparts. Now, COVID-19 has shown that economical survival of the rich countries may depend much on how such a pandemic is dealt with when it reoccurs in one of the more developing countries or less developed. It is therefore hoped that by more generous aid, there would be a greater reception for the calls from the regions of the world for desperate help. Some encouraging signs, we see this with the recent decision of the IMF to forgive debt or part of that of poor country, but this is not enough. So it basically remains to be seen whether in the future the more affluent countries who have been stunned by the COVID-19 virus will be more generous to assist in the needy ones. So the conceptualization of the needs of victims of especially victims in the global south would also require a broader and a more inclusive perspective. So when we're interpreting distress, I think it's important that we also remain mindful of cultural, social, and political and economic factors, because these also impact on the psychological state and the sense of well-being of individuals and communities. So The point I'm making here is how we conceptualize and operationalize emerging patterns of victimization in a COVID and a post-COVID world remains critical, because this would shape institutional and regulatory responses, with the political dimension, of course, always as persistent theme in policy. So with the framing of victim identity and examination of personal agency is necessary, but we also need to understand that the discrepancies between self-identifications and social identification is also crucial, because identity takes place within a broader context, and victimization can be seen as an attack on the self. And therefore, just a remark here that we are, when we're dealing with different cultural contexts, that we remain, of course, very sensitive towards context, because a narrow understanding of conflict will distract from the socioeconomic and political dimensions of COVID-19, as well as of that of crime and victimization. So, for instance, what we will see is in the case of weak states, that the portrayal of the offender or the perpetrator would be seen as the greatest obstacle to the well-being of all of the participants in the conflict, but actually that the state is the greatest obstacle. So much has been written about this by Robert Elias, and I can advise you to read a bit more. But against the current global context of scarce resources and competing priorities in a COVID environment, Fatah has already reminded us of the dangers of creating a normative hierarchy of moral categories and diagnostic labels. I'm referring to inferior and superior victims, good victims, bad victims, disposable victims. This would be completely unacceptable in any other assistance giving profession. So when we do adopt a victim-centric approach, to remain mindful of marginalization of certain victim groupings, such as offenders as victims due to the victim-offender homogeneity, sharing more similarities and differences, but also with reference to the interactional nature of conflict and situational nature of conflict, as well as victim-offender sequences, victims who become offenders and offenders who become victims. So it is a little bit more complex than to portray, usually in the media, this super criminal to distract from the broader problems in societies. And us as victimologists, of course, would be mindful of this. So there also tends to be a focus on traditional crimes. I think this is quite known in victimology. Simply because that, once individual harm is not noticeable, it is sort of seen as not as important. We also see that that when we look at sort of more silent forms of victimization, such as state corporate crime, or mass victimizations, or victimization by financial institutions, simply because it's not visible, it is not dealt with more in terms of the victimological agenda. So I'm very pleased to see in this session of us also our presentations on the plight and the forgotten plight of persons with disabilities, as well as that of refugees. And of course, intimate partner abuse is also important. So when we look at the landscape at the moment, much of victimological concern, in my opinion, should be that in many conflict-affected countries, in fact, almost in most parts of the world, violence remains unabated or has even escalated. So this is despite the initial optimism there was that the pandemic would foster closer cooperation and create incentives for a humanitarian ceasefire or a pause in conflict. But violence and conflict have continued, and the Secretary General of the UN has called for a peace ceasefire in March, but it seems to be ongoing, in fact, escalating. So as you know, so often we forget about the plight of these large-scale disruptions and victim situation in conflict-ridden contexts. What we have seen with responses to COVID, and especially in a more developing context, is the role of communities, but this would also be quite crucial in the more developed or the global north, is that communities tend to stand in and start to engage with local and national governments to provide assistance, because the official response is not always adequate. So our communities is very innovative, resilient and proactive, and this of course is a good place for us as victimologists to start with our work and our assistance and our research, especially so if we look at the value of communities within an urban context, and also with the problems of infectious diseases, where we would see that more and more we're going to find that people, in fact, about for 2050, it's estimated about 68% of all people of the world's population will be living in urban areas, which brings, of course, its own host of victimological challenges together with the possible outbreak of diseases. So therefore, I think it would be crucial, and we already know this in other contexts in victimology, that communities need to be centered in terms of designing their own longer-term solutions when we engage with communities on an interventional or research level. A concern, though, remains with the underrepresentation of women in key decision-making positions over the battle against COVID-19. Now, in terms of victimology, the chief of the UN Gender Empowerment Agency said now just on Thursday, addressing the Security Council, that this situation is even worse for women in conflict areas. Now, to move perhaps more towards a more possible take, the COVID disease has certainly injected a sense of humility in otherwise which has become quite a self-serving world. People are a little bit less focused on the self and made a bit more modest by this. And together with that, there's appreciation for undervalued groups and our first-line heroes, and thinking also here about our practitioners. It has also showed us, and this is something which means a lot to the mission of the World Society of Victimology, is that we are interdependent and interconnected. And I think this disease has demonstrated this very clearly. And we already have got networks for this. And I hope personally that we will continue to advance our regional, interregional work, which is sort of highlighted by the current crisis. At the same time as well, some race and age disparities have become sort of, came more to the surface. And we see that structural violence is now a little bit more within the public eye. And together with that, disparities in health care, housing discrimination, unequal discriminatory treatment in the medical system, etc. These variables, we know much of this has taken place recently in the US, but of course, this is not exclusive to the US. So the pandemic certainly has highlighted the flagrant inequalities in wealth in many countries, that has contributed to a deep source of economic injustice globally. And this manifests also as a major cause of riots, turmoil, and even revolutions. So in achieving economic justice, this should be one of the primary aims of reconstructing society in all of its facets, in a COVID as well as a post-COVID world. So the virus has put a spotlight on the economic inequalities and the fragile and, if any, social safety net has been noticed, especially as far as marginal and vulnerable groups are concerned. In conclusion, we know as academics, research managers, policymakers, etc., that usually when budgets are limited, there's immediately a tendency to cut funds that were made previously available for scientific research. And I think what we can take with us in terms of a lesson of COVID-19 is the heightened and appreciation and realization of the importance of science, and in particular, how the world realized this in terms of mediating any threats to existential threats to the human race. And this clearly demonstrates also our value and need for victimological research and assistance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. It was our pleasure to listen to your interesting victim-centric approach. Now, I would like to warmly introduce and invite Dr. Charles A. Kamala. So, Dr. Charles Kamala is a senior lecturer in law and academic leader of the Criminal Justice and Security Management Program of Africa Nazarene University Law School. He holds a PhD in criminal sciences and has done LLM from University of London and LLB from University of Nairobi. He has over 26 years in private practice as an advocate of High Court of Kenya and is on list of counsel on the Association of Defense Counsel practicing before international criminal courts. And Dr. Kamala is currently a co-editor-in-chief of ANU Law Journal and a member of LSK editorial committee. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Charles, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Kirti.
Yes, sir.
I'm honored to be here. Greetings, namaste to Professor Sahani, Professor Siraj Kumar. I've unmuted.
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Unmute it. It's unmuted.
Charles,
yes,
we can hear you, but
I'm speaking.
Request you.
Why can't you hear?
Charles, in case you go close to your router and sit there, there will be a better connectivity.
Hello, can you hear?
Have a less.
I'm speaking. I've unmuted. Yes?
Your voice is breaking.
Yes?
Charles,
okay.
Your internet speed is less. May I request
okay,
you to sit right under
give
the
me
router?
2 minutes. I want to move the room. Okay? 1 minute.
Sure, sir.
Yes.
He's moving the room virtually, it seems, because he didn't get up so far. Camilla, are you the same person I met you in Onati, Spain?
No, Professor, I'm afraid not. We've met each other in Qatar in the last year, in the World Congress of Criminology.
Little loud.
I will try. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm afraid not. I'm the same person that you've met in Qatar in the last year, in the World Congress of Criminology. We've met in there.
I want to tell you that I want to introduce Sarah A. Simons, she's the most active person I have seen almost in every conference, very actively participating, and we are really grateful that she's there with us today, and she represents on many platforms World Society of Victimology. Thank you, Sarah. It's always good to see you.
Welcome. You're welcome.
And in fact, I want to tell you about Robert Peacock. Robert Peacock is at present, he's the president of World Society of Victimology from South Africa. He's such a humble person in my life. I've never come across such a great person with a lot of humility. So it's a pleasure, and he has visited us in this university as well. And we are really grateful that the president of the World Society of Victimology is also with us. I think Charles Kamala is ready now.
Hello, Dr. Sahani. Can you hear me, Prof?
Perfect.
It's better?
Friend. Go ahead.
I took your advice. I am near the router. I'm in the living room. Sorry, it's a bit dark now.
Earlier, it seems that you were close to your wife, so your voice was not coming out. But now,
thank you.
I'm glad that you are out of that system.
You are very observant as usual. Thank you. Now, I will try to not exceed 10 minutes. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you, organizers. Jibs, I am always happy. My only disappointment is that I am not in Haryana now. I wanted to come to Sonipat, but this is as good as we can do for now. I am honored to be here and speaking. I am glad you are alive. Many people are not fortunate to survive the COVID, and we hope that everyone will see the vaccine and see back to normal, if that will ever happen. The paper that I want to speak about is with Nair Vijay Vipin. I will only speak to the first 5 slides, and then I will speak without using the slides. The next 10 slides from 6 until 16 are very methodological. I will not speak about the details, but I will try to create a way of how I think about the problem. And if I communicate that, the rest will be in print. What troubled me was that when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, 1 month later, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior applied the COVID-19 regulations to regulate refugee camps. And I had already been studying refugees, and I wondered why it was not the Minister of Health who made that regulation, why it had to be the Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security. And he made a secession order saying nobody should move into or out of a refugee camp. And I will explain why that was problematic a bit later, but I asked myself, is this not interfering with freedom of movement and the health of the refugees? Go to the next slide, please. Yes, so we have the world's largest camp. Before the camp in northern Uganda had been formed because of conflicts in South Sudan, Kenya had the world's largest refugee camp, which is called a Dadaab camp next to Somalia border. And it has a very low quarantine capacity. In short, if there is a COVID-19 outbreak, there is very little capacity to deal with the populations which are there. We have over 200,000 people in the camps, but only 110 beds. And I shudder to think of what would happen. But at the time of 29th of April, when the Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security made a tweet saying that no movement into or out of a refugee camp, there had been no COVID-19 in Dadaab camp or in any refugee camp. So why did he make the order? There is no danger of somebody coming out of that camp and infecting anybody because nobody had COVID-19. Go to the next slide, please. So these are the research questions. Why did the Interior Cabinet Secretary make that order under the Public Order Act? Why not the Cabinet Secretary or the Minister for Health under the Public Health Act? And what are the criteria? And I'll explain why these are important. You've heard a lot about it from yesterday from a lot of eminent speakers, but there have to be some criteria, some reasonable grounds why somebody is suspected of having COVID-19. I know it's problematic because people are asymptomatic, But that's part of the problem. I'll come to that later. Carry on, please. The next slide. So people being labeled as COVID-19 in order to discriminate them, Professor Peacock has concluded on the ground of marginalizing certain populations or groups by making orders which are disproportionate, not justified by being the least restrictive, and are unnecessary. Obviously, if nobody is suffering from a condition, it's unnecessary to contain them because there are no reasonable grounds. And those are my expected findings. Now, may I briefly allude to a theoretical framework in terms of how I'm working and a little literature review, and then I'll make my claim that the government was not justified in making that order because it was a restriction on the right to movement of the refugee population. And that has been the trend for the past 10 years because Kenya is dealing with terrorism, rising terrorism, and the Somali community, the South Asian community, the Arab community, people living along the coast are suspected because they look like terrorists. Therefore, blanket without any criminal individual trial, blanket orders, administrative orders are made either to close down the refugee camps or to send all the people from urban areas into refugee camps. And I saw the application of the COVID-19 directive by the minister as in that category. Now, I will not go into, from this slide, the next 10 slides are about method. Don't change them yet. Don't change them yet. I will explain them as part of the methodology a bit later. Let me simply speak about the framework in which I'm thinking, and then I'll explain what all these slides mean without going through each of them. We'll flip through them in 30 seconds. Now, what I intend to put forward is, since colonialism, all the former colonies have had the Public Health Act, where a notifiable disease, whether it is malaria, sleeping sickness, all the epidemics or endemics can, so long as there are significant risk of serious harm, then a justice of the peace should be able to make an order either restricting movement or requiring testing or clothing, or even to put people in a particular place, whether at home or in a hospital, or ultimately quarantine or isolation. So in general, in principle, yes, the public health authorities have that authority. What is problematic is what constitutes significant risk and what constitutes serious harm. Because the argument is that in the refugee camps, there was no significant risk because nobody was suffering from COVID-19, not even one case. Nobody was even tested. And yes, there can be catastrophic harm because there's no cure for COVID, but there are less restrictive approaches to containing it. Social distancing, wearing masks, and so on, washing hands. So why subject a population to a confinement order? And there was no reasonable suspicion. That is the argument being made. Another point that, and this is more general, problematic populations, which are usually subject to public health orders under English law, include persons of unsound mind, because we think because people have a mental disability, they are dangerous, or vagrants, because people have no visible means of livelihood, they are dangerous, or drunkards or drug users. Because somebody is a drunkard, he is dangerous. Now, my argument has been that there is no necessary correlation between those victims of socioeconomic disadvantage and dangerousness. There is, just like in criminal law, we speak about the presumption of innocence, and people are entitled to a fair trial. Also, in preventive justice, which is different from punitive justice, but in preventive justice, people are entitled to a presumption of harmlessness. Unless there are criteria, somebody has been convicted before and maybe has objective criteria of dangerousness, there is no basis of assuming that somebody, because they belong to the Somali community, they must be a member of Al-Shabaab. Individuals are entitled to a presumption of harmlessness. And that is a new contribution that is different from the usual criminal justice approach, which focuses on finding of guilt. Harmlessness is determined by actuarial justice and risk assessments. And the authorities have not applied any parameters to demonstrate that the refugee community is more risky in terms of transmitting COVID-19. Rush through the current slides because we're coming to my claim is that therefore the government is applying public health regulations to regulate dangerousness or fear of terrorism, and it's an unjustified assumption. That's the argument that the paper makes. Vipin, now it's possible to flip through. We've tried to enact a refugee bill. Stop at that. Just stop at that one. The refugee bill has not been passed. It's a refugee bill of 2019 because the state has been unable to make administrative orders to regulate refugees, and the High Court has held them to be unconstitutional because there is no fair trial given to each individual refugee before refouling them or sending them back to a dangerous place. Therefore, Parliament is now trying to say that, wait, we are trying to make it legal to say that where somebody is regarded as a danger to public order, then they can be confined to the refugee camps. They can be moved out of urban areas. My finding on this, Vipin, you can move so that we can not take a lot of time. Move ahead. Yes, stop at that. Stop at that. That is okay. Yes. The point is that so far we have not found any justification for segregating refugees from other members of the population. In Uganda, refugees are absorbed into the population and they are given land and they are given socioeconomic livelihood. In Kenya, we're saying let's deal with them as different people. And my argument is that is more likely to radicalize them. But because the courts were closed because of COVID-19, as Professor Hoodhausen has said in Netherlands, even in Kenya, we were not able to make a challenge to this order. Carry on, please. Carry on. Yes, so I make the point that there has been a moral panic or the government to do something to control the global pandemic, and there has been an attempt to use public health rules to fight terrorism. Carry on, the next slide. Next slide. Yes, I'm coming to my conclusion. My conclusion is that this decision should not be made by the executive. It should be subject to judicial review. Under UK law, in order to apply public health law, it's a justice of the peace who determines whether an individual should be, a compulsory order should be made. But here we are using the executive and there is no objective criteria. And that's an observation I make. There are certain areas where particular communities reside, which is Eastleigh and Old Town of Mombasa. And there was grumbling about those communities who are saying that we are being targeted by COVID-19 lockdowns before the lockdown was applied to refugee camps. Carry on, go to the next slide. Next slide. Yes, and this is the conclusion. The conclusion, which is not contained here, is that there should be compensation paid to communities who have lost economic opportunities because of unfairly being targeted by COVID-19. It shouldn't be the government or the population simply says sorry about it. There should be compensation. And if there was no reasonable justification for applying the COVID-19 order to close refugee camps where nobody was tested and nobody had COVID-19 at the time, I make the conclusion that in July, yes, there were 14 COVID-19 cases discovered in the camps, but that was 3 months after. And incidentally, closing the camps never stopped COVID-19 from getting into the camps. That's just a curious, but thank you very much. And I'll be able to take any questions and I hope to be in print. And I thank the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for presenting so effectively on the topic, containment without COVID-19 inside Kenya's refugee camps violates liberties. So now I would like to introduce and warmly invite Camila Iglesias. Camila Iglesias is a PhD student in criminology at the University of Porto, Portugal. She has a master's degree in criminology in the same institution, which was concluded in 2018 in the field of intimate partner violence against women and fear of crime. She has been working during the last years in collaboration with Portuguese higher education and with several feminist NGOs. And today's title of her presentation is Women's Fear of Crime and Intimate Partner Violence During Pandemic Times, What Lessons? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. First, I think I have now a difficult task because I have to deliver my presentation just after Professor Peacock and Dr. Kamala, so I will try my best. I have to say how happy I am to be here with you today. It's a huge honor for me to be a part of such an amazing event and to have the opportunity to discuss with you my research. So thank you very much for this opportunity. As you may know, my name is Camila Iglesias and I am from Brazil, and I moved to Portugal 4 years ago to start my master's in criminology in the field of intimate partner violence. And now I'm doing my PhD in the University of Porto in the field of gender-based violence and fear of crime. And I will share with you some aspects of my research. I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see clearly.
Yes, we can see.
Yes?
Yes.
So thank you. Before to start my presentation, I would like to talk a little bit about this research, because when I moved to Portugal to start my master, I brought some professional background with me from Brazil, especially the experience in supporting victims of domestic abuse and women victims of intimate partner violence. And for many, many times in my office, I could hear from victims, doctor, I feel safer sleeping on the street than sleeping inside my home. They were very afraid to return home because the fear was there inside their homes. So my research seeks to provide a criminological integrated approach to the concepts of fear of crime and intimate partner violence against women. The present study aims to understand the fear of violence experienced by women victims of intimate partner violence and how the pandemic could aggravate their conditions and put many women in higher risk of victimization. Because if you are at home living with somebody that is controlling you and isolating you and make you feel really bad, the last place you want to be is trapped in your own home with this person. So having to be isolated with the person that's creating a lot of your trauma will certainly exacerbate the violent situation, and victims were literally in the cage with the lion, if we can say. Despite the fact that this research has been carried out both for Portugal and Brazil, due to the constraints regarding time, today my presentation will focus only in the Brazilian context. And it's important to mention that in recent years, the Global South has been widely pointed out by the international scientific community as an important context for criminological research. In this regard, Brazil stands out as a country that has many, many social and economic problems, which are reflected in a permanent escalating violence, especially under exceptional circumstances like that we are all facing now during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in this slide, you can see a brief structure of this presentation, and I will start with the first point, approaching the theoretical field. As you may know, violence against women, namely intimate partner violence against women, is one of the most common forms of violence. 1 in 3 women have experienced physical or sexual violence worldwide, mostly by intimate partner. It's a complex and multidimensional phenomenon with severe consequences. It's a human rights violation. This is a definition by the World Health Organization about intimate partner violence, but I would like to focus a little bit more in fear of crime, because the concept of fear of crime comes from a more broader conceptualization, which is insecurity. And Sebastian Rocher refers that insecurity exists simultaneously at various levels, and I think that we are all now experiencing that insecurity. And insecurity have an objective dimension and a subjective dimension. In an objective dimension, it refers to the reality about the crime. And we are going to talk a little bit about this reality, the numbers of violence, but insecurity can be subjective insecurity. I mean, what the people felt about violence or about crime. Subjective insecurity refers to this impact on individuals and communities. This subjective insecurity is a threefold concept, and we are going to focus a little bit more on fear of crime. It's the emotional dimension of insecurity. Fear of crime is an emotional reaction characterized by the feeling of danger and anxiety, a set of individual negative emotional responses related to crime or symbols that individuals associated with crime. During the last 20, 30 years, the quantitative research has been pointed out that although women reported higher levels of fear of crime, they have less risk of becoming victims of the common crimes, the street crimes. This disproportion between fear and risk related to the woman's case gave rise to what has become known as fear victimization paradox. And several theories have been put forward over the time to explain this paradox. So persists an apparent dichotomy, it's a difficult word for me, so between public and private spaces, and empirical evidence has been ignoring the effects of domestic violence and its variations on women's fear of crime. So during this context of pandemics, the pandemics brought the attention to another pandemic, as we can see that, which is violence against women in private spaces, namely domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Several victims of domestic abuse and intimate partner violence were compelled to stay at home to avoid the spreading virus, even when their homes were not a safe place anymore. So the impossibility of moving out of their homes and the distance from the support networks made many women experience violence and fear even more strongly. So Brazil is a big and unequal country, and its dimensions also reflect the real size of the social and economic problems. The Latin American authors argue that the fear of crime in Latin America is different from the fear of crime in Europe or North America, because there is a set of what the authors call as other insecurities at economic and social levels that increases or put pressure on fear of crime. These pressures are even more evident during this pandemic context. The graph shows us the evolution of the pandemic in Brazil. As you may see, the states of São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro are the top of the list amount of the states that registered the most cases of coronavirus infections. I'm trying to speak fast because of the time, so some measures were taken by the government to increase the victims' protection. The federal government launched online platforms, including a website, a mobile app for receiving complaints. This website contains relevant information on how to respond to violence. And through this platform, it's possible to send evidence, photos, and videos that support the complaint. An exclusive WhatsApp number for complaints of violence was also created by the Ministry of Women, Family and Human Rights to provide access to women in situations of violence who often are unable to make a call or talking loudly about violence as they are constantly under the control of the aggressor. Some measures were taken by the states. The state of São Paulo launched the online service in the beginning of April to allow women to fill their complaints through the website. In the same way, Rio de Janeiro made it possible to register complaints of domestic violence online. And I would like to share with you some divergent data, because in Rio de Janeiro, during March, despite the government actions, these two graphs shows us that during the confinement in Rio de Janeiro, both the complaints of domestic violence and urgent protective measures for victims decreases during the month of March and April. If we combine these two graphs, we can see more evidently this decrease. In the same way, violence, the reports of domestic violence and the urgent protective measures in São Paulo are decreased during March and April of this year. But it seems a little bit confusing, because despite the decrease trends on official data, violence against women has increased in Brazil during the months of March and April. This data shows to you the numbers of calls received by the National Helpline Services on violence against women. The pandemic has increased victimization in Brazil and also has increased the vulnerabilities of women.
Ma'am, we request you to kindly adhere to the time and conclude. We are running late.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Ma'am, we request you to kindly adhere to the time and conclude.
Okay.
Your time is over.
Sorry, it's the last one, I think. Yes. The next step of my research is to hear this fear, and I will conduct some interviews with victims, but I have to postpone this plan because it's an ethical issue, because we have to interview the victims, but they are in a stressful situation. They are isolated at home, so we can't to choose just the research progress and for the prejudice of the victims safe. So we are trying to cope to this challenge. For now, I'm conducting some interview with professionals, and they have been such good informants about this topic. some conclusions just to finalize. Women victims of intimate partner violence are facing greater risks of victimization during COVID-19 pandemic in Brazil. The social isolation increased the fear experienced by the women inside their homes. And the data shows that during the first wave of the pandemic in Brazil, women experienced more barriers to seek help. Even though measures were put in force to protect victims of intimate partner violence and domestic violence, local responses need to be strengthened. It's essential to guarantee that the judicial system continues to respond to violence against women, even during the pandemic context. I'm so sorry about the time, but thank you so much for this opportunity, and get in touch. This is my contact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. What an informative presentation. Now I would like to introduce and warmly invite Unmana Datta. Ms. Unmana Datta is PhD research scholar at Amity Institute of Psychology. Her research area is life scripts, personal control, and forgiveness among acid attack victims. She is also the founder and the counseling psychologist of the Inner Marriage. And today she'll be presenting on the topic, effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the trauma victims and disabled are tremendous as they face serious emotional and financial difficulties. So ma'am, please, we request you to kindly adhere to the time and conclude when the bell rings.
Namaskar, everyone. I am Unmana Datta. I am a PhD scholar from Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, Noida. So this research is basically a part of my PhD thesis, which I am doing with the acid attack victims. And because the acid attack victims are already under so much of trauma in their lives, but COVID-19 has been another new, fresh series of trauma that they have engulfed with. And in this particular research, I want to focus on the levels of their resilience, their life satisfaction and happiness during the pandemic. So I will not go much into the details, but I would like to actually focus on what is an acid attack firstly. So as we all know, acid attack is basically throwing of some violent forms of acid on a girl, or I'm saying as a girl because most of the victims are women in India. And if we already see the data from the world, a lot of places in the world are having acid attacks, but there was a research by Ali in the year 2008, which says that the acid attack phenomenon is mostly found in South Asia, particularly mostly relevant in India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. So if you have recently seen the news, I think most of you must be aware that there was a recent incident of the 3 sisters being attacked together in UP in a place called as Gonda. So these girls were sleeping when the attacker went to the terrace and attacked these girls with acid because one of the sisters had rejected the proposal of marriage from the attacker. But eventually the attacker was arrested by the police. So if you see that, why do acid attacks happen? Acid attacks is basically to, torture. And
जो कल चिड़चिड़ कर रहा था ना वो,
sorry,
क्या नाम था उसका?
Somebody's voice. Okay. So acid attack is mainly to actually disfigure and torture someone. And it is also to kind of like, I will teach her a lesson kind of a thing, so that the girl stays with the scar forever. So this research I am actually doing with is an organization of India, which is called as the Chow Foundation. They have an organization, it's a Stop Acid Attack Sale organization, and they also run cafes called as the Shiroz Hangout. They have 2 cafes in Lucknow and Agra, and from there I have been in contact with them. I am an active psychologist on their panel and working closely with these girls for almost a year, and I have been understanding and giving them interventions based on forgiveness, based on gratitude, and other positive psychology components. So if you see, these victims have been too traumatized by the attack. Some of the girls have been even staying with the attacker during the months of lockdown. So if you see, the trauma has increased double fold for these girls because they are already under the fear of being, attacked by the attacker again during the lockdown. So when they used to be going out to the work, when they work in the foundation. So when they go out to the work, they did not feel so challenged because the girls were also accommodated in the hostels by the organization. But because of the pandemic, because of the lockdown, all these hostels were also shut down. So the girls had to go and stay back with their attackers. So that became a really traumatizing effect for the girls. Now, if we see, the incidents of acid attacks have been very, very alarming in the country. These are some of the data by the National Crime Records Bureau. I will run through them quickly without much ado. So if you see, the highest attacks according to the states is still found in UP and West Bengal. And because obviously of the effect of finding the asset so easily in the market. Then without further ado, I will go to my current research. So my current research is basically to understand their levels of resilience, life satisfaction, and happiness amongst the acid attack victims. So I wanted to study the relationship between these components. And also I conducted interviews with these survivors wherein I tried to understand what they had to undergo during the pandemic and how they dealt with it. Also, to corroborate the data that I had collected from these girls, I also interviewed 5 members of the Chow Foundation and the Shiroz Hangout who voluntarily gave me interviews for understanding how they have helped, how they have come out for the victim assistance during this entire process of pandemic, especially for the acid attack victims. So if we see, when I was running SPSS, if you see, the results is that their resilience level and the happiness had significant correlation, which is actually a similar kind of finding in one of the researches earlier done also. And it was also hypothesized by Everly that whenever a person has high levels of resilience, then the person will have better levels of happiness in his or her life. Moving ahead, one of my hypotheses of the research also wanted to show if there's a difference between the married and the unmarried victims in their levels of resilience, life satisfaction, and happiness. But it was very quite surprising for me because there was no significant relationship. And when during the interview, I figured out that there was no significant difference between the married and the unmarried victims was because most of the victims were attacked before their marriage. So, they did not have their husbands to actually cope with the levels of stress when they already had. So their levels of resilience was already high even before their marriage. And then moving ahead, these were some of the themes that I could figure out from the semi-structured interview that I had conducted with the acid attack victims. I will explain these themes, and these are some of the themes that I had found out with the employee team of Shiroz Hangout and the Chow Foundation. Now, the first thing that I figured out during the acid attack interviews with the acid attack victims was that they had a lot of economic difficulties because these girls were actively enrolled in Chow Foundation and Shiroz Hangout. They were working there as an employee team. But with the lockdown, their salary had been reduced. They were not given the full amount of salary. So a lot of girls had, they come from a very, very rural background. So going back to their homes, and then they did not have an active source of income, which actually made their financial difficulties increase multiple folds. Also, a lot of these girls have a lot of financial burden because of their medical treatment. So, these girls have to undergo a lot of surgeries. One of the girls reported that she has undergone 34 surgeries in last 4 years. So you can imagine the levels of, financial burdens they have on themselves and their family. Also, if you see with the recent research and everything, I don't think the major industry of tourism is coming back anytime soon to the front line. So this has become a major stressor for them also. Moving ahead, emotionally, these girls were very, very disturbed because, as I mentioned, they were attacked by their few of the family members. So one of the participants actually reported that she was staying with her brother-in-law who had attacked her. Because she was going out on the other day, she was not feeling challenged by him most of the times. But during the pandemic, she was logged with the same brother-in-law. So she was totally under the same impression that he might harm me again. So this was very, very emotionally disturbing for her. Also, the concept of shadow pandemic has erupted like anything, as Camelia also mentioned about the increase in domestic violence. So a lot of these girls were being tortured by their in-laws and being taunted by their in-laws that, you don't look good as the way my other daughter-in-law looks way. So, these things keep coming up in front of them, and they were quite emotionally disturbing for these victims. Moving ahead, for the physical health problems, just as I mentioned, a lot of these girls are undergoing a lot of surgeries, a lot of treatments. So one of the participants also reported that she had a surgery in the month of January, but because of the lockdown, she had another surgery planned in the eventual months. But because of the lockdown, all of the surgeries got cancelled. So her previous surgery, which she had done in the month of January, was of no use. So you can imagine the level of trauma that these girls are undergoing with themselves because of their physical health. And also they have a lot of challenges because their immunity is very, very low. So, exposing themselves even to the slightest bit, they have the tendency to get sick very easily. So there was a lot of fear in them amongst these girls that I could be infected. And a lot of these surgeries getting cancelled top the list of difficulties. Now, moving ahead to the mental health problems, a lot of these mental health problems were seen amongst these girls, and an active role of psychologists and counselors were actually enrolled with them for online sessions. I was in one of the panels. I conducted sessions throughout with these girls to give them mental health support. And a lot of these girls reported depressive symptoms. They said they could not sleep, they could not talk to anyone, they were totally feeling isolated. So a lot of these actual symptoms of depression were seen. In fact, two of the clients that I was working with amongst these girls have actual depression. So I am giving them CBT for these girls. And same anxiety and panic attacks have been very, very prevalent amongst these girls, especially after watching the news regarding the high levels of the virus spreading everywhere. So they were very, very stressed. A lot of the girls reported sleeplessness, not being able to eat anything. Then frustration and anger that they were not able to go out, their income has been stopped. A lot of these things kept happening. Feelings of powerlessness, of course, with fear comes the feelings of powerlessness. So they were feeling very, very powerless, that if something happens, I will not be able to seek help, because their organization was their moral support when there was no pandemic. But right now their organization is working virtually. So, their feelings of powerlessness have gone many-fold increase. Then triggering of past memories. This is something very, very significantly I have seen that, because they were stuck home, they did not go to work. So there were very, very significant memories coming back to them again and again about the attack, and thoughts about how far being given justice by the justice system. So, these things kept coming to them. And through therapy, a lot of these girls dealt with things that we can see because of the pandemic. Then assistance from the organization was majorly found by these girls. They have been part of the campaigns, online campaigns. They have been part of fundraising events, and they have also been assured 5,000 rupees per month to these victims. Each of these victims were given 5,000 rupees, and all of these money was given by either the funds collected or from the savings of the organization. So that gave them a lot of hope after like 2-3 months of the pandemic, but that came a little late. Now, coming to the extracts from the employee team and the management of the organization, we have seen that they have given a lot of financial support. They got a lot of distress calls. We got a lot of distress calls regarding how and when they will be called back to their work, how they will be given emotional, financial support. And eventually, these organizations have come very, very supporting to the survivors. And of course, emotional support through psychological counseling and therapies have been very, very helpful. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation with just one suggestion, stating that these acid attack victims are already under too much of trauma. So we need a lot of actual rules and regulations for actual monitoring. And also with the pandemic happening, I think the rehabilitation of the girls need too much of focus right away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. What an interesting and informative session. Now I would request Professor Robert Peacock for his concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, and a special word of appreciation to our presenters. I think it's easy. There's easy consensus that was excellent. And to our PhD candidates, you're already on the other side. So well done and congratulations. I know Dr. Kamala had a question. He would just like to respond very briefly if he has got an opportunity. But thank you so much for sharing, Unmana and Camilla and Charles. We have been observing what's happening in these areas, and it's wonderful to see it becoming more visible in our own work. Thank you so much. And Charles, just the last quick word.
Yes, Professor. Hello. I don't know how to respond to the varied responses by different countries, because I am always going to Tanzania for court cases, and there is no COVID in Tanzania. There is no social distancing, no masks. When I come back to the Kenya airports, they start telling me I must go into quarantine, and I get into arguments with them. I really can't understand the politics. Something needs to be, you see, the law and the behavioral responses are at complete disparities. And someone is asking a question about religious gurus exploiting the pandemic. I don't know whether it is to create fear in other people or doomsday situations. But what I can conclude with saying is that even in my own family, people are leaving WhatsApp groups because of divergent opinions on COVID responses. Someone thinks that there is radiation and that is causing it, and that there is a conspiracy theory. And if you disagree with them, it is very emotive. I thought Professor Peacock would have said something about that, but I just want to agree that I can observe it too. And I think there will have to be more seminars like this about the second spike and about the wider effects, because there are other effects happening because of the pandemic. Yes, thanks, Professor Peacock.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamala. From my side, this is it, and I feel really honored to be part of this session. And thank you so much again to all our participants for sharing your hard work with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Peacock. And I would also like to thank all the speakers, Dr. Charles Kamala, Camilla, and Unmana Datta, who has taken time.
Hello. Mark wants to say something. Please go ahead, Mark.
No, I just wanted to congratulate Robert and the entire panel for an excellent session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To answer your question, Charles, in the next session, we have a very eminent doctor, Dr. Tarun Sahani. He's going to talk on the same lines what you have raised the question.
Thank you very much, Professor Sahani.
Thank you, my friend Kamala.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I will sincerely want to thank each and every presenter who has taken out time, and they have dedicated more than 1 hour here. And I would also want to point out, because of the time zone, we have to adhere by the time limit, and we have done it. And now we can proceed with the valedictory session. I would like to welcome, I'll just do it. I'd like to welcome Dr. Tarun Sahani. I'll just add a spotlight to Dr. Tarun Sahani, so that he is there. Yeah. Okay.
He's there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to welcome Dr. Tarun Sahani. I would just like a while to introduce him over his varied professional endeavors that he has done. Dr. Tarun Sani's acclaimed performance record of over 25 years in clinical and medical profession. He was a doctor in Indian Navy and he had served for many years in Indian Navy as a medical officer. On return in India in 1988, he has taken a role of entrepreneur with focus of two verticals. The first objective was to establish a successful clinical practice in India's leading hospital, and the second was to establish and operate a company offering services in the area of healthcare strategies consultancy. He has a wide range of experience in designing, implementing, and operating new modality of medical treatment at a corporate tertiary care hospital in India. He has experience in working with organizations to address challenges both in strategic and operational line across public and private sector. I'd like to introduce Dr. Tarun Sani, where he can address, because in our conference, we had professionals from varied fields, may it be from criminal justice system, may it be from judiciary, academician. The only professional that we wanted to bring forward who can express how a medical professional can take it forward, what are the challenges and resilience by medical professionals, healthcare workers. So I believe Dr. Tarun Sani is one of the best person to come out and speak about it. And being part of the JGU Medical Board, he would also be able to guide us better in terms of the challenges and resilience of healthcare workers. Over to you, Dr. Tarun Sani.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sani has something to say. So please go ahead.
I said, although we share the same surname, and although we are not related by blood, but he is more than a brother to me. He has worked. Why we requested him, because there were not many questions which we would like to end to understand. Especially, I'm glad that Kamala has raised a few very pertinent questions regarding about pandemic, because the entire conference was on pandemic. We thought we should get a top expert in this field. So we are ready to listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Vijay, can you load my presentation, please?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sani, Professor Rajkumar, thank you ever so much for giving me such a great opportunity to address a global platform and a large number of very professionals. And as I could see over the last 2 days, I've been logging in and out. There is so much energy in the conference that I really feel privileged that I'm getting an opportunity to also, be on the same platform and share some of my thoughts. I know we've all been facing a challenging time, and the healthcare workers, not only doctors, everybody in the chain is really under a lot of stress. Physical, mental, emotional, social, you name it, all kinds of stresses are being experienced by all of us. Can I go to the next slide, please? So just to place things in context, healthcare workers represent less than 3% of the population in most countries, and less than 2% in countries like India, where we consider ourselves as low and middle income countries. Around 14% of COVID-19 cases reported to WHO are among healthcare workers. So we are a small population, but the incidence of COVID has been very high among health workers. And in some countries, the proportion can be as high as 35%. Lack of PPE, personal protective equipment, exposure to infected patients, work overload, poor infection control and knowledge, and pre-existing medical conditions are factors which have been identified. Health workers face an unprecedented occupational risk of morbidity and mortality. And thousands of health workers have been infected with COVID-19, and a lot of them have actually lost their lives in this entire activity. Next, please. The pandemic has also exposed the face of society which was never seen before. Doctors and healthcare workers who were traditionally worshipped as saviors and who were, said you are like God, are now having to deal not only with the professional challenges, but also to the changed behavior which society has towards them, and calling them as victims, because we go into our homes, we go into our residential societies, we go into our places, and we are being blamed that you are the ones who are carrying these disease from the hospital into the society. The challenge, however, has brought a resilience among the healthcare team to selflessly continue to deliver and perform duties much beyond their mandate. Nobody mandated 8-12 hours of duty with the mask, with PPE, some of us even wearing Pampers because there's no time to take off your PPE suits and go even to the toilet. And I will take you through not only the generic part of it, but some of the personal experiences which we've been facing over the last few months. Next slide, please. So this slide will just summarize some of the challenges which are being faced. Phenomena of percenteism. This, I think, is not only in the healthcare sector, it's in every other, service industry where people are overworking, making sure they're physically present because they don't want to lose their job. And a lot of them have lost their jobs. Private healthcare has kind of collapsed, especially at the small or medium-sized nursing homes. There is hardly any work. People are not, a doctor with some standing can probably sustain through this, but a healthcare worker like a small porter or a cleaning boy is finding it impossible. I mean, for him, that 10, 15, 18,000 rupees a month, which he used to take, was actually his entire life's or the entire family's salvation. Sorry, you'll take one slide back. Some of the other areas which are really to be considered is this whole thing of the knowledge conundrum, and this is being faced even now. Every day there is a new thought process coming in. Should you be on HCQS? Should you not be on HCQS? Should you take ivermectin? Today's headline, Supreme Court says remdesivir and favipiravir, which are two antiviral drugs, have no use in the entire disease. So we as professionals and doctors and healthcare workers, we are having to face this every day. What knowledge is available? What do we implement? And what do we tell our patients? We have to bring in the faith saying that we understand the disease, but we are still facing a lot of confusion. And it is not because we are confused, but the knowledge is an ongoing process. What we knew in February was absolutely redundant. What we know in October, we feel that we are well informed, but I'm sure by the time we reach January, we will find that there is a vaccine and there are other perspectives to the disease which we don't know. Next. Nobody ever thinks about a doctor actually being the patient. Through July, I was a patient. We had no clue what this disease was. It's a lonely disease in any case because you're locked in for 15 days, 17 days. You can't meet your family. You can only speak through video phone calls. And as a doctor, to experience the illness, knowing that we really don't know what we're doing, we do the best, which knowledge is available to us. We do it with the best of intent, but you discover that you have a diagnosis. That's easy. I've got COVID-19. Now what? What treatment should I take? Who is the doctor who will treat me? And is this drug good or is that drug better? Should I be on steroids? Should I not be on steroids? And then the panic comes in because you feel, that you are 95% of the population where nothing will happen to you. But when you realize that you may be in the 5%, and out of the 5%, there is still 1.5% in India who could lose their lives. So there is a panic. And based on the panic, you again revise your strategy. Towards the 15th day of the illness, I actually got admitted because some of my blood reports were totally haywire. Though I was clinically fine, I didn't have any breathing problem. I was taking a walk. I was walking 5,000 steps, on my terrace, away from everybody. But the disease, when it affects you as a doctor who's supposed to have all the answers, that is a different kind of panic which sets into you. And these are the stresses which people and society are not easily exposed to. Next, please. This is actually my own disease profile. As you can see, 18 days have gone through. And even at the 18th day, I'm still not comfortable. And if you look at all the colored boxes at the bottom, those are all the drugs and all the tests which I've undergone. And I prepared this slide to share on a clinical platform with some of my clinical colleagues. So 18 days down the line, you're still not recovered and you're still suffering from the disease. And then you read about this new word, which all of you would have heard and can Google it. It's called the long COVID. You could be months and months together to complete recovery. You may not actually have all your faculties back. You might be confused in your head. Your heart may be, having myocarditis. Your lungs may never behave the way they used to be. And you as a doctor will understand the worst. You expect and hope for the best, but you understand that hope is not the only thing which is going to get you through this. So suffering from the disease in presence of a pandemic with limited knowledge and resources is an extremely stressful period. If patients are stressed, you can imagine doctors and healthcare workers who are being exposed to the disease and are falling sick every day. Next slide. Social and family impacts. You finish duty in the COVID ward. Should you go back home or not? You have parents, you have elderly parents in their 70s and their 80s. We as healthcare workers is a humanitarian profession. We came into it, and we were fully accepted the risks which are part of it. But risk to your own personal health is in one side, but risk to the people who are known to you, your relatives, your parents, your children, that is a different kind of a decision. Every day you have to take a decision. Should I go home or not? Should I continue to stay in the hospital? And then the government and society is not helpful in any manner. And as you can see, this is, and you might have seen these posters or these headings in a lot of newspapers. I mean, is India fighting COVID-19 or is it fighting its own doctors? Delhi government doctors have not been paid for 6 months in a row. There are other state authorities where the doctors have not been paid. Social healthcare workers have not been paid. I mean, how can you expect them to perform under such trying circumstances and not even have enough money to be able to look after their parents and their family? Next slide. Caring for COVID patients is, again, it's a faceless existence. You walk in, that's me in a PPE kit on the left side of the screen. And can you recognize me? I mean, I go and see a patient. I deal with him every day. We do 5 days duty in rotation once in a month. The patient doesn't know me. I don't see your face. He doesn't see your face. And that's the kind of disease we're doing. It's not only lonely for the patients, it's also lonely for the doctors and for the healthcare workers who have to be in these gowns for hours and hours together, sometimes not relieved on time, sometimes having to service a critical patient, and we have no identity. We are all overworked. The only thing saving us is teamwork and our commitment to make sure that we deliver what we have been set out and trained to do. Next. So we're all going to get used to this new normal. Medical practice would have changed. We'll be doing webinars, we'll be doing teleconsultations. I look forward to meeting Dr. Sanjeev Sani soon, but I'm not sure when. He'll probably be on a screen for a long, long time to come. But we do continue to be a social support. You get 100 calls every day from different people in different facets. Nobody has ever asked me, doctor, how are you feeling? Is everybody in your house well? Is your mother doing fine? Are your children okay? But you're the social support, you're the pillar. So I'm the pillar, I'm holding support. But there is really, at times you think there is nobody to support us. The community is anxious and so are we. It's not only your anxiety, we are also equally anxious. And if you look about people, having lost jobs, all private healthcare revenues have come down. All our salaries have come down. All our earnings have come down. So we are part of the same anxiety which society is facing. Plus, we have the anxiety of having to deal with a disease where we are learning newer and newer things every day. Next slide. So what does the future hold for us? I think the future is within us. Don't let the behavior of others destroy your inner peace. You have to be at peace with yourself. You have to be at peace with the disease. You have to be at peace with the social area where you live in, your financial resources, your personal resources. And that is really what is going to make you go through this pandemic. Don't let the behaviors of others ever destroy your inner peace. Next slide. In conclusion, healthcare workers are a large and diverse force, some skilled, some unskilled, some visible, some invisible. But each member is an important part of the service chain. The entire team has been working selflessly, placing themselves at risk to perform their duty and service to society. Long duty hours in restrictive PPE clothing, tight face masks leaves one in complete physical exhaustion. There is loneliness, there is emotional and mental trauma which is being faced on a day-to-day basis. The Indian healthcare workers are at a tremendous stress, fear, and helplessness while dealing with this COVID-19 situation. And society needs to recognize their sacrifice and support them equally at this challenging time. Next. The final slide, stay safe, stay masked, stay at a distance, and please stay with the healthcare workforce who are associated with you. What would happen if there was no one there to care for you? Think about it. That's the final words of the World Health Organization. I wish you all safe lives ahead. Be careful with what you're doing, and we hope to see you all face to face, hopefully in the year 2021 once the vaccine is out. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tarun Sahni. I believe that cannot be a better end to our conference, where you have highlighted that where the health workers who are doing the best, we need to take care of them, we need to understand them, and we need to understand how they are going through. So I believe that is the best valedictory address that could have received for this particular conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Tarun Sahni. And I would like to take this opportunity to address the vote of thanks. So we have culminated the 2-day International Conference on Victim Assistance. I would like to first thank all our speakers. We had total 31 speakers, which were there from more than 10 countries. So the speaker itself for more than 10 countries. And we had participants who have registered for more than 25 countries, and we have registration of around 900. We are happy to see around 200 people coming on board and being there at all time. Secondly, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Sanjeev Pisani, who have envisioned this particular conference and have thought of bringing all these speakers and all these presenters together. And I would like to thank my chair for this particular conference, Dr. Manjushri Palit. She has been a guiding force towards the entire conference. And I would like to name few eminent, not eminent, I would say very key speakers, because they have been very efficiently dedicated towards being there with us from the book of Global Perspective of Victimology and Criminology. And they have been with us. I'd like to thank Professor Robert Peacock, Professor Mark, Professor Bila Shikhar, Professor Arvind Tiwari, Professor Edwin Wallace, Professor Chokalingam, and we had Professor Dr. P.M. Nair. And today we had a number of speakers who have taken out time from different time zones. So I would also like to thank them. Then I would like to thank our JIPS team, who have been dedicated to working for more than 1 month to make this online virtual conference a success. I'd like to first thank moderators, Shanki Verma, Akshaya, then I would like to thank Shweta Lakhani, Tani Chaudhary, Bhavya Chabra, and Kriti Ranjan, who has taken immense time and effort to make this conference a success. I'd also like to thank the design team headed by Mr. Sunil Kumar. All the flyers, all the posters that you have seen is designed by him. And lastly, I'd like to thank our communication team headed by Hanan. I'd like to thank the IT team, in which we have Piyush, Yogesh, Karan, and Vidyut, who have immensely dedicated their time to make it smooth. All the YouTube live telecast was possible because of their effort. So this is what I want to culminate as my vote of thanks, because all these people were key enough to make this conference a success. And I believe this is one of the largest conference where we had all the eminent victimologists and criminologists coming together, having all of them at one place virtually. Even though virtually we are coming together, but it's a good thing because we could have people from US, UK, Australia, Kenya, and a number of other countries which may not have been possible if you would have gone offline or on campus. I'd like to thank everyone. And lastly, all the attendees who have been patient enough for all the 10 sessions, filling out all the feedback form and inquiring and questioning on different presentations and different address that has gone through. So I would like to thank all the presenters too. Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to hand it over to Professor Dr. Sanjeev Pisani, if you would have some concluding remarks.
You know, one is just organizing a conference where people come, they just attend their own sessions, they don't attend other sessions. Second, organizing a conference and getting a large number of people. That is also possible sometimes. But the most difficult is to get the stalwarts, to get the eminent, accomplished, and distinguished people on a panel is the most difficult task. I would say we are blessed because in India, you know, our mentors, Professor Chokalingam, Professor Bajpai, and so on, They're always there. They never said no. Whenever we have invited, whenever we have asked for any kind of favor, they are always there for us. Then at the world level, international level, we have a friend, Mark, who is the former president of World Society of Victimology, and then the present president of World Society of Victimology, Robert Peacock, and then the entire support of the World Society of Victimology. We are pretty young. We started learning, the spelling of the victimology probably 10 years back. And we were psychologists. And it was probably, we were thinking that, do we have a role? We know we have a role for the victim assistance, but in the World Society of Victimology. But I would say that during Professor Mark's time, they, with open arms, they welcomed us and they guided us. I'm grateful, to Sarah Simon. I'm grateful to, so many people. Irwin was there. So many people, they never said no. So I'm really grateful because we, especially from the behavioral sciences, we have learned a lot about victim assistance, and we are really grateful. At the end, I want to thank Tarun Sahni, because we were thinking that we are the victims and he will help us. So he came with his own victim, prospects, which probably I never thought of, that it could be that, loneliness, concern, and I now I have a better understanding that, when India got independence in 1947, so, the first few years, every army soldier used to get a salute from every Indian population. So today, the time has come when all of us, we need to salute all the health workers for the entire world, because they are doing selflessly. And they could say that I will not work, but they are attending on the wards and everything. So our special gratitude and thanks to all the health workers. So I would like to say that two people have basically put in the maximum for this conference. One is Professor Dr. Manjushri Pallit, and second is Vipin Vijay Nair. They work virtually. It's a one-man show and a one-woman show. That's it. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure. Next October, we are going to meet. We need your blessings. We need your good wishes. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we are done for the two-day conference. I will request all of you, if you have filled the feedback form, you can leave the meeting. So we'll see you next October 2020, and we'll have on-campus conference, which would be the 10th conference
2021. Yes. We are not going to meet again this year.
Yeah, 2021. And we'll have a 10th conference on victim assistance, and we believe we'll have a grand celebration celebrating a decade of victim assistance program. So we'll meet all of you.
Vipin, before we conclude, let's say that we will meet again and collaborate on research and publications, because as we also, we have two journals from Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences and one journal from Center for Victimology and Psychological Studies. So let's talk about continued conversation for research and publication. That's where we will end this year. And we'll begin the next years. Before we meet again for our conference, we will show up in publications together. I hope that collaborative language will continue for all of us.
Taking a cue from Dr. Manjushri, all the youngsters, if they want any kind of a fellowship or internships, we are ready to host you whenever the corona will go away. We are ready to host you. We'll provide you a good Indian food. We'll provide you a stay. We'll also provide you out-of-pocket allowance. So you are most welcome to come and work with us. And as Professor Manjushri rightly said, we are looking forward for collaboration for research and publication. Any of your students, Professor Robert Peacock, Professor Mark, anyone, Professor Sarah, anyone you will suggest, we will have them on campus. We are ready to provide them a fellowship.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Paisani and Dr. Manjushri Palit. So here we end in order to not just think about the next conference, but also collaborating in research and publication. So we'll get back to you over more information about Jindal Institute of Behavioral Science Journal. So you will hear back from us very soon. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining in, and we'll see you next year on campus. So thank you very much. You can leave the meeting if you have filled the form. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Bye, sir. I request all of you to